Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Pokémon Summer Camp. The blazing sun is shining down on the quiet, tame, Pallet Town. This small town in the southern, western corner of the Kanto region. Pidgeys are chirping, the summer breeze is blowing and the atmosphere is tranquil. This day, Pallet Town is really that quiet. This is because the world-renowned Pokémon expert, Professor Samuel Oak, has started his yearly Pokémon summer camp at his lab in the tranquil town. It is for children aged 4 to 7, and children from all across the Kanto region have come to take part. It is a great way for young people to interact and learn about Pokémon, all while having fun. From Pallet Town itself, there are 5 children enjoying this camp. The first 2 are twins, Ash and Drake Ketchum. Ash Ketchum, he has messy raven black hair, hazel brown eyes, a red and yellow sleeveless shirt, dark blue denim shorts that end just above his knees and dark green shoes, with white socks. He is very energetic and brings a unique energy to anything he does. He has a unique skill to easily befriend Pokémon and can even understand their language. This is a trait he received from his father, and it runs in the family, although most people don't know what caused it. Drake Ketchum, like his brother, he has messy raven black hair, his eyes are hazel brown although a dark shade than Ash's. He wears a red and white jacket with short sleeves, much like his father's, with blue jeans, although a lighter shade of Ash's, and white trainers with hints of red. Unlike his younger twin, Drake is much more theory-based, rather than spending time with Pokémon, like his brother. He spends his time studying and learning about battle different techniques, typing matchups, and anything else he feels is necessary to become a Pokémon trainer, so he is in the best position possible for when he turns 10. Because of their differences in personality, Drake has always looked down on his younger brother, considering the games he plays to be pointless along with playing with the wild Pokémon. The next child is one of the Ash's oldest friends and practically his sister, Leaf Green. She has long chestnut brown hair, with the same color eyes. She is near the same age as the Ketchum boys, and is a very energetic and bubbly personality. Because of this, she became fast friend with Ash, and the two were so close, someone would guess they were brother and sister. The two would go on adventures and play with the wild Pokémon around Pallet. The fourth child is none other than Professor Oak's grandson, Gary Oak. Gary is a very arrogant child, mainly because of his family's reputation. With Ash able to speak with Pokémon, Professor Oak has used his help many times. This is how Delia, Ash and Drake's mother could afford the camp for both her boys, as Oak offered a free place for the twins as a thanks for all of Ash's work in translating. Ash never minded translating for the professor, as it was just a way for Ash to interact with more Pokémon. Although getting the attention from his grandfather backfired, as it made Ash a prime target for Gary and his arrogant attitude. The final Pallet Town child at Professor Oak's summer camp is a new arrival. She only moved to the town a week before the camp, and despite her pleas to her mother, she was sent as her mother saw it as a good way for her to make friends. This is Serena Yvonne. She has long honey blonde hair, which is covered by a summer hat with a pink ribbon tied around it, sapphire blue eyes, a light pink summer flower dress and pink shoes in the same shade. She is quite a shy child, and the fact that she moved to another region where she knows no one but her mother doesn't help. Plus she was told of her father's passing, being the main reason they left. At the Oak Pokémon Lab, in the back ranch, a group of adults and children were gathered in a group. Professor Oak stood in front of them, on a sort of portable wooden stand, with a male assistant dressed in a lab coat and typical researcher attire, stood next to the stand, with a trolley of Pokeballs by his side. Greetings. Oak spoke, drawing their attention. Oak has slightly gray hair that sways off to one side, his white lab coat is open and a red shirt is visible, a black belt is also around his waist, holding up a pair of smart brown trousers. Oak waited for everyone to quiet down before continuing. This is our 45th year running our summer camp, and we hope this year will be as successful as the previous years. As many of you know, Kanto's current champion, plus many members of Elite Four, have taken part in our summer camp in the past. Oak continued. While you're here, you will have many opportunities to interact with Pokémon, learn and prepare for life as a traveling trainer. Here, many of the kids got excited as they haven't had much chance to interact with Pokémon, so this should be a real treat. And most of all, have fun. Oak finished. For today, the children will have the chance to play and interact with each other, as well as the Pokémon specially selected for this camp. Here, Oak gave a signal to the assistant to his side, who smiled and started releasing the Pokémon. Parents, feel free to stick around and make any queries you may have. Oak finished, before stepping down. As he did, a couple parent approached the Pokémon professor, while others decided to wait and let it calm down and just mingle amongst themselves, and a few decided to take their leave. The children all gathered in their own group, around the assistant with the trolley of Pokeballs. One by one, the assistant released the Pokémon, and there was enough for one Pokémon per kid, with a few spares. Despite the group of kids excited, there is one girl separate, almost hiding. This is Serena. After a while all the kids were playing in their own groups or just with their Pokémon. Serena was standing by a tree, all on her own. She isn't scared of Pokémon or anything like that. Except her mother's Pidgey's wake-up call each morning, why Grace felt the need to wake Serena up with a peck attack is beyond her. Leaf saw Serena standing by herself and walked over with the Growlithe she was given to play with. "Hey there," Leaf announced in her usual bubbly tone, with a giant friendly smile on her face. Serena initially jumped as Leaf approached from behind, which caused the happy girl to giggle. "I'm Leaf." Leaf extended her hand. "What's your name?" Serena looked at Leaf with an unreadable expression. She was so shy, and sure she seems nice, but she's just too shy. I am Serena." Serena replied after a hesitation. Leaf had a slight frown on her face as a result of the hesitation. Although Leaf couldn't frown for more than a couple seconds as she was too hyper about the camp and what is in store. Serena didn't know what to do, she was too shy to talk and it is just making her uncomfortable. "So Serena, why don't you have a Pokémon?" Leaf asked as she motioned down towards the Growlithe she was paired with. Growlithe happily barked. He was trained to be friendly with children and wants nothing more than to make friends. Serena looked down at the happy Pokémon, and smiled. She had to admit the Pokémon was pretty cute, but she is still too shy to say anything. Growlithe took this and excitedly as he jumped at the shy girl. Serena fell down with a shriek as Growlithe liked her with affection. Leaf giggled at the reaction. Serena was terrified. She quickly pulled herself up and bolted into a nearby forest. She was so scared, even a couple tears escaped her eyes. Ash was playing tag with the Poliwag he was paired with. Poliwag was shocked Ash could actually understand him. After a chat where both Ash and Poliwag got to know each other, the two started playing a game of catch. Until a snide voice drew their attention. "Heh. Still playing those little games, Ashy, boy." Gary spoke in a snide tone. Ash turned to Gary as he stood up and Poliwag looked with curiosity. "Gary." Ash mumbled in a bitter tone, barely audible. "The one and only." Gary replied with an arrogant tone, flick of the hand and a cocky smirk. "What do you want, Gary?" Ash asked as he rolled his eyes at Gary's last comment. Typical Gary. "Just seeing what you're up to." Gary gave what seemed to be a genuine smile. "After all, you'll never make it as a trainer, so playing games is perfect for you." Gary's smile turned into another smirk. This made Ash angry. Why did Gary single him out? Why? You know what, Gary? We'll see who's the better trainer when we face each other in the Pokémon League. Ash retorted, trying to stay calm. Gary turned to his side and closing his eyes. "Yeah, we will." Gary replied before opening one eye and looking directly at Ash. "If you make it that far." Gary ended with a mocking laugh and walked away. Ash grunted before he turned to Poliwag. The tadpole Pokémon made an evaluation of that those two clear knew each other and he guessed they weren't too friendly. This surprised Poliwag since in the short time he knew Ash, it was obvious he was very friendly. Deciding it was neither his business or right to know, he pushed it to the back of his mind. With that they continued their game in with high spirits. Poliwag was surprised Ash could change moods just like that, but decided to just enjoy the game of tag which both did. After a while, Poliwag was being chased and ran into a nearby forest, with Ash following shortly behind. After a few of the adults left concluding their quick talk with Professor Oak, a woman approached the timely professor. She has medium-length dark-ish, brown hair with a yellow hair clip, a short-sleeved dark blue t-shirt, a pale green jumpsuit, only covering her bottoms, tied around her waist. "Hello. Professor." The women approached him. Oak turned towards her. "My name's Grace. Grace Yvonne." She offered her hand and Oak happily shook it. "Ah yes. Ms. Yvonne." Oak replied with a friendly smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you and your daughter recently moved to Pallet." Grace smiled and nodded as she ended the handshake. "Yes." She replied. "Me and my daughter Serena moved here last week. I thought this camp would help her make friends as she is quite shy." Grace continued. "Yes, she should certainly have no trouble fitting in here." Oak reassured. "We have 4 other children from Pallet Town. My grandson, Gary. Leaf Green, a friendly girl who will make friends with her. And 2 twins, Ash and Drake Ketchum. Drake is currently inside the lab and Ash is." "Where is Ash?" Oak replied as he named each child. He pointed them out, although when he got to Ash, he could spot the raven-haired boy. Grace looked around and couldn't spot Serena either. Professor." Grace spoke, causing Oak to look at her. "I can't see Serena either." "Don't panic, Ms. Yvonne." Oak reassured. "Ash is one of the nicest kids I've ever met. I'm sure if they're together then Serena will be just fine." Grace smiled, although not confirmed. There is a good chance Serena is with this Ash boy, and if what the professor said about him is true, then she should be fine. Right? Serena had stopped running, from the incident with the Growlithe and was no terrified. She was lost in a strange forest, with no one around. Anything could live in here and get a 6-year-old sized snack. As she started to panic, a brush began rustling. Scared, Serena slowly backed up, tripping over a rock and hurting her knee. "I knew I didn't want to come to camp," Serena cried. "Mummy." Suddenly something popped out of the brush. It was a Poliwag. The Poliwag stared at the crying girl she scared half to death, and waddled off as the brush started moving again. Holding her breath, Serena couldn't escape. Then a head with messy raven hair came out of the brush. It was Ash. "Hello. Poliwag, where did you go?" Ash asked. He then left the brush and saw Serena crying on the ground. "Hey, what's up? Why are you crying?" Ash asked as he bent down by her side. "I hurt my knee," Serena replied, in sobs. "No need to worry," Ash replied as he pulled out a handkerchief. "I'm Ash, by the way." Ash replied. He introduced himself as he tied the handkerchief around her knee. "I'm Serena," Serena replied, trying to calm down. "Nice to meet you, Serena." Ash greeted with a friendly smile. Serena smiled as her heartbeat increased. Why did this boy, who has found and helped her, suddenly make her heartbeat increase? But her thoughts were interrupted when another rush of pain flew through her knee. "It still hurts," Serena informed with a flinch and another rush of pain. Ash smiled at her. "That's okay, watch this," Ash told her as towered over her. Feel better, right away." As he spoke his chant, he waved his arms around like casting a magic spell. Serena saw this and giggled. Instantly, she couldn't feel the pain anymore. Sure, some say what Ash just did was silly, but Serena couldn't help but find it really sweet, he just went an extra mile for her. Plus it was kind of cute. Wait. 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 Did she just think he was cute? She normally only thinks of typical things as cute. A small tint of pink entered Serena's cheeks with that thought. How's your leg? No, can you stand up? Ash asked as he stood up, snapping Serena's attention back to him. Serena tried to push herself up, but couldn't. And no. I hurt it too badly. Serena replied on the verge of tears again. Hey, don't give up until it's over. Okay. Ash replied, stopping Serena's tears, as he held out his hand halfway. Serena saw the gesture, and it made her heart skip a beat. This boy, she never met before, dropped. Whatever he was doing, tended to her injury without hesitation, even using his own cloth to help her, casting a magic spell on her. Now when she was ready to give up again, he is there with open arms to help her. Plus he's kind of cute. Serena slowly put her hand out about a quarter of the way, shaking. She was making her way. Ash saw her nervousness and quickly met her 3/4 of the way. Serena instantly blushed at this as Ash pulled her up. He pulled a little too hard and she fell onto Ash, like it was a hug. Serena's blush instantly intensified. Was he actually hugging her? The only male she ever hugged was her father. Isn't this wrong? No, it feels nice, warm, safe. See, you're up. Let's get back to camp. The nurse can check your knee and I'll introduce you to my friends. Ash replied. He flashed her a toothy grin, as he led her out of the forest by hand. Serena couldn't understand why she felt so disappointed that he ended their embrace. Hang on, why did she want to continuing hugging him? As Ash led Serena back to the camp, he spotted 2 adults looking for them while walking. One was Professor Oak and the other was Grace. Serena would have spotted them too, but she seemed lost in her own little world, while staring at the boy who helped her. Ash Ketchum. You're truly the nicest, kindest, sweetest boy I have ever met. When I was scared and alone, you just showed up like some kind of guardian angel sent to protect me. He stopped whatever he was doing, without being asked, to top it off, and he jumped through every hoop to make sure I was okay. Using his own cloth to help with my injury, to some silly little chant to stop her pain. Then he helped her stand when she was just about to give in. Although he never gave up, he didn't even leave her to get help. He pulled her up and walked her to safety. It was so nice, kind, sweet. All right, Serena. Ash addressed as he stopped and turned to her, letting go of her hand, and snapping her out of her thoughts. We're here. Serena was brought back to reality to find she was now in front of the nurse's office. Before she could speak, the door opened and a friendly-looking nurse stood in the doorway. Why, hello Ash. The nurse addressed. She was new most returning campers by name, since this is Ash's 3rd year at the Pokémon summer camp. Who do we have here? Hello Nurse Joy. Ash smiled as he greeted her. This is Serena. She hurt her knee so I brought her here. Nurse Joy smiled. Okay Serena. Nurse Joy approached the shy girl as she kneeled down to eye level. Let's take a look at this knee, shall we? Serena was scared initially of this stranger and for some reason looked to Ash. Realizing she was scared, he gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry Serena. Nurse Joy will fix you up, and then I can introduce you to my friends. Ash told her. Seeing as Ash seemed to trust this woman, Serena turned her attention towards Nurse Joy and smiled with a slight nod. Nurse Joy smiled at this, and stood up, leading Serena into the nurse's office. As she passed Ash, Serena looked back at him. Ash looked her and smiled. Don't worry Serena. Ash reassured with a thumbs up and cheeky smile. Nurse Joy will fix you up, then we can play together. Serena smiled as her heart seemed to flutter. She didn't know why, but the promise to see Ash again and spend time with him, made this whole experience worth it. Her cheeks also seemed to turn red. Nurse Joy saw this and smiled. Ah, young love. Nurse Joy thought as she walked Serena into the nurse's office and closed the door. She has always been a sort of romantic. Once the door closed, Ash decided he should go and look for Poliwag. He did just leave the little guy in the woods. Sure, he had a good reason and had to prioritize in the heat of the moment, but now Serena is with Nurse Joy, he can't leave the little tadpole Pokémon all on his own. Ash was walking through the lab, near the door that leads to the back ranch. As he neared the door, it swung open. Professor Oak walked in with Poliwag in his arms, and a middle-aged woman around his mother's age behind him. "Ash, my boy." The professor greeted once he saw the raven-haired child. "Professor." "Poliwag." Ash happily exclaimed, as he ran up to them. "Now. Would you like to tell me why one of the camp monitors found Poliwag wandering around the nearby forest?" Oak asked. It wasn't a stern tone, but it was a serious one. "Oh. He. Ash nervously laughed as he scratched the back of his head. "Me and Poliwag were playing tag and entered the forest. While I was chasing him, I saw this girl had hurt her knee. So I had to help her, but Poliwag was too far ahead to tell him. I brought her to the nurse's office and was just about to go out to find Poliwag." Ash hastily replied. "Sorry for abandoning you, Poliwag." Ash bowed his head at the tadpole Pokémon, who smiled in response before jumping into Ash's arms, who was easily able to catch him. "Don't worry, Ash," Poliwag reassured. "You did the right thing." Ash smiled. He would hate to think he upset the little Pokémon. Oak also smiled at the scene. It was clear there was no malice in Ash's decision when he left Poliwag, and the tadpole Pokémon clearly forgave and forgot, so he could happily do the same. After all, he did the right thing. "Okay, Ash. Now could you tell me who this girl is?" Oak asked. Maybe this could also solve the mystery of the disappearing girl. "Yeah. She said her name was Serena." Ash smiled. "She had this weird accent and a straw hat. She's with Nurse Joy at the minute." Grace let out a breath of relief. It could only be her daughter. She still had their Colossian accent, and she loved that straw hat. Her father gave it her to wear when he took her fishing. "Thank Arceus." Grace thanked under her breath. Can I go now, Professor?" Ash asked. "Me and Poliwag have a game to finish." "You're on." Poliwag declared as he jumped down and both got ready to run and continue their game of tag. Oak smiled. Ash always had limitless energy. "Okay, Ash, go and have fun." Oak replied. As soon as the words escaped his lips, both Ash and Poliwag ran off into the ranch. "And stay safe." Oak sighed. Whether Ash heard him or not, he knew the raven-haired boy was reckless and safety normally took a back seat. After Grace learned the location of Serena, she moved past the professor and Ash. She was thankful that Ash helped her little girl, but her escape to Kanto, even leaving her twin sister. She may have told everyone that her husband died and that was why she moved. But not necessarily the truth. Only a few people actually knew the truth, and she is still a bit jumpy. She looked through the window on the door and saw Serena with a bright smile on her face. Grace could finally relax. It was still early days, so she was still on edge. Ash and Poliwag were running around the ranch, although they didn't go near the forest in which they found Serena before. While playing, both failed to notice a little girl approach Ash from behind. "Hey, Ash." Leaf spoke her typically bubbly tone. "Where you been?" Ash and Poliwag turned to face this girl. Poliwag didn't mind stopping the game as it would be rude to not address her, and she seems to be friendly with Ash. Probably running away because he knows he can't hold a candle to the great Gary Oak. Gary's snide voice crept in from behind Leaf. Leaf rolled her eyes. Gary was always arrogant and seemed to direct it at Ash for some unknown reason, and then Ash would retaliate and they would end up in a fight. "Actually, Gary, I made a new friend, so don't flatter yourself." Ash replied triumphantly. He knew he had won this round as Gary couldn't really come up with a good comeback. He is 6 after all. HMP. Gary grunted before promptly turning and walking away. Leaf smiled. That was the best Ash has ever handled Gary, and she didn't need to break them up. Well done, Ash. I don't think I've ever seen you handle Gary so well. Leaf beamed with a wide grin. So who's this new friend you made? Her name is Serena. Ash smiled. Me and Poliwag were playing tag in the forest and we found her with an injured knee. I helped her to the nurse and told her that when she's done we can play together. Serena. That new girl with the straw hat? Leaf asked with curiosity. Yeah. I think she just moved to Pallet. Ash replied. I tried to talk with her, but she was quite shy. Leaf explained. She even ran off after Growlithe jumped up at her. Well, I told her that when she's done with the nurse I'll introduce her to my friends. Ash explained with a smile. So might as well stick together so you can meet her when she's out. Leaf smiled. She always liked making new friends and saw no issues with, at all. Sure, Ash. Leaf replied with a sort of scary smile as she stepped dangerously close to Ash, to where their noses were inches apart and they looked each other in the eye. Ash was nervous. Leaf? Ash questioned, scared to say anything. He knows that look in her eye, and it means she's up to something. Tag! Leaf exclaimed, with a bright smile as she pushed Ash back, after a minute of silence. You're it. Leaf took off running with Growlithe and Poliwag running in separate directions. Ash smiled too. That was just like Leaf. Hey! Ash cried out, although he was still smiling. He took off after the trio. No fair. Sat by the window in the nurse's office, Serena was just waiting for Nurse Joy to finish wrapping a bandage around her knee. Nurse Joy had already removed Ash's handkerchief, and left it next to Serena. Unknowingly, Serena grabbed the handkerchief and held it against her chest, above her heart, while she looked out the window and watched Ash, playing tag with Poliwag. Serena was happy just watching Ash, running around with Poliwag. Then that girl and boy came. Serena didn't know why, but her attention was suddenly on this girl. Serena hated the fact that these two were so friendly. Why? She didn't even notice when that other boy left. Then that girl got uncomfortably close to Ash. Serena clenched her fist that was holding the handkerchief. Why was she still that close? When that girl pushed him back, and he started chasing her and the Pokémon, it was clear they were only playing a game. Serena released a breath she didn't know she was holding, but why was she acting like this? Okay, Serena. Nurse Joy drew her attention. It was nothing serious, just be careful for the next few days. As Serena left the nurse's office, she started walking back to the ranch. As she passed a door that was left open, her eye went wandering when she saw this boy sat in an armchair, reading a book. This wasn't what was surprising. The thing that caught her attention was the fact that this boy looked just like Ash, except for the clothes. She slowly walked towards the door and slightly pushed it open. The creak the door made drew the boy's attention to the strange girl stood in the doorway. Yes. Drake spoke, being direct. Serena was taken back by this. The voice was very similar to Ash, but it wasn't light-hearted and seemed to hold a sense of serious usually seen with adults. Ash? Serena questioned, in almost a whisper. She wasn't sure she should say anything, but then again, remaining silent wouldn't be too good either, and if she wants to meet up with Ash again, this may be the only way to do so. Drake seemed to get a disgusted glint in his eye as a frown appeared on his face. My little brother isn't here. Drake replied, with a dark tone, rather than just a serious one. Sure, he isn't a social person, but the fact this stranger came to him when looking for Ash is just a kick in the teeth. Why does everyone prefer to play stupid kids games with Ash, rather than better themselves and study with Drake? Probably chasing a rat-atta up a tree or something. Oh. Serena replied, guess them being brothers answers the similar looks and voice, but they are completely different. Thank you for your help. After a quick bow in gratitude, Serena quickly ran around the corner and out of Drake's sight. He was seriously scary. I can believe Ash and that boy are brothers. Serena thought. They're so different. Ash is kind, sweet and outgoing while he was. Serena decided to stop that thought process and forget about it. Maybe he's just having a bad day, and if she's going to be friends with Ash, then she'll probably be friends with him too. With that, Serena walked back towards the door leading out into the ranch, to meet that nice boy who saved her. As Ash was being chased by a Growlithe with Leaf beside him, they came to a sudden stop when Poliwag got their attention. Wait! Time out! Poliwag called, causing all three to stop and turn to face the tadpole Pokémon. Look! Serena's out of the nurse's office. Poliwag used his tail and pointed towards the doors which lead back inside the lab. The others followed the direction Poliwag was pointing and their eyes fell up on the honey blonde girl with a bandaged knee. Great, let's go and get her. Ash smiled. Leaf also smiled, she'll get to make a new friend. She isn't surprised by Ash's story about how he met Serena, he has already been one to go the extra mile and couldn't just leave someone in need. With Serena now done with the nurse, Ash, Leaf, Poliwag and Growlithe made their way over to the Kalos native. Serena was looking around trying to find the boy who saved her. Due to the position of the nurse's office, she was facing the wrong way as she saw him from a different point of view. With each passing second, she was growing more and more agitated. Hey Serena! Ash called out as he approached from behind. At the sound of his voice, Serena's heart started pounding hard again. Why? She turned around and with Ash, and the others now in front of her, Serena's mouth formed a great big grin. Hey Ash! She exclaimed. She didn't know why, she was normally so shy, but with Ash, she just couldn't help herself. Ash went on from there, to introduce Leaf and the two Pokémon. Initially Serena was terrified of the Pokémon, especially Growlithe. Although Ash came to the rescue again and after his reassurance, she was able to relax and actually made friends with them. Due to her knee injury, she wasn't able to play tag, so the group of four made their way over the field and decided to sit down and chat, and got to know each other. Watching from afar, Grace was about to leave as she knows her injury was nothing serious. She was initially scared her daughter would be too shy and just go through the camp, avoiding people at every turn, but amazingly she made a friend, and he is introducing her to other friends. Grace smiled at the three kids sat in field, it looks like the move was a good choice. To be fair, it was pretty much their only choice with him still around, and leaving her twin sister was in no way easy, but it is necessary to keep them both safe. With one final look at the trio, and Serena happily rubbing Growlithe's head, Grace smiled. They were going to be all right. With that, she turned and walked away. If Serena was making new friends, then so should she. As the kids were talking and getting to know each other, a snide voice broke the happy atmosphere. Well well well, looks like Ashy, boy is playing another of his little games. Gary mocked. Well guess you can't blame him, after all, he'll never be a great trainer like me. Ash got angry and jumped up to meet the professor's grandson as he approached the group. While Ash confronted his old rival, Serena moved closer to Leaf, to both get out of the way as she was currently in between the confronting boys, and to talk to Leaf to get answers. Hey Leaf! Serena whispered as the two boys started bickering. Who's that? Gary Oak. Leaf replied with a slight clench of her fists. He and Ash are always at each other. I don't know why, but he's really arrogant and he usually directs it towards Ash. Leaf explained in a whisper. A couple seconds later, the two boys flung at each other. Guess that's my cue. Leaf sighed, followed by standing up and approaching the brawling boys. Without hesitation, Leaf threw her hands into the commotion and pulled both boys back by the ear. Yow! Both boys cried in pain. Now! Are you going to be good? Leaf asked in her typically bubbly voice. Despite the pain, both managed to nod. I can't hear you. Yes. Ash cringed with the ear pain. Gary tried to outlast Leaf and only grunted. Leaf let Ash go, but held on to Gary's ear. When she heard Gary grunt rather than a proper answer, she tightened her grip. Ash, on the other hand, covered his aching ear to try and relieve the. Serena saw Ash with a pout, and couldn't help but giggle. She didn't know why, but it just looked cute. Fine. Yes. Gary replied, trying to hide his pain. Leaf smiled. She was victorious. With that, she let go of his ear, and like Ash, Gary attempted to relieve his pain in pretty much the same way. Annoying girl. Gary grunted before marching off. From there, Ash and Leaf basically explained what the palette group was like to Serena. How those two are practically siblings. Gary and Ash are at each other's throats, and also mentioned introducing Drake to her. Serena, for some unknown reason, was extremely jealous that Leaf was so close to Ash, but she didn't know why. Ever since meeting Ash, she has had these weird feelings around him, and this jealousy is just one of them. Maybe her mom will know and she can ask once the camp is over. Serena also mentioned that she already met a boy who claimed to Ash's brother, although he seemed extremely different from Ash in personality. That made the surrogate siblings laugh as she hit the nail on the head. Ash was always adventurous and reckless, putting others first and saving thinking time for after the event. Whereas Drake is much more calculated, spending his time studying and learning rather than exploring and playing with wild Pokémon. He considers Ash's adventures to be childish and nothing more than a waste of time. With introductions done, the camp continued over the course of 3 weeks. Serena fitted right in. She quickly became best friends with Ash and Leaf. She spent a little time with Gary, although the two could tolerate each other if needed, and because of Serena's shyness, the two never thought against each other, at least not as intense or as often as Ash and Gary. Serena also met Drake, and despite her best attempts, Drake was the same cut-off, calculating individual, and despite being friendly towards each other, they only really interacted when needed. With the camp over, Ash and Leaf helped Serena adapt to her new hometown. Grace also became friends with Delia and Rose, Ash's and Leaf's mothers, and the Yvonnes fitted right in. Serena also talked about these weird feelings she gets around Ash, which turned into a mistake, as Grace instantly knew her daughter had a crush, and wasted little time in teasing her about it. Once Serena accepted her feeling, it became common knowledge about her crush on the raven-haired boy. In fact, only one person wasn't made aware of her feelings. And not through a lack of trying. That person is Ash himself. Leaf, like Grace, made sure she would tease her best friend about it, which normally resulted in Serena blushing immensely. As time went on, the long-awaited date grew closer and closer. The day that they can start their Pokémon journey. Chapter 2, The Start of the Legacies. Night time in Pallet Town. 4 years have passed since the Yvonnes moved to the small town. The town is asleep, shops have been long closed. Icy cold winds rustled through the bountiful summer trees, filled with different berries and fruit ready for harvest. Other than the trees, a few Pidgeys can be heard as they too settle down for the night. Although not everyone is settling down for bed. In the Ketchum household, both Ash and Drake are still awake. Drake is lying on his bed studying a map of the Kanto region. The one in which he spent over 2 years working on, to plan out his entire journey, where he's outlined the order of the gyms he'll go to, the Pokémon he plans to catch, and his planned route he'll take. He spent years preparing for this, and he has every little detail down. Both of the Ketchum brothers agreed to travel separately, mainly because they are both aiming for the Indigo League, and don't want to copy each other in terms of battling style and techniques. Hanging up next to Drake's bed, is the new clothes Delia made for his journey. Hanging on top of the outfit is his own hat, which is 75% red with a white window and a black Pokémon League organization sticker in the top corner of the white window, his new ruby red jacket with white sleeves, and white lining. He also has a new black shirt underneath it, a pair of new Velcro gloves, which are black in the middle and white around the edge, a pair of black silk trousers, which are being held up by a black belt designed to hold shrunken Pokeballs. Finally, he has a pair of jet black shoes. Looking at his new outfit shows a striking resemblance to his father. On the other hand, Ash was stood in the middle of his room, trying on his new clothes his mother, Delia, made for his journey. He has his limited edition official Indigo League hat, which is 75% red, with a white window above the flap, and the dark green Indigo League symbol in the center, a new deep sea blue jacket, yellow linings, with white short sleeves, and a white collar, a pair of green Velcro gloves, with them being dark green over the hand and a lighter green around the edge, to match his gloves. He also has a new emerald green backpack. Under his jacket, he has a plain jet black t-shirt. He also has a new pair of light blue jeans which are being held up by a brown leather belt, designed to equip shrunken pokeballs onto. Finally, he has his new trainers which are a combination of black and white. Ash, himself, was smiling broadly. I can't wait. Tomorrow I get my first Pokémon, and then I can start my journey. Ash thought, getting really excited. To be a Pokémon MSTR. Drake heard that little outburst from across the hall, despite both their bedroom doors being locked. He simply rolled his eyes. How can he become a Pokémon MSTR if all he's done is play those childish games? He doubted Ash could get 4 out of the 8 badges in the Kanto region, or any region for that matter. Delia threw the door into Ash's room open and saw Ash stood in the middle of his room, making a striking pose with his Pokeball alarm clock. His television is also on, showing a special battle between 2 trainers. One has the shadow Pokemon Gengar on the field, floating around, with a menacing smile. The other trainer withdrew another Pokeball and released a giant Onix which towered over the shadow Pokemon, even with it in the air. This was the Kanto Champions League battle, between Bruno of the Elite Four and last year's Indigo League champion. Any trainer who wins that region's Pokemon League has a right to enter that region's Champion League and face its Elite Four and champion. If they win, they could take position as the new champion. Although there's a catch. Kanto's Champion League consists of Lorelei, Bruno, Agatha, Lance, and the champion Blue Oak. To conquer the Kanto's Champion League, the trainer must defeat all 5 members in the set order, with a pre-set team of 6 Pokemon. Healing has also been restricted to healing items they have on them and cannot use a Pokemon Center during the 2-day tournament. Although in the battles, the trainer is allowed to substitute freely, while the league members are restricted to only changing when their Pokemon is deemed unable to battle. This trainer has already defeated Lorelei, although is currently struggling with Bruno. It looks like this is the end of his Champions League challenge. Delia was in her night robe, with a towel wrapped around her head and some sort of green face mask on. She was not amused. It was 20 to midnight. Ash, get to bed, she sternly told her son. Shocked by her presence, Ash jumped slightly, causing the Pokeball alarm clock to pop out of his hand and fly at Delia. Delia didn't even flinch and caught the alarm clock with one hand and a hard glare. It's late, and you should be asleep. This was perfectly timed with the Pokeball opening up and a model Pidgey chirping out, revealing the time. I know, Mum. Ash ummed, before realizing his tone, which seemed to harden Delia's glare. I'm just too excited. Tomorrow I can get my first Pokemon and set off on my journey. Delia sighed. She knew how long Ash has dreamed about this tomorrow and she honestly couldn't blame him. Fine, you can stay up for 10 more minutes and then I want you in bed, she explained, and walked over to the television. Ash nodded in understanding. For now you can at least watch something educational. Delia turned over the channel from the battle to a show with Professor Oak, and the 3 starters a new trainer can choose, going over basic information on each of them. Ash knew there was no point in arguing. Okay, Mum. Ash sighed in defeat. And get out of those clothes, or they'll be too dirty to travel in, she scolded one last time before leaving the room. Ash started to change into his nightwear, but he could have sworn he heard a light chuckle come from his brother's room. Delia heard it too. Drake, same goes to you. The chuckling stopped. Across pallet, in another house, Serena was already lying down in bed, although like Ash, she couldn't sleep. She was tossing and turning, with mixed feelings about what tomorrow would bring. About a year after the summer camp, Gray started putting Serena through some intense Rhyhorn racing training, and after a few lessons, Serena discovered it wasn't for her, although problems arose when Serena was too shy to tell Grace she didn't want to follow in her footsteps. Grace wasn't blind. She could easily tell Serena didn't like it, but she thought the training would help her grow as a person, especially if it gave her the confidence to say no to her. Plus she saw the training as good bonding time. When Grace learned of her daughter's crush, she couldn't help but tease her. Although she wasn't too sure about them actually being together. Sure, she heard about how he helped her and he was certainly a nice kid, but this is her daughter. That all changed when they were 8. Flashback start. After another painful Rhyhorn racing lesson in the morning, Serena was sat on a bench in the Pallet Park, watching the sun set. She was on the verge of breaking, sure she never outright told her mother that she didn't like Rhyhorn racing, but she gave several hints. Almost as many as she gave Ash about her feelings. Guess they're both blind to the obvious. Ash was watching Serena as she stared at the sunset, deep in thought. He felt sorry for her. He knows she hates her Rhyhorn racing training and just wants to help. He hates seeing anyone upset, whether friend or foe, person or Pokémon. He just can't sit by and let them be miserable. With his mind made up, Ash walked up behind Serena and leaned against the bench she was sat on. Serena didn't seem to notice his appearance. "Hey Serena." Ash addressed her. After a moment's hesitation, Serena looked at the raven-haired boy. She had a weak smile before responding. "Hi Ash." Serena replied before turning her attention back to the sunset. Normally she would have an Ashantisy, as Leaf dubbed it, just the two of them, alone, with the sunset to make the mood. But she is too depressed about the Rhyhorn situation, so much so that she didn't even blush. Ash noticed that Serena was acting like she normally does, like she isn't even in the same place, so he knows he has to bring his friend back. "Okay Serena." Ash spoke again. "What's wrong?" Serena looked at him and sighed. She didn't want to drag Ash into her problems. "It's nothing Ash." Serena tried to convince, although she was clearly lying. Ash raised an eyebrow as to show his skepticism. "Really? Serena. I'm not blind." Ash replied, causing her to look at him. "Wanna bet?" Serena thought with an inward giggle, although her face stayed neutral. Seeing as she didn't deny it, Ash decided to continue. "It's about your Rhyhorn racing, isn't it?" Ash continued. Serena was shocked. He actually figured it out. That gave the honey blonde girl a shimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe he would discover her feelings for him. Or maybe not, this is Ash after all. Serena simply nodded. She couldn't deny it, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. "Serena. You can keep this up. You need to go and tell your mum that you don't want to be a Rhyhorn racer." Ash told her. "I don't know Ash." Serena sighed sadly. "I mean, my mum is just so enthusiastic and I don't want to upset her." "Serena. Your mum loves you, and she might not know how you truly feel." Ash explained. "And think about it. She would never want to see you upset. So the longer you hide the truth, the more upset she will be." Serena couldn't respond. She is still very shy and just doesn't have the confidence to go through with this, at least not on her own. "Come on Serena, I'll be with you all the way." Ash encouraged. It did the work, but there was still one little part holding her back. "Remember, don't give up until it's over." Serena smiled. That saying Ash used to encourage her when they first met had become her motto of sorts, and was just what she needed to hear. "Okay Ash." Serena replied in almost a whisper. She stood up and looked at him. "Will you go with me, please?" Ash smiled. It seemed to have worked. Now all she has to do, is say it to her face. "Of course Serena." Ash replied with his signature thumbs up and toothy grin. "I'll be with you all the way." Serena smiled. She could always count on Ash. With that the two kids made their way to the Yvonne house. Outside the house, the family Rhyhorn was asleep in his outhouse, for some reason he hated his Pokeball, so this hut was built for him to live in. Serena was becoming very nervous. No. I can't do this. Serena panicked as she curled up into a boy on the floor. Ash saw this and sighed. Sure, he convinced her to do something, but now was the real challenge. Come on, Serena. You can do this. Ash told her, but she didn't move from her fear-induced state. Ash saw this and sat down next to her. He started giving her words of encouragement. Grace was watching this out of the window. It almost brought a tear to her eye. She never wanted to make her daughter this miserable, she only forced the lessons as a way to help her confidence grow and bond with her. She also noticed how Ash was supporting her. She would tease her little girl about the crush, but she on the fence about her daughter actually pursuing it. This is her daughter after all. But now she's seen him support her, she can actually see them together. She can actually support her daughter's quest. For Serena, this was a turning point. A couple times she considered that she should just forget about her silly little crush and be just friends, but now he's going the extra mile again to support her. She can't just forget about her feeling, she will wait to her final hour before she lets him go, he's too special to not pursue. After a few minutes, Ash had convinced her to go through, and she subconsciously held his hand. Ash felt a little uncomfortable, but if it helped her, then it was fine. Grace saw Serena was getting ready, and decided to play it like she hadn't seen what occurred outside. She quickly dried her eyes and sat in her armchair, picking up a magazine she was reading before she heard Serena. And looked out the window. As she finally started reading the magazine, she heard the door open, and a couple of seconds later, Serena had walked into the room, while Ash stayed at the doorway. Hello sweetie, back so soon. Grace greeted with a friendly smile. Hello to you too, Ash. Ash smiled and raised his hand. Evening Ms. Yvonne. Ash, I've told you. Call me Grace. She slight scolded in a welcoming way. Okay. Grace. Ash replied, a little uncomfortable. He can be so informal with an adult. Mom. Serena drew the attention to herself, a little louder than she would have liked. The outburst was enough to grab Grace's attention. Yes, dear. Grace replied, putting on a mask to say she doesn't have a clue about what's about to happen. Mom. Serena started of assertive. Don't want to be a Rhyhorn racer. Grace could barely make out the mumble that followed. Sorry. What was that? Grace asked, as even though she knows what was said, it was very mumbled. I said, I don't want to be a Rhyhorn racer. Serena replied, taking breaks in her speech. Grace decided to stay silent for a while to build up tension. She was quiet for nearly 2 minutes. Okay. Grace replied simply, like it's no big deal. Okay? Serena asked, with clear confusing. She even looked towards Ash, who shrugged his shoulders, showing he was just as confused. She didn't even notice Grace had stood up from her armchair, put the magazine down and approached her daughter. Serena. Grace started softly. I know you've never liked Rhyhorn racing, and I never intended you to become a champion like me. So. Why did you do it? Serena asked as she faced her mother. I put you in training for a few reasons actually. Here, Grace took a brief break before continuing. Firstly, I thought it would be a good way to spend time together. After all, I have no idea about fashion or anything like that. Which you like to remind me of. He. Sorry about that. Serena apologized. She would always say her mother doesn't know anything about fashion, which is one of Serena's interests. She even once asked her mother for her opinion on a hat, then chose the opposite hat, simply saying, whichever one you didn't chose is cuter. Maybe she is a little hard on her. Grace simply shook her head, saying it's fine. Secondly, I know Rhyhorn racing can build character and confidence. I thought it will help you grow, and it seems I was right. Grace replied with a warm smile. Serena gave another confused look, causing Grace to giggle. In the past, you would have just accepted the training and let me run your life, but now you're fighting against it. I think that takes both confidence and character. Serena smiled and threw her arms around her mother in a big hug. Thank you. Serena thanked, in the tight embrace as her mother returned the affection. Ash smiled at the heart-warming scene. Grace grew a sly smile on her face as Serena slowly moved back out of the hug, but still quite close. Besides, now you can work towards your true goal. Grace whispered so only Serena could hear. She then made a quick glance at Ash and back to Serena. Ash didn't hear the whisper or notice the glance. Serena turned bright red. Mulewum. Flashback end. After a trip down memory lane, Serena smiled sadly. Ash helped her so much for the right to find her own dream to work towards, and since that day, she has considered multiple options: trainer, breeder, watcher, doctor, researcher, coordinator, connoisseur, and many more. She just could find one to suit her. After everything Ash did that day, and she couldn't even make a decision after years of thinking. She sighed as she lay in her bed. Maybe she'll find something on her journey. Right, tomorrow she is setting off on her journey, not knowing when she'll see her friends again. Maybe Ash or Leaf will let her travel with them. With that she finally drifted off into a deep slumber. The next morning, both Ash and Drake had gotten up. Drake was awake sooner than Ash. By the time Ash had woken up, and dressed, he made his way downstairs and discovered Drake was already awake, dressed and finished his breakfast. Drake looked at his younger twin and rolled his eyes. Forget about those childish games, he woke up late on his first day of a trainer. Yeah, he will never make it. Delia, on the other hand, smiled sadly. Today is the day both her boys will leave. She knows she can't hold on to them forever, but it is still upsetting. Come on honey, eat up. Delia told Ash as she placed his breakfast on the table. This is the last meal I'm going to cook for you, for a while at least. Ash smiled. He would miss his mother's cooking, so he would be sure to make the most of this last meal. As Ash sat down and dug in at incredible speed, Drake grunted. Not only could he not make it as a trainer, but his manners was disgusting. So boys, have you decided which Pokémon you'll pick as your starter? Delia asked, trying not to think of the sadness of her boys leaving. Of course. Drake replied, swift and short. He isn't up for conversation as he runs his planned journey through his mind. Instead of heading straight to Vidiian City, he's going to head north, west of Pallet Town across the wasteland and go to Celadon City for his first badge. Ash took a brief break from demolishing his breakfast to also answer the question. I don't know yet Mum. Ash replied. Any Pokémon would make an awesome partner. Drake grunted as he stood up and walked towards the door, grabbing his new bag on the way. He doesn't even know which Pokémon he'll choose. Disgraceful. Leaving already Drake? Delia asked sweetly. She knows the bad atmosphere between her sons, and doesn't want an argument on today of all days. Yeah Mum. Drake replied with a neutral tone. He doesn't want to start a fight despite his feelings towards his little brother. I don't want to be late. Delia smiled. She knows it's a little early to leave, but it's probably for the best. Okay, just make sure to stop back here before you leave. Delia replied with a warm smile, which Drake returned. He has nothing against his mother, and loves her as much as any son. After all, she treats him better than his father does. Of course Mum. Bye for now. Drake replied, and with that he left. Delia then looked back at Ash, to see what his reaction was. He had continued demolishing his breakfast and seemed unaffected. At least it didn't dampen his spirits. In the Yvonne house, Serena had woke up early. Got dressed in the outfit she decided to wear on her journey and made her way downstairs. Her outfit consists of a dark gray tank top, with a white collar, dark gray stockings. She still has her long honey blonde hair, although it's grown in the years to just above her waist, a red skirt, black high tops with pink semi-pokeballs printed on the side and a dark pink hat paired with a black hatband and ribbon bow. As she made it into the kitchen, she saw her mother sat on the table with a marble white box on in front of her, while she's reading a letter. Serena could have sworn she saw a look of dread on her mother's face. Although when she heard the door creak as Serena pushed it open because she couldn't get through the small crack it was open. As soon as Grace heard the creak, she quickly scrunched the letter and forced it into her handbag, which was on the floor next to her. "Morning," Grace greeted with a forced smile. Serena thought this was weird, but she shrugged it off. Today is the first day of her journey. "Morning, Mum," Serena replied as she walked to the table and sat down to eat breakfast. As she did, she noticed a Pokeball present in that white box. "Hey Mum, what's with the Pokeball?" Serena had genuine curiosity. For a brief moment, she saw a look of dread strike Grace's face. "Serena dear." Grace started softly. "Before your father died, he wanted to leave you something important. So he went to a friend of his, a Pokémon breeder. Do you remember he asked which Pokémon you'd want as your first?" Serena nodded in understanding. "After he died, his friend continued raising the Pokémon you wanted so you could start of your journey with your perfect partner," Grace concluded as she pushed the box towards her. Serena looked in the box with a sad smile as a single tear rolled down her face. When she was told her dad died, it hit her hard. "Daddy," Serena whispered sadly, "at least she now has something to remember him by." She picked up the Pokeball and smiled at it. "I promise I'll make you proud." With that she pressed the button to see her new starter, and the last gift from her father. Ash was in a rush. He ended up seconds and thirds of his mother's cooking, and that put him on a tight deadline to make it to the lab. As he came to a crossroads, he saw Serena running towards the same direction. At least he's not the only one who's late. After she released her new Pokémon, she spent a lot of time playing and getting to know the little Mon. Despite being a few years old, she was never trained in battle or raised to a level above a typical starter, and had clearly been well cared for. Due to running at the same pace, they met at the crossroads and started running to the lab next to each other. "Morning, Ash," Serena greeted in between breaths. "Morning, Serena," Ash replied. As they came up to the lab, Drake, Leaf and Gary were stood outside the door. As Ash and Serena joined the group, the door was opened a little over a second later. "Greetings, everyone." The professor opened the door and stood in front of them. Drake, Leaf and Gary all turned towards him. Drake also smiled and raised his hand, while Gary had his hands in his pocket, with his typical smirk on his face. "Morning, Professor." Leaf cheerfully greeted with her bubbly tone. Leaf had a giant smile on her face. "Morning." Drake smiled as he raised his hand. "URG, he showed up late as well. Why is he even bothering?" "Morning, Gramps." Gary replied, with his typical smirk on his face. Both Ash and Serena were slowly catching their breath back. "Morning, Professor." Both of the late arrivals spoke in unison. The professor raised an eyebrow. It was clear those two were the late arrivals, and as is standard, the new trainers chose their Pokémon in order of arrival. "Children, today is the day you start your journey and enter the world of Pokémon." The professor addressed them. "Would you please follow me?" The professor turned around and started walking down the hall. Drake followed first. In the lead, Ash and Serena both followed, and Leaf joined in making up the regular trio, with Gary bring up the rear, in a chilled-out posture. Oak lead them into a room that resembled a living room, with 3 Pokeballs on the coffee table. Once everyone was inside, Oak stood next to the coffee table and signaled the children to stand in a line. The order went, Drake, Ash, Serena, Leaf and Gary. All eagerly awaiting to get their Pokémon. Oak waited a solid minute, and Daisy, Gary's sister, pushed a metal trolley into the room. On the top were sets of 5 Pokeballs and a Pokédex paired together. There were 5 pairs altogether. "Trainers, you are about to set off on your own journey with your Pokémon partners," the professor announced. Together, you'll travel across the lands, meeting and befriending people and Pokémon alike, working towards your own dreams. Serena flinched at the end part. She still didn't have her own dream and few people knew it, Leaf and Grace to be accurate. Daisy is now handing out your Pokédexes and Pokeballs. The Pokédex will allow you to research, record and store on any Pokémon you find in the wild. Although it has the capability for all Pokémon currently known about, I wish for you to record the 150 species native to the Kanto region. The professor explained. Everyone was thankful as Daisy handed out the sets to each of them. Especially Leaf. Unlike the three boys, Leaf's dream is to record and store information in the Pokédex, which is partly due to her love of exploring. If you do so, I will have a special reward for you. Once everyone had settled down, the professor saw it logical to continue. Now, as is tradition, you can choose your Pokémon in order of arrival. The professor explained. Drake. Would you please step forward? Drake smiled and took a step towards the table holding the 3 Pokeballs. You may choose your partner. Drake looked over the 3 Pokeballs. Next to each one, was the name of the Pokémon held within them. Drake looked over the 3 Pokeballs and smiled. He made his decision a long time ago. He was going to follow in his father's footsteps, and when he wins the Indigo League, maybe he will finally be accepted. Thank you, Professor. Drake bowed at the old professor in gratitude. I have made my decision. Go ahead, my boy. The professor replied. I chose Charmander. Drake grabbed the fire starter's Pokeball. With a hand gesture from the professor, he pressed the button in the middle and the little mon appeared on the floor. Drake kneed down to Charmander, as the fire type looked back at his new trainer. Hey Charmander. Drake spoke. Wanna join my team? Charmander stared at the boy in front of him, studying his face. He definitely looks capable, so why not? Alright. Charmander nodded. Following a little display of his power, Charmander scratched in front of him once with each claw, then he swung his tail around. Great. You look strong and battle-ready. Drake commented as he pulled out his new Pokédex. Leaf did the same. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. His mother lights a flame on his tail at BRTH. If the flame goes out, this Pokémon dies. The strength of the flame is a sign of this Pokémon's health. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Hidden ability, Solar Power. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, Male. Nature, Bashful. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, Scratch, Growl. I must say, Drake. The professor spoke, drawing everyone's attention. With Charmander by your side. You are the spitting image of your father. Drake bowed, and inwardly smiled. The Red Tornado legend will continue. With that he walked back to his place in and Charmander stood by his foot. Drake, I'm sure you'll make a great team. Ash commented with a friendly smile. Drake forced a smile. He doesn't want to cause a scene. It's not the time or the place. I don't need your praise. I prove who's best at the Indigo League. If you make it that far. Leaf. Will you please step forward? The professor requested. Leaf excitedly jumped up to the table. The professor smiled at hyperactive girl. You may choose your Pokémon. Leaf didn't waste any time and her hand quickly grabbed the Pokeball labeled Bulbasaur. It seems you've made your decision. The professor commented. Leaf blushed in embarrassment. Her overeagerness caused her to briefly forget her manners. Oh sorry professor, thank you. Leaf quickly apologized followed by a bow in thanks. Receiving the same hand gesture from the professor, Leaf pressed the button and released her new partner. Bulbasaur appeared on the floor and was facing Leaf, who had dropped to her knees. Hello Bulbasaur. I'm Leaf. Do you want to go on an adventure with me? Leaf spoke at rapid speed, trying and failing to contain her excitement. Bulbasaur, like Charmander, studied Leaf, but this time it only took a couple seconds before Bulbasaur made his decision. Sounds great. Bulbasaur happily replied before jumping into Leaf's arms. Leaf's smile only grew as she giggled and hugged the little Mon back. You two seem like a perfect match. The professor commented with a smile. Leaf was able to pull out her Pokédex. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. This Pokémon feeds on sunlight through the bulb on his back. The size of the bulb shows it health. If in danger, then the bulb will open and release spores as a defense. Type, grass/poison. Ability, overgrow. Hidden ability, chlorophyll. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, male. Nature, jolly. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, tackle, growl. By the time the Pokédex had finished, Leaf had managed to pick herself up and, although she was still holding on to and cuddling with her new Bulbasaur, she was able to make her way back to her spot in line. Serena looked at the little seed Pokémon. He's so cute. I bet you'll work great together. Serena commented with a friendly smile. Thanks Serena, I know we'll have many great adventures together. Leaf replied with glee. URG, annoying girls. An irritated Gary thought. Gary. Will you please step forward? The professor requested. Gary smirked before stepping up to the table and swiping the Pokeball containing Squirtle. Without a word, he pressed the button and released Squirtle. Unlike the others, Gary remained standing and looked down at the little Mon. Yo lucky guy, what do you say we conquer the Indigo League together? Gary arrogantly asked, as he looked at Squirtle. Everyone else sweat dropped at his attitude. Hopefully he will lose his arrogance as he travels. Squirtle, like the others, spent time to look over the new trainer in front of him. He seemed to take the longest, but near on 3 minutes, he finally answered. Okay pal. Squirtle replied as he pounded his shell with his paw he crunched up into a fist. With that, Gary walked back to his place in line, and like Charmander, stood by his new trainer's foot. Gary and Leaf both pulled out their Pokédexes. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon. After BRTH this Pokémon's back swells and hardens into a shell. If separated then another shell will form. It can spray powerful jets of water from its mouth. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Hidden ability, rain dish. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, male. Nature, bold. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, tackle, tail WHP. Now, Ash and Serena. You arrived together, so decide it among yourself, who'll go next. The professor instructed. Actually Professor. Serena replied as she tried to raise her hand, although it was really quiet, she is still quiet shy. Serena. You can go. Ladies first and all. Ash smiled as he gestured her at the table. No Ash. Actually I. Serena tried to respond but again was almost inaudible. Serena. Will you please step forward? The professor requested. I already have a Pokémon. Serena shouted out. This took everyone by surprise. Serena blushed from embarrassment, she hated being the center of attention. A package arrived this morning, before my dad. He had his friend breed a Pokémon for me, and for that one to be my starter. Everyone already knew what happened with Serena's father and didn't need to be told again. Very well. Feel free to let it out. The professor replied. He guess he'll need to give that EV to someone else. Serena smiled and bowed in thanks before pulling out the Pokeball. She pressed the button and a little pale yellow fox Pokémon appeared, who turned around to her trainer and leaped into Serena's arms burying her face into Serena's chest. Oh, she's so cute. Leaf squealed, as Serena giggled. You two will make a great team. Ash commented. Serena blushed before she and Leaf pulled out their Pokédexes. Fennekin, the fox Pokémon. This Pokémon expels hot air that can reach almost 400 degrees. Its fur coat is extremely delicate as it contains its inner fire and touching its skin can cause third-degree burns. It likes to snack on twigs as fuel for its fire. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Hidden ability, Magician. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, Female. Nature, Sassy. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, Scratch, Tail WHP, Ember. Ash. Will you please step forward? The professor requested. Ash smiled broadly as he stepped up to the table. This is it, he is about to meet his partner who he will travel with, bond with, and battle with. They will go all the way, and become the greatest team there is. When he stepped up to the table, he saw there was no Pokeballs left. Everyone else noticed this and they looked nervous. Serena and Leaf at least. Professor. There is a Pokémon for me, right? Ash asked a little nervous, as he looked at the professor, with pleading eyes. The professor rubbed the back of his neck. There is another Pokémon. Although I must warn you. This Pokémon has had a troubled past. The professor explained. Are you sure you want it? Yes. Professor, I'll take it. Ash happily exclaimed. Gary grunted, why was he so easily excited, he's so annoying. Drake inwardly frowned, great, he's giving the Pokémon with issues to the least capable one here, get ready for the fireworks. The professor smiled, he knows Ash is serious about this, and he also knows that they will become great partners and the best of friends. Okay Ash, I trust you. The professor replied as he took a Pokeball out of his pocket on his lab coat. I must ask the rest of you to step back as to not startle the Pokémon. With that Ash looked at the Pokeball fondly, as everyone, including the professor took a big step back. With cost clear, Ash turned to the table and pressed the button. The Pokeball opened and released the Pokémon onto the table. It was revealed to be a Pikachu. Ash stared at the Pokémon, and after less than a second, his face broke out into a massive grin. A Pikachu. That will be an awesome Pokémon. Both Ash and Drake had the same thought, why do I think he would say that no matter who was in that Pokeball? Pikachu looked at Ash with curiosity, who did this kid think he was? Hello Pikachu. My name's Ash. Ash Ketchum. I heard you had trouble in the past and I promise I will help you in any way and become your partner. Ash happily explained with a big smile. Pikachu continued watching Ash, he didn't believe this kid for a second, he has heard the stick before. Pikachu promptly turned his back. Yeah right. Pikachu replied with a dark tone, clearly not believing him. Come on Pikachu, I promise I'm not like those people in the past. Ash pleaded, he also expanded his arm to rub his head with affection. Pikachu saw his arm come towards him, so he's starting already. Pikachu narrowed his eyes, and then released a powerful electric shock. Ash could barely hear the professor warning him not to, but it was too late. Ha 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 ha. Geez Ashy, boy, I thought it would take longer for your Pokémon to discover you're no good. Gary laughed. Drake did an inward smirk, it's just like I predicted. On the other hand, both Serena and Leaf were scared for Ash's well-being. As Ash pulled himself up, he dusted off the soot. Ash, are you okay? Serena asked, concern evident in her voice. Yeah, I'm fine. Ash reassured, although it didn't work 100%. Then he turned to face Pikachu again. Hey Pikachu, you're really strong. I'm sorry if I scared you, I didn't mean anything bad by it. This actually surprised the little Mon, he was only ever called weak, pathetic and so on. But he just shocked this kid, and not only does he comment on his strength, but he also apologizes, and he doesn't even look a little bit angry, maybe he judged it too quickly. Please forgive me. Pikachu looked into Ash's pleading eyes and couldn't see any malice. Fine, I forgive you. Pikachu replied, with a slight nod of the head. Great, I know we'll make a great team. Ash excited replied, as he jumped up. Pikachu sparked his cheeks again. I forgave you. Don't push it. Pikachu warned. Ash quickly calmed down again. Okay Pikachu, don't worry, I just want to be friends. Ash explained as he held his hands up as a sign of retreat. Geez Ash, you need to put it back in your Pokeball, before it shocks someone else. Drake warned. I must agree with your brother on this one Ash, at least until you have come to an understanding. The professor added. If you think I'm going in that death trap you call the Pokeball, then you've got another thing coming. Pikachu added. It's okay Pikachu, if you don't want to, then I won't make you go in your Pokeball. Ash replied with a friendly smile. You can just stay out here with me. Again, Pikachu was shocked, he really was considering the little mon's feelings. Then something seemed odd. Wait. Did you just understand me? Pikachu asked, clearly surprised. Ash couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Yeah Pikachu, I can understand Pokémon. Ash replied. And before you ask, I don't know how, I just know I can. Pikachu was surprised, his mother told him stories about humans that can understand Pokémon, but he couldn't be one. Could he? Deciding he would give this kid a chance, after all, if everything he's done so far was just for show, then it'll be easy enough to escape. With that, Ash made his way back in line, Pikachu followed, but made sure to keep his distance from those other people and Pokémon. Once there, Ash and Leaf pulled out their Pokédexes. Pikachu, the mouse Pokémon. The evolved form of Piku. This Pokémon stores and expels electricity through his cheeks. It can stick its tail in the air during a lightning storm, and be used as a lightning rod. Type, electric. Ability, static. Hidden ability, lightning rod, note, hidden ability is unlocked. SEC, male. Nature, quirky, note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, Thunder Shock, Tail WHP, Quick Attack. With all the Pokémon and trainers antiquated, as well as all the equipment handed out, the professor saw it suitable to bring it to an end. Daisy, at this point left the room, she could only stay for the meet and greet as she has the Pokémon to feed. Trainers. Now is time for you to set off on your journey with your partners, into the world of Pokémon. The professor concluded, and with that, the 5 trainers were allowed to leave. Both Drake and Gary returned their Pokémon respectively, before setting off, not bothering to speak. Drake at least. Hey Gramps, tell the family I said bye. Gary shouted as he walked out. Ash, Serena, Leaf and their 3 Pokémon sweat dropped, all their mothers told them to return home before leaving, and they want to see them to one last time. With that the trio walked outside of the lab. Once outside, they saw Gary in a red convertible with an entire cheer-leading squad in with him, driving off with speed, causing the group of 6 to sweat drop again. Since when does Gary have a car? A bewildered Serena asked. Or a cheer-leading squad? Ash asked, in the same tone. I have no idea. Leaf replied, in the same tone. After about a minute, they recovered from the shock and decided it was best to head home like their mothers wanted. Okay guys, why don't we meet up at the entrance to Route 1 before we start our journey? Ash suggested and both girls agreed. Serena then remembered her thought from the previous night, about traveling with one or both of them. With that, they parted ways. After they left the lab, Ash tried to talk and bond with Pikachu. Even though he agreed to give Ash a chance, he still didn't fully trust the raven-haired boy. It wasn't long before they reached his house. Ash had his hand on the handle and was about to enter when a sudden thought entered his head. Ash let go of the handle, and turned to face Pikachu, kneeling down to Pikachu's eye level. Okay Pikachu, you're about to meet my mother. I promise she's a good person, but if she tries to touch you, can you please save the shock for me afterwards? Ash asked. Pikachu thought this over, if Ash is good then so must his mother. Pikachu found these terms acceptable. Fine, as long as she doesn't hurt me. Pikachu agreed. Ash smiled, and with that Ash stood up and put his hand on the handle. He took one last deep breath before his smile took over his face again, and he turned the handle, opening the door. As he entered the house, he turned to see Delia and Drake in tight hug. Drake saw his younger brother and seemed to frown, although Ash couldn't be sure. "Okay Mum, I best be going," Drake told her as he broke the hug. When Delia let go, Drake walked towards the door, and as he did he grabbed his bag, swinging it over one shoulder, and he came face to face with Ash. "Guess this is goodbye for now, Drake," Ash told him as he offered his hand. "See you later." Drake looked at the open gesture. Is he just stupid? He stole all of their father's attention, and now he expects to make it as a trainer. Then Drake thought again, and realized there was no reason to part on bad terms. With that, he hesitatingly accepted the handshake, and for the first time in a long time, Ash felt like his brother actually accepted him. He never really knew what Drake's problem was with him, but he is happy they are making progress. Delia also smiled at the scene. She knows why Drake holds his feelings towards Ash, but she is happy that they seem to be making bridges. With that, Drake ended the handshake and left on his journey. Delia had to dry her eyes as her oldest son left. "Ash," Delia spoke, drawing his attention. "Which starter did you pick?" As walked closer to her and closed the door. As he did, Pikachu revealed himself. "I got the best starter there is, Mum. I got a Pikachu," Ash happily exclaimed as he presented his mouse Pokémon. Delia smiled and got down on her knees to eye level. She extended her arm and scratched him behind the ear. Ash saw this and flinched. He remembered what happened when he tried this and it didn't end well. All he could do was hope Pikachu would stick to the agreement they made. "A Pikachu?" Delia questioned. "I thought the starters was Charmander, Squirtle and Bulbasaur." "Normally they are, but since I went last Pikachu was all that's left," Ash explained. "But I wouldn't have it any other way." From that point on, Delia got away from Pikachu, and while she made general chat while collecting Ash's backpack which he accidentally left behind when running off to the lab. "Okay Ash, I've packed a few things for your journey," Delia explained as she passed the backpack over. It felt like a ton of bricks. "A fresh change of clothes, in case your current ones get dirty, your sleeping bag, as I can only imagine you'll be sleeping outside some nights, a packed lunch, as I know how hungry you can get, a first aid box, for both you and your Pokémon." Ash and Pikachu both sweat dropped. They both knew only a mother could pack like that. "Okay Mum, I've got it," Ash told her as he put his backpack on properly. "I should probably get going. I promised Serena and Leaf we'd meet up before we set off." Delia nodded and Ash made his way towards the door, with Pikachu following behind. "Ash," Delia called, she one last thing to suggest to him. At the entrance to Route 1, Serena and Leaf were waiting. Serena had since returned Fennekin, although Leaf had her bike with her and Bulbasaur was in the basket. As Ash came running up he spotted the two girls. Pikachu was shortly behind Ash. "See you're late, again," Leaf teased. "Yeah, sorry about that," Ash replied, as he scratched the back of his head. The three friends looked at each other, none of them wanting to say goodbye, but they know they have to. After about 5 minutes, Leaf spoke up. "Okay guys, I'll see you around," Leaf told them, and with that they each gave her a big goodbye hug. Serena was saddened. There goes my chance to travel with Leaf. Once they had withdrew from the hugs, both Ash and Serena said their goodbyes to the hyperactive girl, and she jumped on her bike, riding off into Route 1, leaving just Ash and Serena. Again, the two were silent for a little bit, almost 3 minutes. Serena realized this is her last chance to ask, and she tried to, although the words stuck in her throat and she lost her voice. Ash saw this, and remembered what his mother told him before he left. Thinking about whether he should do it or not, he looked towards his little yellow partner. Noticing Ash's conflict ion, Pikachu decided to add his opinion. "Do it," Pikachu told him with a nod. Ash took a deep breath. If his mother's right, then this would be a good thing to do, whereas if she's wrong, then this will be really embarrassing. Hey Serena. Ash finally spoke. This shattered Serena's heart. He's about to leave and she can bring herself to ask the question. Why don't we travel together? Chapter 3, On the Road to Vidiian City. After Ash, Serena and Pikachu set off on down route other than a light breeze. The day was very peaceful. They have spotted a couple Rattata packs, a few small flocks of Pidgeys flying around, scouting for food, but the two new trainers to leave them be and just cover ground to make sure they can reach Vidiian before nightfall. All they have to do is take it nice and easy, and nothing will go wrong. While they were walking, the three of them were left to their own thoughts. Serena, this is it. I'm a trainer. I can travel and hopefully find a dream to pursue. Here she gave a quick glance at Ash, who was walking beside her. Why did Ash ask to travel together? Does he like me, like I like him? She gave another quick glance at Ash, who was lost in his own thoughts. She blushed. Don't be ridiculous, probably Leaf or someone mentioned traveling in a group and that got him to ask. Serena sighed, sadly. Never mind, as long as we travel together, just him. And me. Maybe he'll develop his own feelings. Serena smiled broadly and entered another Ashanti about him confessing to her. Pikachu, I really misjudged this kid. He apologized after I shocked him. The past trainers would have yelled at me, at least if not more. Even after that, when his brother and the old guy wanted me to go back in the Pokeball, but he defended me and promised I could stay out. Not only that, but because I'm out walking with him. He told me to let him know if I get tired. He really is a nice kid. Now Pikachu took a quick glance at Serena. That Serena girl isn't bad either. Although her feelings are quite obvious, seriously, I've seen Vulpixes with lighter red coloring. Then Pikachu looked back towards Ash. Guess watching them interact should cause some good entertainment. Although Ash has kept to his word, maybe staying with him won't be too bad with him. Ash, great, I'm finally here. On my journey to become the very best, like no one ever was. With Pikachu by my side, nothing can stand in our way and we'll win the Indigo League. Here, Ash entered his own fantasy about holding the Indigo Cup, with Pikachu by his side, and the entire crowd cheering his name. He then took a quick glance at Serena. Why was Mum so insistent that I travel with her? I can handle myself. Maybe it was what Serena wanted to travel together. But then why didn't she just ask? I know she's shy, but we've been friends for years. Then again, she has always been more shy around me than Leaf or Drake or even Gary. Why? Here, Ash let out a breath of relief. Probably just nothing. Is it lunchtime yet? Back in after everyone had left, Professor Oak was sat in his chair, skimming through his emails, nothing too important, junk mail, a couple new theses from other regional professors and some fan mail. When will that Tracy kid understand I'm not looking for a Pokémon watcher to work with me? Daisy and I are managing fine by ourselves. Just as he was coming to an end of the emails, a man walked out of a shadowed corner. I see you finally found a trainer for Pikachu. The man spoke. As he entered the light, he was more recognizable. He has big spiky carmine red, a mixture of brown and yellow eyes, a dark blue suit with orange lining around the sleeves and chest area. There is also a dark belt around his waist, with some brown boots and orange heels. Finally he has a brown cape, which is red on the inside. Yes, Lance. I believe he is the most capable out of my new pupils. Oak replied, showing no signs of surprise. Ha ha ha, I remember when you'd have a heart attack with my surprise visits. Lance joked. Ah yes, although the more you do it, the less effective it is. Oak replied with a light chuckle. So tell me about the new group of trainers. Lance requested. I believe it was 5 in total. Yes. 3 of them are aiming for the Indigo League, Drake and Ash Ketchum. And my grandson Gary. There is also Leaf Green, who wants to complete the Pokédex. Then, there's Serena Yvonne. Oak replied. Simple nod from Lance told the professor to elaborate. To begin with, most people see Drake or Gary as the most capable. You don't agree? Lance guessed. Oak nodded before continuing. While they are both capable, Gary, as much as I hate to admit it, doesn't hold the right attitude. He believes all it takes is to catch a lot of Pokémon to become a strong trainer. Oak explained. Lance smirked. Yeah, but I remember another of your pupils like that, and look where he is now. Lance replied. True. Gary is like his father in many ways, and if he changes his attitude, then he could go far. Oak replied with a friendly smile. Then there's Drake, he is probably the most prepared out of the group. I have no doubt he'll make it to the Indigo League, although he lacks the heart to truly bond with Pokémon. Lance raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I highly doubt he would do anything like you're thinking, but without bonding, he will limit the intent his Pokémon will preform for him in battle. Oak reassured. Leaf, I believe will complete the Pokédex, she is very adventurous and energetic, so there's nothing to worry about. Oak explained. Lance nodded, he was a battle expert, so he can't really comment on Leaf or her goal, to each their own. Then there's Serena. She honestly worries me the most. She doesn't have a set goal in mind, and she only started her journey because her friends were starting. Oak continued. I wouldn't worry too much, after all a journey itself can help one discover their own dreams. Lance reassured. Oak nodded in agreement. Now what about Ash? I believe Ash is the most capable out of all of them. He may not have the knowledge that Drake does, or the attitude of Gary, but he has the heart, and as his father has proved, that is the most important thing. Oak explained. Well, considering who his father is, I can't argue, especially if they share the same talent. Lance replied. Well, he can easily understand Pokémon, if that answers your question. Oak smiled, which Lance returned. But only time will tell. So how will you know? Lance asked. You know Pikachu's history. Neither of us could get him to trust after months of trying. I'll know when Pikachu opens up. Oak explained, and Lance nodded in agreement. Here, Lance's poke gear rang. Lance answered it as the person speaking to him explained the situation. Lance clenched his fist in anger. After the call ended, Lance put the poke gear away, then turned back to Oak. Sorry, Professor. There's an illegal gym operating outside of Cerulean City. Reports say the guy running it uses a WHP to make his Pokémon savage. Lance explained. I have to go. Oak nodded in understanding, and Lance walked back into the shadowed corn before disappearing. How does he do that? GGG. Ash's stomach growled. This broke the trio's thought train. Serena giggled. No matter Ash did, she found it extremely cute, even his Snorlax-sized appetite. Pikachu's sweat dropped, his stomach growl was embarrassing, and why is that Serena giggling, could she be any more obvious? He, sorry guys. Guess it's lunch time. Ash sheepishly replied as he blushed lightly and scratched the back of his head. It's okay, Ash. I'm actually a little tired as well. Serena replied with a bright smile. At least we have a way to tell the time, at least. Ash looked a little confused. What do you mean? Ash asked, as he tilted his head with a confused expression. I mean, your stomach always does that 3 times each day, the same time each day. Serena replied with a giggle. It's like your own personal alarm clock. He, guess you're right. Ash replied, as he nervously laughed and scratched the back of his head, again. Ash looked around a bit, when he spotted a big oak tree. That looks like a good place to take a break. Ash suggested as he pointed towards the tree. Both Serena and Pikachu looked towards the tree. Sure. At least we can have some shade, for a bit. Serena cheerfully replied, she had been in a good mood since Ash invited her. Ash looked back to Pikachu. What about you, buddy? Ash asked. Pikachu was again taken by surprise, he really was trying. Sure, looks fine to me. Pikachu nodded, and with that, the three of them made their way over to the tree. Once at the tree, Ash and Serena threw the backpacks of and down by their sides. Serena took out her Pokeball and released Fennekin. The fox Pokémon crawled over to Serena and rubbed her head against Serena's leg with affection, while Serena took out a bowl from her bag and placed it on the floor. She then took out a can Pokémon food and opened it, pouring it into the bowl. Here you go, Fennekin. Serena pushed the bowl in front of Fennekin. Eat up. Thank you. Fennekin happily barked as she bowed her head in gratitude. Fennekin then put her nose over the food and sniffed it. It really didn't smell off anything significant, so Fennekin decided might as well try it. As she ate the food was extremely plain, as a fire type, she liked strong skis. Reluctantly, Fennekin continued eating. Hey Pikachu, not hungry? Ash shouted up to his yellow partner up in the tree. Pikachu was lying down on a branch almost asleep. No. I snacked on a couple of wire at the old man's lab. Pikachu joked. I'm stuffed. Ash's sweat dropped as he put the bowl back into his bag. He then took out his own boxed lunch. Delia prepared and sat next to Serena, who was eating an apple. Ash starting eating at incredible speeds. Only an apple, Serena? Ash asked as he took a break to catch his breath. What? Not hungry. Serena looked at Ash, who had returned to his speed eating, and blushed. He always put others first. No, Ash, I had a big breakfast. Serena reassured, as she shook the blush away. After a minute, Ash stopped eating, to reveal there wasn't even a crumb left, while Serena was barely halfway through her apple. Ash didn't want to rush them, and they hadn't stopped for 5 minutes, so no need to rush. So Serena. You never told me what you want to do on your journey. Ash spoke, trying to make conversation. Since he helped her get out of Rhyhorn racing, they never talked about her dream. Serena about chalked on her apple. She knew she had to tell Ash the truth. Now is as good as a time as any, or as bad, as it may go. Ash. Serena started, but hesitated before continuing. The truth is, I really don't have a goal or dream. Serena sighed. Oh no, he's going to think I was just being selfish, going on journey without even a goal. What idiot does that? Why? Ash asked, not in a mean way, but with general confusion. Serena blinked in confusion. Oh. I didn't want to be left in Pallet. With you. And Leaf. And everyone going on a journey. Serena nervously replied. She also took a midpoint break. I just didn't want to be left alone. Ash stared at her, and water formed in her eyes. You probably think I was being selfish, stupid. Serena sadly mumbled, but was cut off. No. I don't think that at all. Ash stopped her, as he rubbed her back to comfort her, how he did whenever she or Leaf got upset. It's only natural you wanted to be with your friends, and to be honest. If I didn't know what I wanted to do, I'd probably have done the same. Ash gave her a friendly toothy grin. Serena blushed at Ash's words. He truly was the nicest boy she has ever met. No wonder he is the one who holds her affection. It took a while, but Ash knew Serena was fine, and so he decided he should see if there's any Pokémon to join his team. Ash stood up and took out his Pokédex, trying to find what Pokémon were in the area. It said there was the typical stuff, Magikarp, Pidgey, Rattata, Spearow, nothing too exotic. As he was pacing back and forth. Pidge, Pidge. Pidgey chirped as a group of 3 Pidgeys landed nearby. Ash and Serena looked over. Ah, cool, Pidgeys. Ash excited commented. They would make great teammates. The Pidgeys heard this and turned their head. They really didn't care about this kid. If he tries anything, then they will defend themselves. If not, they can just continue their search for some lunch. Ash jumped up to just in front of them. Go, Pokeball! Ash shouted as through a Pokeball, it struck one of Pidgey's as the other two flew off. The Pidgey was SCKED inside the Pokeball, and it fell to the ground. Alright, I caught A. Ash cheered, but stopped when the Pokeball started wiggling back and forth. What's it doing now? Pokémon need to be battled and weakens before they can be captured. Unless the Pokémon doesn't put up any resistance. Ash's Pokédex spoke up. The ball continued to wiggle, until it burst open. Pidgey flew out and while in the air, flapped its wings, creating a powerful winds directed at Ash. It even blew the Pokeball into Ash's face. The combination of the strong winds and the hard hit from the metal ball, caused Ash to fall into the dirty. His Pokédex landed next to him. Ash, dot. Serena worriedly shouted as she jumped up. What was that? Ash weakly asked. A gust of wind is whipped up by wings and launched at the target to inflict damage. Ash's Pokédex spoke up again. Trainers normally battle wild Pokémon with their own. As Ash picked himself up, and dusted the dirt off, he heard Pikachu, snickering. Ha 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 Pikachu, I'm sure it looked hilarious. Ash sarcastically replied with slight anger in his voice. Let's see you battle Pidgey. No way. This is too good to miss out on. Pikachu replied, as his snickering continued. Fine. Ash angrily turned to face Pidgey again. Just you watch, I'll catch Pidgey by myself. Ash then pulled out the blanket, Delia packed in Ash's bag. Ash held the blanket, one corner in each hand and had it fall down. He began sneaking towards the Pidgey as the bird went picking at the ground. Ash. Serena called out, a little concerned. I don't think this is a good idea. Don't worry Serena. Ash reassured as he closed in. I will be just fine. Serena sighed, she seriously doubted that, but she knew she couldn't stop this. But Serena took the initiative and packed up the few things they had out. Something told her, they were in for a rough ride. Ash continued to tiptoe forward, and Pidgey turned his attention to the boy, with a blanket. Does this kid have mental problems or something? Pidgey turned his head in confusion. Hey there Pidgey. Ash calmly whispered as he stopped just in front of Pidgey. Pidgey, you're mine. Ash flung forward and pounced onto the tiny bird Pokémon, covering it with the blanket, with his body covering the Pokémon. Pidgey began attacking Ash with his beak, through the blanket. Arg! Ash cried out in pain, but he didn't let up. Pidgey's assault finished, which made Ash smile, thinking he won. He was about to let up, when he was being lifted off the ground, along with the blanket. It was another gust attack. Flying through the air, Ash and the blanket separated. Pidgey let up and flew away, all he wanted was something to eat. Ash crashed into the ground, and the blanket landed a little bit away. Arg! Ash repeated his cry of pain. Serena came running over, while Pikachu was rolling around on the branch with fits of laughter. If nothing else, going with Ash was worth it, just to watch this show. Ash! Serena cried out in fear. Are you okay? As she got near, she slid onto her knees and helped Ash sit up. Yeah. I'm fine. Ash replied, followed by his typical toothy grin. Just wish I could have caught Pidgey though. Serena rubbed Ash's back to comfort him, which caused her to blush. Normally it's Ash comforting her, not the other way. Does he like her comforting him? No, she can't think about such things at this time. Ash needs words of encouragement, like what he has given her in the past. Serena took a deep breath. Don't be sad Ash, Pidgey may have got away today, but that just means you'll have another chance again. Serena told him with a warm smile. Ash returned the smile, so Serena stood up, with determination. Hey, don't give up until it's over. Okay. Hearing the same words of encouragement he used to help Serena light a new fire within him. Serena offered her hand, which he accepted, and Ash jumped to his feet. Then Ash felt something weird in him. He pulled Serena into a hug. "Thank you," Ash whispered in her ear. Why did he hug her? He doesn't know, but Leaf always hugged him when she said thank you, and it just seemed the right thing to do. Then again, Serena isn't Leaf. Leaf is practically his sister, and Serena has always been different. She acted different, talked different. Sometimes it was like they were best friends, and other times it felt like she was more. Meh, probably just in Ash's imagination. After all, they're best friends, what else could they be? When Serena felt Ash hug her, she jumped slightly, and blushed heavily. After she heard thank you, she practically melted into the hug. The hug only lasted a few seconds, but to Serena it felt like an eternity. Ash could have sworn he heard Serena groan when he let go. Once he did, he figured he might as well pack up. Serena stood in the same place, truly enjoying the memory of what just happened. Ash had packed most of his things up when he spotted his blanket. He made his way over when he noticed a lump around the middle. Guess there was another Pidgey. Ash thought as he kneeled down and picked up the blanket. Another bird Pokémon hopped out and glared at Ash. It wasn't a Pidgey. Ash decided to grab his Pokédex. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokémon. Unlike Pidgey, Spearow has a terrible attitude. It is a very wild and will sometimes attack other Pokémon and people. As his Pokédex spoke, Ash's face paled, notably at the attacking people part. Hey there. Spearow. Sorry about the blanket. I really didn't mean to interrupt whatever it is, what you was doing. It was a terrible accident. Ash nervously explained and apologized. Pikachu had since stopped laughing and got ready to attack if needed. Are we good? Ash. You okay? Pikachu asked. Spearow saw this and shrieked. It launched into a quick attack. Ash barely had time to dodge, but he wasn't Spearow's target. Spearow continued at Pikachu. Pikachu was able to dodge the attack, but lost his balance and fell from the branch. As Pikachu tried to get up, Spearow unleashed a barrage of fury attacks. Serena panicked as Spearow attacked, and Fennekin leaped into her arms. Fennekin, hide in your Pokeball. Serena told her Fire Fox. You'll be safe there. Fennekin agreed and Serena picked out her Pokeball, and returned her. She then placed the Pokeball back on her belt. Serena then turned towards Pikachu, who cried out in pain. PPAKKCCHHUU. Ash shouted as he charged towards the assault. Ash, Rugby tackled the angry bird out of the way, and covered Pikachu protectively with his body. Ash couldn't even make out what Spearow was saying due to the anger. Pikachu. You okay? Ash asked. Pikachu stared up at his trainer. Ash just tackled Spearow to save him. Maybe he could becoming his partner. After all, before those other trainers got Pikachu, he did dream about being a trainer's Pokémon. Maybe that dream will come true. Yeah. Ash. Pikachu weakly replied. He then saw Spearow charging at Ash. Pikachu wasn't about to let that happen. Pikachu launched into a quick attack. The two collided and were equally matched. Pikachu recovered quickly and launched a thunder shock at the Spearow. Ash was shocked, no pun intended. Pikachu just protected him. Spearow quickly recovered, but now the kitty gloves are off. Spearow let out an ear-piercing screech. From a nearby grotto, a giant flock of Spearow rose, all directed towards the trio. Ash, Pikachu and Serena all gathered together, and sweat dropped. There was no way they could handle an army. The original Spearow let out another screech and pointed his wing towards the trio. With their commands given, the army of Spearows entered into a quick attack frenzy, all aimed at the trio. With fighting out of the options, and apologizing already failing, they only saw one logical option. Run. Back in Pallet Town, Delia was sat having a cup of tea, when she had her sixth sense go off. So that's how long Ash can stay out of trouble. Delia thought with an amused smile, well, at least she isn't doing his laundry anymore. Ash, Pikachu and Serena all ran as fast as they could. Looking to the sky, it looks like a storm is rolling in, great. Ash was brave, and took a quick look back. What looked like 300 Spearow was chasing them, and weren't giving up. Ash inwardly sighed, looking at Pikachu. It was clear the mouse Pokémon was getting tired, and Serena wasn't doing too good. Looking for a way out, Ash hastily looked around. He spotted a cliff and could hear running water. Ash got a very bad idea. Guys! I've got an idea. Ash told them, in between breaths. What is it? Serena asked confused. No time to explain. Ash replied. Do you trust me? Serena stared at Ash after that question. After everything he's done, of course she trusts him. Yes. I trust you. Serena replied as she put her hand over her heart. And you, Pikachu? Ash asked. Yeah, Ash. Just get us out of here. Pikachu snapped. With permission from both, Ash put his plan into action. Ash grabbed Serena's hand, with one of his own, and swiped Pikachu up with his own. With both in hand, Ash drew them towards the cliff. Looking down, a river is seen. Ash! Are you crazy? Serena and Pikachu shouted in unison. What choice do we have? Ash asked. Stay here and get attacked. Serena and Pikachu looked at each other. They knew he was right. With that they both looked back and nodded. With time running out, Ash took Pikachu and held him next to his chest, before fastening his jacket to keep him close. He then turned to Serena and gave her a reassuring smile. Ready? Ash asked, being serious. Reluctantly, Serena nodded. With Serena and Pikachu ready to go, Ash wrapped his arms around Serena's waist and pulled her close. Hold on tight. Serena wrapped her arms around his chest, braving a look back. She saw the Spearow closing in. She remembered Ash counting down from 3, and they jumped. As they fell, the Spearow arrived at the edge of the cliff, using their ability, Keen Eye. If these kids come up again, then they will make them pay. The trio fell into the river. Further down the river, on solid ground, a girl is fishing. This is Misty Waterflower. She has orange medium-length hair, tied in a ponytail, with emerald green eyes and pale white skin. Her outfit consists of red suspenders, a pale yellow tank top, deep sea blue denim shorts and yellow sneakers. Her day had been fairly uneventful. None of her Pokémon has had a good battle, and she hasn't even had a bite. The Waterflower name is world famous. Misty is from Cerulean City, although left on a journey because of family issues, although the 12-year-old does plan to return when she turns 16 and can take back her father's legacy. Oh, why can't something happen? She is so bored. As they broke the surface, the trio went under the water. They were forced down the river by the current. Ash could have sworn he saw a Gyarados swim by. Although Pikachu was secure, Ash and Serena was feeling the exhaustion, and slowly started to separate. While at arm's length, Ash regained his senses, and gripped Serena's hand, hard, interlocking his fingers. He won't lose anyone, no matter what. Suddenly, Ash felt a tug on his jacket. There was 2 tugs, but it had little to do against the current. The third tug was a lot harder. Ash, Pikachu and Serena was all pulled out of the water. Flying through the air, Ash can't hold on much longer, and loses his grip on Serena. The two of them land meters apart in the dirt. It was Misty who pulled them out of the water. Ash choked as he attempted to breathe. Ah, it's just some kid. Misty groaned. Misty then saw Pikachu as he too attempted to catch his breath. Oh, and a Pokémon. Are you okay? Misty ran up to them as she spoke. Yeah. We're fine, thanks. Ash replied as he caught his breath and smiled weakly. He then felt a slap on the face. Ash looked at the orange-haired girl that just hit him, and was surprised. why did she do that? Not you, your Pokémon. Look what you've done to it. Misty angrily replied. We didn't do this. Ash retorted. Serena was angry. This girl had some nerve. Sure, it's okay to worry about Pikachu, but she can't just accuse someone of hurting their Pokémon without any evidence, but you should also be worried for her and Ash. Plus there was absolutely no reason to hit Ash like that. If Serena wasn't so tired, then she would go in her sass mode that she uses to defend Ash, or warn other girls off him. Then how come you let him get hurt like that? Misty yelled. I don't need this, she hasn't seen what happened and she just needs to mind her own business. Plus Pikachu is my priority, and she did just hit me. Ash thought angrily. It doesn't matter, what does is making sure Pikachu is safe. Ash retorted as he stood up, cradling Pikachu in his arms. Do you know where I can take him? Humph. You're in luck, Vidiian City is a few miles that way. Misty grunted as she pointed in the right direction. There's a Pokémon Center there, they will heal Pikachu. Great, thanks. Ash thanked as he bowed his head in gratitude. Hey Ash, we can ride this. Serena called out as she pointed out a red bicycle. We will make it in no time. Ash smiled and nodded, this would save a lot of time. He ran up to the bike and lay Pikachu gently in the basket. Hey! That's my bike. You can't take it. Misty shouted as she stamped her foot in frustration. Unfortunately, everyone's attention was drawn to the sound of a loud screech. The Spearows are coming. Why won't these guys just quit? Ash asked a rhetorical question. We need to get going. Ash jumped onto the seat and Serena jumped on behind him, and wrapped her arms around Ash's torso, mainly to keep her balance since there is only one seat, but also because she wants to. Serena also has no problem with borrowing this girl's bike, after all, she did hit Ash. The trio rode on their way at a decent speed. Come back here. You can't take my bike. Misty yelled. We'll give it back. Ash shouted as they picked up speed. Someday. How dare they? They took my bike. They won't get away with this. Misty clenched her fists in frustration, then she felt a few raindrops. I better get to shelter first, looks like a big storm's coming. As she headed off to a nearby cave she saw earlier that day. She also secretly hoped the two kids and Pikachu would end up fine. Riding along the muddy, Ash was pedaling as hard as he could, he was focused fully on making sure Pikachu is fine. Don't worry Pikachu, we will get to the Pokémon Center, there we will heal both you and Fennekin. Ash promised. The light rain drops got harder, and a strike of lightning light up the sky. Oh, come on. Ash shouted, this is the worst possible start, ever. The shock of the lightning present made Serena jump, and she jumped, throwing of the whole balance. Ash. I'm losing my balance. Serena shouted as the bike tripped. Ash tried to turn to stay up, but it didn't work, and the flipped on its side. Serena flew off first and banged her head against a rock. It wasn't enough to make her bleed, but it did knock her out. Pikachu also flew out of the basket and rolled over the ground. Ash stayed on the bike, but it was on the side. As it hit the ground, Ash grunted in pain. It took him a couple seconds to come to, as he was a little dizzy. Serena. Pikachu. Ash thought worriedly, he looked around and first he saw Pikachu. Ash crawled over to the mouse Pokémon. Lying on the ground, Pikachu weakly looked up at Ash. The Spearow screeched again. Don't worry Pikachu. Ash told his starter. I'm going to sort this. Just please go in your. Ash pleaded. I know you're scared, but it's the only way I can keep you safe. I'm sorry. Ash placed Pikachu's Pokeball by Pikachu's side and stood up, clearly in pain and limped towards the Spearow, stopping just a little bit away from. Spearow. Ash. Shouted catching their attention, it was at this point, Serena came to. My name is Ash Ketchum, from Pallet Town. And I am going to be a Pokémon MSTR. I can't be defeated by the likes of you. I will capture and defeat you all. A lightning bolt struck down in between the two sides. Now. Come. And. Get. Me. Ash shouted, and with that, the Spearow went into dive bombs aimed at Ash. Serena looked worriedly. She was helpless, she couldn't make her way over there in time. Why was she so weak? Again, it's Ash protecting her. Why? Why does this always happen? Serena had tears in her eyes as the Spearow closed in. This was it. Pika 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 pika. Pikachu repeated as he ran to his trainer's side. He jumped from the floor onto Ash's shoulder. Ash was surprised as Pikachu leaped from his shoulder. Pikachu. With the Spearow mere inches from him, Pikachu launched a Thunder Shock. Lightning Rod. This ability draws in all nearby electricity and boosts the power of the Pokémon. Ash's Pokédex spoke. A lightning bolt struck Pikachu as the Thunder Shock was released. The lightning bolt supercharged it and created an explosion of electricity. The force blew Ash back, knocking him out. Pikachu also went flying in the same direction. Serena was re-knocked out, and the Spearow was either defeated or retreated. Misty's bike was also fried. It was finally over. Ash groggily came to. His vision was blurred, he can barely make out a light blue background, must be the sky. He blinked multiple times which helped his vision return. He noticed his head was on something soft, well, softer than the ground should be. The sky was completely clear. It must have been a while if the storm has passed. Suddenly, Serena appeared, towering over him. From the top of his head was resting on her knee. Serena. Ash slowly spoke. Ash. You're awake. Serena excited exclaimed. She woke up about half an hour beforehand, and she spent that time, trying to make Ash as comfortable as possible. She even had the medical kit her mother packed for her out, although she doesn't know what half the stuff does, so she wasn't the biggest help. She had been worried. Ash basically gave himself to the Spearows to protect her. And Pikachu. And she couldn't do anything about, why does he have to be so selfless? It is one of Serena's favorite qualities about him, but she almost lost him. She can't let him do that again. Ash weakly sat up, and turned to face her. He was about to say something, when Serena did something surprising. She slapped his face. 2 slaps in one day, as well as being hunted by the Spearow, almost drowning, and taking a lightning bolt to the face. This is just not his day. Ash held his cheek which Serena slapped. Ah! Ash groaned in pain. What was that? Ash went to ask, but was cut off when Serena tackled him into a giant hug. The tight grip hurt him with his sore body, but he was too shocked to even feel it. Serena just broke down and cried into his chest. You! Stupid, ridiculous, immature, stupid, idiot. Serena cried as she thumped her fist weakly against his chest. You would have died. If Pikachu didn't. More tears rolled out of her eyes, onto Ash. Ash was upset, he just wanted to protect Pikachu and Serena. Was that so wrong? Sorry. Ash muttered sadly. With this, Serena reluctantly let go, and dried her eyes. Pikachu had woken up and weakly walked over to Ash, who picked him up in his arms, and cradled him like a baby. Thank you, Pikachu. How you holding up? Never. Better. Pikachu breathed as he relaxed in Ash's arms, and then he liked Ash's arm where he had a scratch from the day's events. Ash smiled that Pikachu had finally accepted him. Ash. Serena spoke, causing the raven-haired boy to look at her. You can't do this again. You could have died with those Spearow attack, and you would have, if Pikachu hadn't. My point is, I know you like to protect everyone. But we're on this journey together, and we want to protect you, just like you want to protect us. Serena was being very serious. Serena. Ash tried to reply. No, Ash. Don't say you're sorry, because we both know if the situation comes up again, you'll do the same. Serena scolded. Here, she put her hand on his hand and pulled it out. She turned it around and laid her hand on top of his. I want you to make a promise. A promise that you won't sacrifice yourself again. And no matter trails come up, we face them together. Ash looked into Serena's eyes. Ash nodded. I promise. Ash promised. With that, the two trainers stood up, with Pikachu still in Ash's arms. We should get going to the Pokémon Center. Serena nodded and they started their journey, albeit at a slow pace. Hey Ash. Look up. Pikachu told his trainer, pointing to the sky. Both Ash and Serena followed the mouse Pokémon's direction and looked to the sky. A giant, golden bird was flying across the sky. It was flying towards a rainbow. It looked magical. Both Ash and Serena pulled out their Pokédexes. Too far away to registrar. Both Pokédexes spoke in unison. With that, they made their way, on the road to Vidiian City. Chapter 4, Pokémon Emergency. It was around 6:30 p.m., the sky was now orange, the sun barely visible. Walking down the dirt road, Ash and Serena had been silent since spotting that mystical bird. It's not that they are on bad terms, but Pikachu is critically injured, and they just want to get him to the Pokémon Center. This is a Pokémon emergency. A few moments later, the two trainers could spot the outline of a city. As they continued their trek, the group made their way into the city. As they passed the city gate, they noticed it was bigger than expected. Of course they've visited here before, but in the past, it has always been by coach to avoid wild Pokémon, and they have only explored the retail side. This was more of a housing. They saw a sign saying, Viridian's Pokémon Center, 20 minutes and an arrow pointing in the direction. They broke out into a run. Sure, they were tired, beaten, exhausted, but their Pokémon needed help. While pushing forward, they heard an announcement throughout the entire town. Citizens of Vidiian City. Please be on the lookout as we have reports of Pokémon thieves in the area. A female voice spoke through several intercoms. This didn't make either Ash or Serena feel better. After everything that happened, now they needed to be careful of Pokémon thieves. Great. As they ran through several streets of houses and flats, they also spotted what looks like a peaceful park nearby. As they ran, they saw a police station ahead and there is female police officer stood outside. She has turquoise blue hair which falls mostly behind her head and is quite big at the bottom. Her hair is covered by a dark blue police hat, which had a red lining around the summit, a golden emblem in the center, and a black flap, a short-sleeved dark blue top, the same shade as her hat, a name badge which reads, Office Jenny. It has red lining around the sleeves and collar. The center of the top is also more of a light blue color. With 2 pockets, she has a black belt around her waist. With a golden buckle, her skirt is the same shade of dark blue, which stands halfway between her knees and her waist. Finally, she has smart black shoes, suitable for running. She flagged the 2 new trainers down. Hold it! Officer Jenny shouted, causing both children stop in front of her. Where do you think you're going with that Pikachu? My Pikachu is seriously injured. Ash pleaded. We need to take him to the Pokémon Center. Right, and my Fennekin needs help too. Serena added. Officer Jenny studied these 2 kids for a moment before deciding they were being honest. After all, the reports say the Pokémon thieves are in their early 20s, and these kids are 10, so they don't match the suspects. Alright, I believe you. Let's just see your IDs and you can go. Officer Jenny replied, as she handed out her hand. You mean our Pokédexes? Ash asked, a little uncertain, as both himself and Serena pulled out the red devices. Without a word, Officer Jenny took the 2 devices and opened both up. She pressed a few buttons and the Pokédexes confirmed Ash and Serena's story. Officer Jenny smiled as she handed the devices back. Okay kids. Officer Jenny spoke as Ash and Serena each took back their Pokédexes. You're free to go. Thank you, Officer Jenny. The two replied in unison as they read her name badge. Could you show us the way to the Pokémon Center, please? Ash requested. I can do better than that. Officer Jenny replied, with an inward smirk. I'll take you there myself. Before Ash or Serena could have responded, Officer Jenny ran into the police station, leaving the two 10-year-olds bewildered. About a minute later, Officer Jenny drove from behind the station in a motorbike, with a sidecar. This caused both Ash and Serena to sweat drop. That isn't the biggest sidecar, and the two of them would be very close. Hop in. Officer Jenny instructed. Ash and Serena looked at each other. She was a police officer, so she can be trusted, and traveling by virtual is fast than walking. What's the worst that could happen? With that, the two kids climbed into the sidecar. Due to the small space, Serena was practically sat on Ash's knee, which caused her to blush immensely. Ash, however, didn't notice. He was too focused on Pikachu. With everyone strapped in, and the engine revved, Officer Jenny drove off at a dangerously fast speed. This caused the two kids to cry out, and Serena latched onto Ash, for safety. Did this officer really have a driver's license? As they drove off into the city, Misty was right on their tail. She had found the remains of her bike, and as a result, was now on a warpath. She was marching through the city, with the fried bike on her back, not bothering with the strange looks she's getting. As she closed in on the two 10-years-old, she saw them drive off at speed. It didn't take a genius to realize their first would be the Pokémon Center. With her target set, Misty continued her march to avenge her bike. Those two kids will regret messing with me, Misty angrily thought. With Ash, Serena and Officer Jenny tearing up the road, and Misty too focused on hunting her prey, none of them noticed a hot air balloon in the shape of a Meowth. In the basket are 3 individuals. The first is a woman, Jessie. She has long snake-style dark red hair with curly tips, sapphire blue eyes, a white long-sleeved midriff with a large red R on it and a black short-sleeved midriff underneath, a white short skirt, black thigh-high boots, green, pearl-like earrings and a pair of long black gloves. The second one is a man, James. He has shoulder-length lavender hair with a small single fringe at the center of his head, green eyes, a white long-sleeved shirt with a large red R on it and a black short-sleeved undershirt, with white trousers which meet up with black boots and matching black gloves. The third one is a Pokémon, Meowth. He has pale cream fur, his ears are black lined with light brown inner color, this color also matched his feet and tail end, black fine pupils in his big eyes, a golden yellow charm in the center of his forehead, and 6 whiskers, 2 on each side of his head, and 2 going upwards, surrounding his charm. Ugh! Just look at this photo. They complete got my bad side. Jessie ummed in disgust. Tell me about it, Jessie. James replied. Whoever chose this terrible picture, they will be sorry they ever looked at this face. We're all sorry to look at your face, Jimmy. Meowth piped up, which is weird as it can actually speak human language. Now stick to the plan. Meowth grabbed a fishing rod and using patience and accuracy, he hooked the corner of the wanted photo and brought it up to the basket. Humph. James turned his head to the side. You're right. I suppose. Are you ready to steal some rare and valuable Pokémon? James asked in a sinister tone. I'm very ready. Jessie answered in an equally as evil tone. And don't forget me. I'm the top cat. Meowth. Meowth added. With that the hot air balloon flew off in the same direction, Officer Jenny drove towards a few minutes prior. As the motorbike closed in on the Pokémon Center, Ash and Serena thought it was all over. They were driving at a dangerously high speed which was only increasing as they got closer and closer to the door. The two 10-year-olds shut their eyes as they prepared for the impact. Ayer! Both of them screamed in fear. Officer Jenny just laughed. Hold on, kids. She laughed as she sped up again. I know what I'm doing. Although that didn't ease the two 10-year-olds, they were going to crash. But, as they were an inch away from the doors, they automatically opened. Officer Jenny threw on the bikes and made a 90-degree turn. The bike flew into the Pokémon Center and it screeched to a halt, completely stopping in front of the desk. See? Officer Jenny smiled. I told you I know what I'm doing. Oh my. The nurse behind the desk exclaimed in shock. This is Nurse Joy. She has bright pink hair and fair skin, a Mexican pink-colored dress with a white nurse apron, and low-heel Mary Jane shoes. What's going on? Nurse Joy. We have a Pokémon emergency. Officer Jenny announced as the two kids climbed out of the sidecar. Nurse Joy, can you please help my Pikachu? Ash pleaded as he showed the unconscious mouse in his arms. I understand. Nurse Joy replied as she went over to a microphone. Chance, we need a small stretcher. Stat. A couple seconds later, a pink egg-shaped Pokémon, Chansey, pushed a small stretcher up to Ash, who carefully laid Pikachu down on the stretcher. Serena brought out her Pokédex to scan Nurse Joy's assistance. Chansey, the egg Pokémon. A rare and elusive Pokémon that is said to bring happiness to those who manage to get it. It shares its egg with any Pokémon that is injured. Serena's Pokédex spoke. Nurse Joy, could you take a look at my Fennekin too please? Serena asked, worriedly, as she held the Pokeball towards Nurse Joy. I'd be happy too. Nurse Joy smiled before she took the Pokeball from Serena and walked into the back as Chansey pushed the stretcher in the same direction. Well, that's my job done. Officer Jenny spoke. See you kids around and stay out of trouble. With that, Ash and Serena said their thanks and Officer Jenny drove off, leaving the two trainers alone in the Pokémon Center's lobby. With their Pokémon being examined and their clothes dirty from the events in Route 1, Ash and Serena went to the bathrooms in the lobby to clean up best they can. Since Nurse Joy is healing Pikachu and Fennekin, they can't get their rooms for the night. While cleaning themselves up, they changed into their bed wear. Ash had changed into a white short-sleeved t-shirt with a Pokeball in the center, and dark blue athletic shorts. While Serena changed into a plain light pink shirt and pink shorts. Once changed, they followed the signs around the center, they found a laundry room and set their clothes to wash. Then they returned to the lobby. In the lobby, Ash sat on the settee, while Serena went over to a vending machine to get a drink. She brought two soda pops, one for her and one for Ash. As she stood up after collecting them from the dispenser, she noticed two posters on the wall. The first one is for the Pokémon Indigo League Challenge. Do you want to be the very best? Are you aiming for the top? Try the Indigo League Challenge. Battle and beat the 8 gym leaders of the Kanto region in a battle against the best in the Indigo Plateau Stadium, for your chance to win the right to enter Kanto's Champions League. Registrar at the nearest Pokémon Center, for more information. Ash is probably going to sign up whilst we're here. Serena thought with a sad sigh. Why can't she find her own dream? Then she looked at the second poster. It was for the Pokémon Chateau Challenge. Do you like fashion? Do you like battles? Combine the two with the new Battle Chateau Challenge. Dress up and compete in a knockout tournament, raise your rank up to the Grand Duke or Duchess. Facilities in Vidiian, Cerulean, Celadon, Saffron, Fuchsia and Cinnabar. To compete enter at that city's chateau. Battle Chateau. That could be interesting. Serena thought as she had an image of herself in a big fancy clothes, with Fennekin in her arms, and Ash by her side, being handed a big golden trophy, with the crowd cheering. Then Ash sweeps her off her feet, holding her in his arms, and he'll lean down, their lips mere inches apart then. Hey Serena. Ash called out, snapping her out of her Ashantisy. What you looking at? Oh Ash. Serena replied, trying to not show her embarrassment for having another Ashantisy. Just looking at these posters. Cool. The Indigo League. I best registrar while I'm here. Ash commented as he inspected the first poster. Yeah. Serena replied. I also saw this one. The Battle Chateau. Ash turned his attention to the second poster, and spoke thoughtfully. Yeah, I thought it would be good to check out. Serena enthusiastically replied, she was getting pumped about maybe finding a dream. Ash hummed thoughtfully as he read it. I think it'd be great for you. You're really great with fashion and this sounds perfect for you. Serena blushed at Ash's words of praise. He. Thanks Ash. Serena almost whispered in a sweet tone. We should probably call home whilst we wait. I bet our mums would like to know we're here. Ash suggested, not noticing Serena's previous tone. Serena nodded in agreement and they walked over to the video phones. In the process, Serena handed Ash one of the soda pops. Do you mind if I call my mum first? Serena asked. Not at all. Ash smiled as he gestured her towards the chair. Serena smiled. Ash could be so gentlemanlike. Serena took her seat and dialed her home number, hitting the call button. It was about 30 seconds before someone picked up the other end. The screen lit up, and Grace appeared on the other side. Oh, hello Serena. Grace spoke cheerfully. Hi Mum. Serena cheerfully replied. Me and Ash are traveling together and we've made it to Vidiian City. Grace got a surprised look, not that they've made it Vidiian as Route 1 isn't that big, but because she got to travel with Ash. Well. It's good to see you've arrived safe. Grace replied. I knew you could do it. Serena blushed, she knew her mother was referring to asking to travel with Ash, but the truth was, he asked her. Her daughter's reaction caused Grace to giggle, teasing Serena was too easy. She knew Serena could do it. What does she mean by that? Ash thought with confusion. Is Ash with you now? Grace asked. Yes. He is. Serena replied nervously, she didn't want to say anything her mother could tease her with. With the mention of his name, Ash pushed his previous thought to the back of his mind and made his way over to Serena's side. Evening Ms. Yvonne. Ash greeted. Grace sighed, guess he never would stop with the formalities. Ash. It's good to see you. Grace smiled. I'm also happy Serena won't be out there on her own. Can you promise to look out for her? Sure. I won't let anything bad happen to her. Ash smiled, in the back of his mind, he remembered the promise he made Serena about sticking together, but that doesn't mean he can't be protective. Thank you Ash. Grace thanked with gratitude, after everything he has done for Serena since moving, she knew she could trust him. With that, the mother and daughter stayed making general chat. When Grace asked about their first-day adventures, both 10-year-olds sweat dropped and explained the quiet stroll down Route 1, conveniently forgetting the part of almost dying and being chased by an army of Spiro. After a few minutes, an alarm went off in the Yvonne house, which prompted them to end the call. With that, Ash and Serena changed seats. Once comfy, Ash dialed his house number and hit the call button. Like before, it took around half a minute before the screen light up. The image was of Ash's living room, although Delia wasn't there. Evening, Ketchum residence. Delia spoke off screen. Hi Mum. Ash replied. It's me. At the sound of Ash's voice, Delia rushed to the phone, and sat down. Hello dear. Delia smiled as she greeted him. I see you're at Vidiian City. It took your father 4 days to get there when he first started on his journey. Ash frowned, he didn't like his father, he isn't blind, he knows Drake doesn't like him, and his father is the key reason for that. Plus the man himself is hardly ever around, they're lucky if they see him once a year. Yeah Mum. We're at Vidiian's Pokémon Center. Ash mumbled. Delia sighed, it seems Ash still has issues with his father, if only he knew the reasons why. Now Ash. Delia smiled sweetly. How could you do something reckless? I don't know what yet, but I know you've done something dangerous. Delia explained. Ash laughed nervously as he scratched the back of his head, with a sweat dropped. You see, Mum. I tried to catch a Pidgey. It ended up angering a nearby Spearow, who called in some friends, and chased us all the way to Vidiian. Ash nervously replied, conveniently missing the part of jumping into the river, and almost being fried alive by a thunderbolt. Ash. Delia sighed. She knew how Ash could be. Sorry, Mum. Ash mumbled. But it was all a complete accident. Okay, dear. Delia admitted defeat. She knew she could yell at Ash until she was blue in the face and it would have no effect. Just promise me you'll stay safe no matter what comes up. Ash smiled and nodded, he knew his mother would worry. Sure, Mum. I promise. Ash replied. Now that you're in Vidiian, why don't you visit Aunt Yellow? Delia suggested. I'm sure she'll be happy to you again. Ash smiled, he has seen his aunt in a few months, she doesn't really go out much and was always attached to himself and Drake. Ash wondered if something happened before. Sure, Mum. I'd love to see her again. Ash agreed with a smile. I'll go tomorrow. After a little general chat, the Pokémon Center's chime went off and Nurse Joy appeared, back to her desk. With that, Ash said goodbye and hung up, he could finally find out how Pikachu is. Ash and Serena made their way over to the desk where Nurse Joy was waited. Nurse Joy! Ash shouted as he made his way over, clearly excited. How's my Pikachu? Startled at first, she soon relaxed with a warm smile, it was heartwarming to see a trainer care for their Pokémon so much. Your Pikachu will be just fine. Nurse Joy reassured. He exhausted his electric supply, which caused him to collapse. He's currently in the recovery room, being recharged. Ash sighed in relief, he was happy Pikachu was safe. Can I see him? Ash asked. Of course. Nurse Joy replied. Chansey is currently setting up the recharger, when she's done, I'll have her show you through. Nurse Joy. What about my Fennekin? Serena asked, appearing from behind Ash. Your Fennekin is just fine. Nurse Joy smiled as she handed over the Pokeball. Here you go. Serena smiled and thanked Nurse Joy as she accepted her Pokeball back. She quickly let Fennekin out, who jumped into her trainer's arms with a happy bark, completely unaware of what transpired while resting in her Pokeball. It wasn't long before Chansey appeared and scooted the two trainers to the room, which Pikachu was recharging in. Chansey led the two trainers into the recovery bay. When they arrived, Pikachu was lying on a bed, still unconscious, with cables taped up to his cheeks and a sort of computer screen, to the side, showing the mouse Pokemon's vital signs. Ash saw this and water formed in his eyes, he hadn't even been a trainer for a day, if he wasn't so naive and tried to catch that Pidgey by himself, then he wouldn't have angered that Spearow, and they wouldn't have been chased, and Pikachu wouldn't have got hurt protecting him. Slowly and quietly, Ash walked over to the bedside. He stood over his injured started with a depressed look on his face. I am sorry. Pikachu. Ash quietly mumbled. Suddenly, Ash felt a hand rubbing his back in a comforting manner. It was Serena. Don't worry, Ash. Nurse Joy said Pikachu will be just fine. Serena reassured with a friendly smile. You went above and beyond to keep me and Pikachu safe. And I'm sure Pikachu is thankful for that. Thanks, Serena. Ash thanked with gratitude, he didn't know why, but she could change his mood around in an instant. The two sat in silence, in the armchairs in the room. It wasn't awkward by any means, it was just neither really had anything to say, and were just waiting for Pikachu to wake up. After about 10 minutes, Ash's stomach growled. Although, unlike before, Ash didn't respond, he was solely focused on Pikachu. Hey Ash. Don't you want some food? Serena asked. No. I'm just gonna wait here for Pikachu to wake up. Ash replied, although it was without thought and his eyes never left his starter Pokémon. No matter what Nurse Joy said, Ash would worry until Pikachu wakes up. I'm going to get something. Serena told Ash, she hated seeing him like this. I'll bring you something back. Ash didn't reply, he was too focused on his partner. Serena sighed, she couldn't stand seeing him like this, he didn't even bother about food. What did he do with the really Ash? With that, Serena took off. From the recovery room, Serena went through the lobby and to the cafeteria. It was late and the hot food had stopped being served. Serena grabbed herself a salad box and Ash a sandwich. She made her way back towards the recovery bay, but was stopped when going through the lobby. I finally found you. A female voice angrily blurted out. Serena turned around to see Misty marching towards her with some sort of reeked remains on her back. When she was in front of Serena, Misty dropped the remains down beside them. What happened to your bike? Serena asked, nonchalantly. What happened? Misty yelled. You and your boyfriend happened. Serena blushed, did she just call Ash her boyfriend? If only. You stole it and apparently ruined it in the process. Misty explained, clearly angry. You have to buy me a new bike. Right now. Serena was liking this girl less and less. First, she slapped Ash and accused him of hurting Pikachu, then she just called Ash her boyfriend. What if Ash heard that? Plus, does she have to yell so much? Hold on. Serena yelled back. We were being chased by a flock of angry Spearow, and Pikachu needed urgent medical attention. Our only concern was our Pokémon. Serena retorted, she didn't have the heart to correct her about the boyfriend thing. Well still. I'm not letting you out of my sight until you've paid for my bike. Misty retorted. URG, my bike my bike. Are you some sort of mental materialist or something? Serena angrily asked. What's that supposed to mean? Misty angrily asked. It means you're a spoiled brat. Pikachu is lying in the recovery room, unconscious, and all you're bothered about is some stupid bike. Serena replied. Misty froze, sure she cared about being repaid for the bike, but she would never put something like that over the priority of a Pokémon's well-being, maybe she is a little hot-headed. Misty was about to reply when. Boom! An explosion went off in the lobby and black smoke blinded the two girls. In Pikachu's room, the mouse Pokémon has since woken up. It turned out, sacrificing himself to the Spearows to protect the little Mon and Serena, was the final nail in the coffin. Pikachu could now trust Ash. The two boys were just chatting, turns out they have a lot in common. As they were talking, their attention was drawn by a loud boom coming from the lobby. Ash jumped up and moved towards the door to go and investigate, although was stopped when Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. No Pikachu, you haven't fully recharged yet. Ash warned. If you're going, I'm going. Pikachu retorted. But you're still injured, Pikachu. Ash pleaded. It's merely a scratch. Pikachu joked. Ash sighed, as he learned from their chat, Pikachu is much like Ash himself. You're not going to just wait here, are you? Ash asked, in a defeated tone. Not a chance. Pikachu replied proudly. Fine. Ash sighed. As long as you promise not to exhaust yourself. Scout's honor. Pikachu smugly raised his paw. Why was Ash skeptical about Pikachu keeping that promise? With that, Ash ran down the hall towards the lobby, with Pikachu on his shoulder. In the lobby, Ash and Pikachu busted through the doors to see a star-shaped Pokémon spinning around, creating a gust of wind, blowing the black smoke away. Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Staryu, the star-shaped Pokémon. An enigmatic Pokémon that can effortlessly regenerate any appendage it loses in battle. The core of this Pokémon is valued as some type of jewelry. Ash saw it was that orange-haired girl from earlier, who was battling with Stereo. Leave it to a girl, to worry about her jewelry. After that thought, Ash noticed the smoke was gone. There were 2 adults and 3 Pokémon all stood in the entrance. Okay Stereo, that's enough. You can stop rapid spin. Misty instructed, and the water type stopped spinning and returned to Misty's side. That was when the group started to speak. Prepare for trouble. Jesse spoke. Make it double. James spoke. To protect the world from devastation. Jesse added. To unite all people within our nation. James added. To denounce the evils from truth and love. Jesse striked a dramatic pose. To extend our reach to the stars above. James striked a dramatic pose. Jesse. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Jesse made one final pose. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James made one final pose. Meowth. That's right. Meowth chimed in at the end. Ash, Serena, Pikachu, Fennekin, Misty, Stereo and Nurse Joy all sweat dropped, although all but Ash was amazed at a talking Pokémon. To him all Pokémon are like that. Ash was the first to recover. Hey Serena. I didn't know the circus is in town. Ash enthusiastically smiled. We should go. Team Rocket fell over anime style. Little twerp. Jesse spat in disgust. We are the Might Team Rocket and we're here to steal all your rare and valuable Pokémon. James smirked evil. Meowth, that's right, Jimmy boy. Meowth added. Well you're out of luck, this is a place for injured Pokémon, so just leave. Nurse Joy shouted, although she was terrified. We'll be the judge of that. Jesse smirked evilly. I've never seen a Vulpix like that before, we'll start with that one. Jesse pointed towards Fennekin who was currently hiding behind Serena's legs. Serena had been frozen in fear since they arrived. There's no way we'll let you take any of these Pokémon. Ash shouted. Not Fennekin. Not Pikachu. None of them. Serena felt a rush of affection that Ash is standing up for her, sure they made that promise, but she still likes him being protective, just not to the point where he'll risk his life. That's not your choice. James evilly smirked. Coughing, go. Ekans, join in. Jesse added. The 2 poison types flew out in front of the 2 thieves. Both Ash and Serena brought out their Pokédexes. Coughing, the poison gas Pokémon. Because it stores several kinds of toxic gases in its body, it is prone to exploding without warning. The gases in this Pokémon cause it to float in the air. Ash's Pokédex spoke. Ekans, the snake Pokémon. Moves silently and stealthily. Eats the eggs of birds, such as Pidgey and Spearow. It can release the toxins in its body as a defense mechanism. Serena's Pokédex spoke. Serena, you wanna battle these guys? Ash asked. Serena blushed lightly, her first battle, and partnered with Ash, she must be dreaming. Sure. Serena replied as she swapped her blush with a glare of determination. Fennekin, I choose you. Fennekin barked with determination as she leaped out in front of the 2 poison types. Despite being intimidated, she didn't show it. Alright Pikachu. You up to battle? Ash asked as he turned to his yellow partner. Just try to stop me. Pikachu replied with determination as he sparked his cheeks. Alright Pikachu, I choose you. Ash pointed to the battlefield and Pikachu jumped from Ash's shoulder and landed next to Fennekin. Ash and Serena versus Jesse and James. Ekans bring me that little fox, bite attack. Jesse smirked. Ekans lunged at the fire fox with its mouth wide open. Dodge it Fennekin. Serena shouted. Fennekin jumped to the left, avoiding the snake Pokémon's attack. Tackle that runt, coughing. James butted in. As Fennekin flew through, the poison gas Pokémon flew at a fast speed, knocking Fennekin back to the ground. "Hey, that was a dirty trick!" Serena cried. "We're here for your Pokémon, girlie." Jessie spoke with a snide voice. "We didn't come here to play by the rules." "Alright, Coughing, blind it with sludge attack," James commanded. Coughing opened its mouth and launched a blob of toxic sludge at Fennekin, but she was backed in a corner. "Stereo, dissolve it with water gun," Misty shouted. Stereo jumped into action and squirted a jet of water out of its top point. The jet of water collided with the sludge blob before it hit Fennekin and dissolved it into thin air. "Hey, 3 against 2 isn't fair," James cried. "I thought you didn't play by the rules." Misty mocked, and Jessie saw red. "Thanks, Misty." Serena thanked with a genuine smile. "No problem," Misty replied, returning the smile. "Yurg." Jessie grunted in frustration. "Ekans wrapped that stupid star." Ekans lunged forward while the two girls were chatting and wrapped its body around Stereo. "Now, bite it." Jessie smirked. While wrapped around Stereo, Ekans bite Stereo. Fennekin helped Stereo out. "You scratch," Serena shouted. Fennekin extended her sharpened claws and flew at Ekans. "Tackle it, Coughing." James smirked. "Pikachu, quick attack, Coughing," Ash shouted. Pikachu shot off like a bullet, and hit Coughing into a wall. Fennekin continued and scratched Ekans across the face. The two poison types were lying on top of each other. "Stereo, return those two," with rapid spin. Misty smirked. Stereo jumped and started spinning at a fast rate. It collided with the two poison types and they were sent flying back at Jessie, James, and Meowth. Pikachu, Fennekin, and Stereo all jumped in front of the evil team as they attempted to get up. Pikachu, Fennekin, Stereo, Thunder Shock, Ember, Water Gun. The trio spoke at once, respectively. The three Pokémon launched their individual attacks at the grouped target. Despite the water, the combination of Pikachu's electricity, Fennekin's fire and Coughing's gas, caused a mini-explosion, which in turn sent the two humans and three Pokémon flying, creating a hole in the roof. Team Rockets blasting off. The group shouted as they disappeared into the sky. The group of trainers and Pokémon all turned towards each other. They just stared for a moment when "We won!" Ash and Serena cheered in unison as Pikachu and Fennekin leaped into their trainers' arms, respectively, equally as happy with their victory as their trainers. Stereo returned to Misty's side. "It is a tough Pokémon, brave-natured and doesn't need affection after every win. Good job, Stereo. You're the best." Misty praised as she bent down to her starter, with a friendly smile. "Now return." Stereo did enjoy some praise though, and happily was returned. After returning her starter, Misty stood up and smiled at the celebrating trainers and Pokémon. "Oh, thank you all so much. If it wasn't for you three, then those thieves could have taken any of the Pokémon here." Nurse Joy thanked. It was at this time that they noticed the damage done. First, the automatic door were blown open, with windows smashed and the shattered glass over the floor. Chairs and settees were turned over and damaged, while the whole area covered in soot, and the floor was covered in cracks and damage. He, sorry about the damage, Nurse Joy." Ash apologized after a nervous laugh. "Don't worry about it," Nurse Joy reassured as she waved her hand to show no harms done. "All Pokémon centers are covered by League funding, so they will cover the damage." "Thank you, Misty." Serena walked up to the orange-haired girl. "For protecting Fennekin." Serena offered her hand to Misty. Misty stared at the open gesture. Why was this girl doing this? Sure, she saved Fennekin, but they also saved Stereo, and they seemed to work well together. Sure, they owed her a bike, but they actually made a good team. "You're welcome, Serena," Misty replied as she accepted the handshake. And thank you, for saving Stereo. I've got to say, Misty. When we first met, I thought you were some spoiled brat with anger issues. Serena was honest, which caused Misty to frown. But after speaking and battling with you, I've realized I was wrong. You're pretty okay, and you clearly love your Pokémon. Misty smiled. Sure, the first part may have been uncalled for, but she can accept it. I feel the same. When I pulled you out of the river, I thought you were some irresponsible kids who hurt that Pikachu. Misty was honest, which caused Serena to frown this time. But those two clearly share a strong bond, and the same goes for you and your Fennekin. You're pretty okay after all. Thanks, Misty. Serena thanked with gratitude. Why don't we start anew? Sure. Misty replied with a friendly smile. It's good to see you're both getting on. Ash spoke as he walked over, holding a room key. Ash and Serena agreed ahead of time to share a room. After all, they've done it before at sleepovers, and it's not like they're sharing a bed or anything. Plus it saves on funds, although that doesn't apply this time, considering Nurse Joy offered the room, free of charge, since they fought of those thieves. Yeah. The two girls replied in unison. But you two still owe me a bike. Misty added, although not angry like before. Serena sighed. She hoped they could just forget that part. Ash and Pikachu's sweat dropped. They weren't present at the last meeting, before Team Rocket showed up. He, don't worry, Misty. We just don't have the funds right now, but we promise to pay you back as soon as we have the money. Serena reassured. She didn't want an argument. Okay. I'll just stick with you until then. Misty suggested with a smile. Both Ash and Serena exchanged glances. Sure, they didn't get off on the wrong foot, but now it was all behind them. Although Misty proved she could be nice, and was an experienced trainer. More experienced than these two at least, and that could help out at the very least. Okay, Misty. Serena started as she looked back at the orange-haired girl. You can travel with us. The more the merrier after all. Ash added with a smile. Chapter 5, A Young Girl's Dream. It is the day after Team Rocket attacked the Pokémon Center. Like planned, the group spent the night at the Pokémon Center. Because the room had 3 beds, Ash and Serena invited Misty to join them. Although a little uncomfortable at first, with sleeping in the same room as Ash, she gladly agreed. Misty changed into her bed in the adjacent bathroom, for privacy. Once in bed, the trio spent the night getting to know each other and planning out the next day's adventures. As Ash promised, he planned to visit his Aunt Yellow in the morning, and while he did that, Misty decided to join Serena in her trip to the Battle Chateau. They both knew this should take them through to noon, and as a result, they could head out for their next destination of Vidiian Forest, as it is the most direct route to Pewter City and Ash's first gym battle. Of course there is a gym in Vidiian City, but they only accept challenges from trainers with 7 badges, and it's the only leader whose identity is kept secret. Anytime they are referred to, they are called G. The trio also introduced their Pokémon. Needless to say, Misty was shocked by Ash's ability to understand Pokémon. Misty actually had 2 Pokémon her, one being the Stereo which battled Team Rocket, and the other was a little fish which both Ash and Serena scanned their Pokédexes. Goldeen, the goldfish Pokémon. Its tail fin billows like an elegant ballroom dress, giving it the nickname of the Water Queen. We now join them in the lobby, parting ways. For now. So we'll meet up back here, at 11:40 and grab an early lunch before setting off. Serena clarified. Right. Ash smiled with a thumbs up. And best of luck with the Battle Chateau. Serena blushed at Ash's comment. Thank you, Ash. Serena replied in a sweet low tone, barely audible. Seriously, how can he be this dense? Pikachu thought with a mental sigh. Sure, Ash was probably the nicest human he's met, but he is also the dense. All well, at least it will make for some good comedy, for the Electric Mouse Pokémon. This could be interesting. Misty thought with a mischievous smile. Sure, they were friends and she highly doubted she would ever be interested in Ash. At least not in that way, but maybe some playful teasing couldn't hurt. It could be a way of bonding, and maybe she'll help the younger girl out, but that would have to wait for a later day. Pikachu. Ready to go? Ash turned to his partner who sat on his shoulder, seeing nothing odd about Serena's reaction. Ready as I'll ever be. Pikachu replied. Okay, see you guys later. Ash said as he started walking away. Serena just stared at the raven-haired boy, until he turned a corner and was out of sight. Serena happily sighed before turning to Misty. How about you, Misty? Ready to go? Serena asked, receiving a smile and nod from the orange-haired girl. The two of them headed off in an opposite direction to Ash and Pikachu. After a couple of minutes of walking in silence, it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. The two girls were taking in the sights of the city, making sure to go on the right path. Misty decided to break the silence. So Serena. Misty started casually. How did you and Ash meet, anyway? Serena sighed happily as she remembered the fateful day. It all started 4 years ago. From there Serena described their fist encounter at Professor Oak's Pokémon summer camp, albeit, in a more romantic tone. Then after the camp, he kept his promise and we became best friends. Serena smiled. By this point, her head was staring at the sky with her eyes closed, reliving the day, like a movie playing in her head. Misty smiled, which almost looked a little mischievous. She was sure Serena held feelings for the raven-haired boy. Susu. Misty drew out. I guess that means you're a couple, right? Serena came to a complete halt, her eyes shot open as she stared at the orange-haired girl, with her face turning bright red. What are you, talking about? Serena nervously stuttered. Misty smirked. She knew she was on the right path. We're just friends. With Serena sighing sadly, at the end of the part, Misty knew the least she could do is help. But you like him? Misty asked, in a kind tone. Right? Yeah. Serena sighed sadly. So why don't you tell him? Misty asked. I'm assuming he doesn't know. This caused Serena to sigh sadly once more. It's simple really. Serena stated, matter-of-fact like. Ash is the nicest, kindest, sweetest person I've ever met. And I'd hate to ruin our friendship by revealing my feelings. Misty smiled. It is clearly more than just some silly little schoolgirl crush. Don't worry, Serena. Misty reassured as she put a hand on her shoulder. I'm sure Ash has feelings for you. He just doesn't know it yet. Serena smiled. Maybe Misty is right. Thanks, Misty. Serena thanked. But I'm still not ready to tell him. Misty smiled and nodded, and the two girls closed in on the battle chateau. Ash was stood in front of a small cottage in a deserted part of town. It was so far north of the city. It was arguably route Ash didn't know why, but his Aunt Yellow always seemed isolated. She never seemed to be very happy, although whenever Ash or Drake would visit, she was always nice, and treated them like her own children. After exhaling a big breath, Ash hit the knocker on the door, and knocked 3 times. He then let go, and took a step back. After about a minute, the door slowly opened. Stood in the doorway, was a woman, a few years older than Delia. She has long pale yellow hair which hasn't been stylized. Her hair is covered by a straw hat and other than 2 feathers sticking out, one red, one blue. It is fairly plain. Her eyes are bright wide and brown like Delia's, although, unlike her sisters, they seem to hold pain rather than happiness. She is wearing a light yellow dress, with a sort of black coat underneath which conceals most of her body. Finally, she has some light pale purple boots which meets with her black undercoat. As she stood in the doorway, her arms are wrapped around her. It almost looked like she was shaking until her eyes fell upon her nephew. It had been a few months since she's last seen him, and she smiled lightly at him. Ash. Yellow spoke, in almost a Whisper. Yeah, Aunt Yellow. Ash smiled. It's me. And this is my partner, Pikachu. Yellow's soft glaze fell upon the little yellow mouse Pokémon. Suddenly her eyes became watery, as she remembered her old friend. Why did she have to meet that man? Before Ash could see her cry, Yellow grabbed Ash and pulled him into a tight hug, subtly drying her eyes while in the tight embrace. Ash happily returned the embrace. Pikachu looked at this woman with interest. He could tell she was a good person like Ash, but he couldn't help but think maybe she's hiding something, even from Ash. He doesn't know why, but he can sense a great deal of distress and pain from her. It's good to meet you too, Pikachu. Yellow flashed a warm smile. Hiya. Pikachu happily waved from the ground. As Ash was pulled into the hug, the electric mouse jumped onto the floor. Yes, he is more accepting since Ash opened his eyes, although he is still not a fan on tight enclosed spaces, even with a hug. After a couple minutes, Yellow let go of her nephew and stood up. Come on in, Ash. You must be cold. Ash smiled and happily walked into the small cottage, with Pikachu shortly behind him. Serena and Misty arrived in front of a big, castle-like, building. With a big gate and a smartly dressed man, stood there. He had neatly combed white hair, a point-thin mustache, a smart dark blue blazer which covers his pure white shirt and black bow tie. He also has smart dark blue trousers in the same color as his blazer and smart black shoes. Welcome to the Battle Chateau, dames. The man spoke. I am Hennessy, pleased to make your acquaintance. Serena was a little nervous. For some reason she was intimidated by this man. Hello Hennessy. Serena nervously replied. I'm Serena and this is Misty. Hennessy raised an eyebrow. This is clearly her first time at the Battle Chateau. Is this perhaps your first visit to a Battle Chateau facility? Hennessy asked. Yes. It is. Serena swiftly replied. Very well. Hennessy replied. All I need is your recommendation, from the person of stature. I will gladly show you through. A recommendation? Serena asked as she tilted her head in confusion. I don't think I have one. If you have a number, I could call. Hennessy explained. Then that would work, as well. Oh, I know. Serena lit up. I'm sure Professor Oak would give me a recommendation. Oh, you know Professor Oak? Hennessy asked. Yes. Serena smiled. He gave me my Pokédex, and is a neighbor. Perfect. Hennessy exclaimed. Your Pokédex will be proof enough that Professor Oak deems you a worthy trainer. Okay, great. Serena smiled as she pulled her Pokédex out. Hennessy gladly accepted the device and pressed a few buttons, which confirmed Serena's identity and the fact Professor Oak gave it to her. There you go. Hennessy handed the Pokédex back to Serena. Are you competing too, young dame? Me? Misty replied, like it was a question. No, no. I'm just spectating today. Very good. Hennessy replied. Would you follow me? With that, Hennessy turned around and started walking into the castle-like structure behind him. Serena and Misty followed behind, although they kept their distance. Once in the building, Hennessy walked over to the desk to the right, where a smartly dressed woman was stood, next to a computer. MDM, I have one Serena Yvonne here, who will be competing for her first time. Hennessy explained, and gestured towards the nervous honey blonde girl. The women smiled at and pulled a clipboard with a sheet of paper on it. Very good, Hennessy. The women smiled, before turning to Serena. Young dame. The women turned toward Serena. If you'd be so kind, could you please fill this in? The women requested as she passed the clipboard and pen over. Of course. Serena returned the smile and gladly accepted the items. She spent a few minutes, filling in the piece of paper, just basic information, and then handed it back to the women. Thank you, MDM, the women thanked, followed by skimming the information Serena just filled in, before typing down somethings on the computer, at incredible speeds. About a minute later, the women hit enter button and a new card was exported from the computer. "Here you go, Baroness Serena." The women spoke softly, as she held the card out. "You need to keep this card, as it is your personal entry pass and also tracks your rank." Serena tilted her head in confusion. "Rank?" Serena questioned. "Ah yes. You see, at the Battle Chateau you don't receive gym badges, or frontier symbols or anything like that." The women smiled. "Here, once you've won a tournament consisting of 4 battles, you raise your rank. There are 5 altogether: Baron/Baroness, Viscounts/Viscountesses, Earls/Countess, Marquises/Marchioness, Duke/Duchesses. Once you've worked your way up to a Duke or Duchess, you'll have the right to challenge the Battle Chateau head for the title of Grand Duke or Grand Duchess." Serena smiled. Imagine if she could become a Grand Duchess, it would be so amazing. "Now, Baroness Serena, follow me. Please." Hennessy spoke, before walking up to 2 women, dressed as maids. "Would one of you MDMs please show our new Baroness towards the changing rooms?" Hennessy requested. "Certainly." One of the maids bowed before walking down the left corridor, and Serena followed shortly behind. In Yellow's house, Ash was sat on the settee, with his Aunt Yellow sat opposite. Pikachu was a little on edge. This yellow person keeps looking at him, like he's someone else. Plus, the house is quite plain, no pictures, a single window with the covers down, no color on the walls, only the brown wood which it is built up of. Something about this place just creeps the little mouse out. "So Ash." Yellow spoke, changing the conversation. They were previously discussing his first day as a trainer, although she seemed to cut off at the mention of Team Rocket. "How's your brother, Drake, doing?" Ash felt a little weird by her reaction to Team Rocket, although his aunt could always be like that. "Drake." Ash replied, trailing off. He didn't want to mention the bad tension between the two, as he doesn't want to upset his auntie. "He's doing fine. He actually started with a Charmander, like Dad did." Although Ash doesn't care for his father, he knows Yellow, for whatever reason has always supported him, talking like he a savior or something. Yellow smiled. She can't stand conflict, she's too much to deal with it. Although she isn't blind, she knows the bad tension Ash has with his brother and his strong distaste toward his father. If only he knew the history behind it all, then he would finally understand. "Well, all in due time." "And what about you?" Yellow asked. "Where do you plan on traveling to next?" "Well, me and Pikachu are aiming for the Indigo League. We're heading back to Vidiian's Pokémon Center to meet up with Serena and Misty. Then it's off to Pewter City and our first gym battle." Ash replied enthusiastically, finishing by throwing his fist in the air. Pikachu mimicked the action. Yellow giggled. She loved his enthusiasm, it was just like she was before she met him. Then she noticed something. Serena and Misty. "Who are they?" Yellow asked with interest. "Well, Serena is a friend from Pallet Town. The one I met at Professor Oak's summer camp. Remember, I told you about her before. She didn't want to travel alone, so we decided to travel together." Ash explained. "And Misty? She is the girl whose bike we borrowed to escape the Spearow. She caught up with us, and because we can't repay for her bike right now, she's decided to travel with us, as well." "Oh yes. Serena was that girl who injured her knee." Yellow cheerfully replied. She has always been a romantic, and from what she knows about their meeting, it sounds like one from the romantic novel, with Ash being a knight in shining armor. If only she was lucky with her endeavors with love. "So, is she just a friend?" Yellow grew a mischievous smile. "What are you talking about?" Ash asked, clearly confused. Pikachu face-palmed. Ash is so dense. Back at the Battle Chateau, when she entered the changing rooms, Serena's eyes light up with all the clothes available. she was in fashion heaven. She quickly started rushing around trying to fix the perfect outfit. After 20 minutes, she got to work on her hair. In total she spent around 35 minutes in the changing rooms. Her new outfit looks like a long pink dress, with short sleeves edged with white frills, pantyhose on her legs with elegant pink flats to match, and on her head is a sparkling pink headband. As she walked out to the main lobby she found Misty waiting for her. As Misty spotted the honey blonde girl, her eyes widened, and she walked towards her. "Wow, Serena." Misty spoke. "You look appealing in that dress." Serena smiled. "Thank you, Misty." Serena replied. "I bet Ash would think so, too." Misty whispered. This caused Serena to blush and let out a short yelp. Misty giggled in response. "Come on, Serena. It's nothing to be embarrassed about." Misty reassured. "Maybe." Serena sighed as her blush faded. "It's just everyone in Palette seemed to tease me about my crush. Even my mum, and—" "Serena, don't worry. It was just a bit of fun." Misty reassured. "Besides, if Ash is as dense as you say he is, then you don't need to worry about someone else taking him away." "Guess you're right, Misty." Serena replied with a grateful smile. "Anyway, are you sure you want to participate today?" Misty asked. "Yeah. It looks like it will be good fun." Serena cheerfully replied. Misty inwardly sighed, this won't end well. Guess she should wait until it's all over. "Baroness Serena Yvonne. Please make your way to Battle Room 3. A voice announced over the speaker. With that, Serena turned around and started walking towards the battle room. This is a first-round match of an official Battle Chateau tournament, between Baroness Serena and Baroness Macy. May both participants curtsy. The ref declared. He was stood on the podium box in the center of the edge of the battlefield, with Serena and her opponent in the trainer boxes. Both Serena and Macy did a curtsy to each other. Now both participants may choose their Pokémon. Serena and Macy each grabbed their Pokeball and held it. B-drill. Battle time. Macy threw her Pokeball, releasing the Poison Bee Pokémon. The bug type jabbed its stingers in an aggressive manner as a sign that he was ready for battle. Serena took a deep breath, and exhaled. Serena took out her Pokédex. B-drill, the Poison Bee Pokémon. It has 3 poisonous stingers on its forelegs and its tail. They are used to jab its enemy repeatedly. Fennekin, I choose you. Serena threw her Pokeball and the Fox Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Although she was a little scared by the big bee, she stood her ground and took a battle position. Begin. The ref declared. Baroness Serena versus Baroness Macy. Alright Fennekin, start of with Ember. Serena instructed. Fennekin tensed up, before opening her mouth and firing several little fireball at B-drill. Aerial ace to dodge. Macy shouted. B-drill took off at speed, easily dodging the fireball. While in the air, B-drill preformed a loop and redirected towards Fennekin. Before either Serena or Fennekin could react, B-drill slammed his wings into the Firefox and Fennekin was sent flying into the wall. Fennekin had swirls in her eyes. Fennekin is unable to battle, the winner is Baroness Macy. The ref declared. Macy returned B-drill, giving one last curtsy before exiting the room. Serena made her way over to Fennekin and picked her up, cradling the little fox Pokémon in her arms. Serena just stared at the unconscious fire type. What went wrong? She had a type advantage, they were both the same rank, why did she lose? Serena's thought was cut off when Fennekin let out a weak bark of pain. She can't think about that now, Fennekin needs medical attention. With that, Serena took off, returning Fennekin. She quickly got changed back into her normal clothes, and then ran back to the Pokémon Center. Misty sighed, guess this is her cue, and the orange-haired girl slowly followed Serena back to the Pokémon Center. At the Pokémon Center, Serena ran into the medical building and handed Fennekin over to Nurse Joy, who left to perform the checkup. Once Nurse Joy was gone, Serena sat down in a booth and just stared out the window, analyzing what happened in that battle. After all, it was her first official battle, and she lost. Badly. She only snapped out of her thought, when she heard a voice. Serena. Misty spoke as she stood in front of her. The tone wasn't sympathetic or anything, if anything, it sounded stern. Oh. Hey Misty. Serena replied sadly. You're pretty naive, you know. Misty replied, with a stern voice. What do you mean? Serena asked. What I mean is. This is your second day as a trainer, and probably haven't done any training with your Fennekin. Misty replied. Well. Serena went to reply, although she couldn't deny it. Misty sighed. Every battle facility, whether the battle chateau, a league gym or even a battle frontier, is not meant to be taken lightly. Misty explained. Serena didn't reply, so Misty saw it fit to continue. I bet every trainer in the battle chateau today was an experienced trainer, who has been preparing for this tournament, weeks, months, and have gotten to know their Pokémon. Misty continued. Macy knew her Beedrill could take to the air to dodge the attack, and used it. When your attack missed, you froze and Fennekin was left wide open. Serena sighed. I went with you today, as I thought you'd see some battles from experienced trainers and be inspired to follow their lead. Misty continued. Not try to battle them yourselves. So. What should I do? Serena asked, as she looked towards the ground, in a whisper, which was almost inaudible. First, you need to apologize. Misty replied, and Serena nodded. Then you should spend time, whilst out on the road. Catch some more Pokémon. And spend time with them, training. Bonding. And then you can try at another battle chateau. Except this time, you be prepared. Serena was silent for about a minute. Thanks Misty. You're right. Serena replied with a strong-ish smile, and a flame in her eye. With that, Misty sat down, waiting for Fennekin to be healed. Back at Yellow's house, Ash was getting ready to leave. Okay Aunt Yellow. We best be going. Ash told her. Yellow got up, and gave him a massive hug. Goodbye Ash. Yellow spoke, with a cracking voice. Take care on the road. I will Aunt Yellow. Ash replied. It was good to see you again. It was good to see you too. Yellow replied as she let go of him. And before you go? Yes. Ash turned to face his aunt as he stood in the doorway, with Pikachu on his shoulder. Don't take this journey lightly. Around every corner there will be a new trial, ready to test you, test your Pokémon and test your friends. You can't just stroll through. Promise me, every challenge, where whilst out on the road, in one of your battles or anything else, you'll take it seriously. Yellow spoke, in a serious tone. Ash was taken back by this. Of course he would take it seriously. Well. Maybe he could have handled the situation with the Spearows better, and with Misty and her bike. Plus tackling Pokémon thieves head-on wasn't the smartest of ideas. He does only have Pikachu, and Professor Oak did give him some Pokeballs to add more Pokémon to his team. Rather than aiming to get to Pewter City and his gym battle as soon as isn't the best idea, maybe they should spend some time in Vidiian Forest, catch some more Pokémon, and get some serious training in. If his first day taught him anything, then it's anything can happen, he needs to be prepared for it. What if they run into that Team Rocket again? I promise. Ash answered truthfully. Aunt Yellow. With that, Ash set off, back towards the Pokémon Center where he and Pikachu will reunite with Serena and Misty, before setting off towards Vidiian Forest, where their journey will continue. Chapter 6, Vidiian Forest. After the group met up at the Pokémon Center and Fennekin was healed and returned to Serena, Serena apologized to her starter and Misty explained what happened at the battle chateau to Ash. It turns out, despite their different experience, they came to the same conclusion: they needed to start taking their journey seriously. Which means, training, bonding, and catching Pokémon. Once everyone was set, lunch was ate, the group set off for their next destination. Vidiian Forest. It was a short 30-minute walk from the north of Vidiian City to the forest entrance. Ash, Pikachu, Serena and Misty all stood in the building which allows access to the forest. Well, here we are, Vidiian Forest. Ash announced. He was excited about what Pokémon he can add to his team. The girls, on the other hand, weren't that excited. Are you sure we need to go in there? Misty asked. Yeah. We need to add Pokémon to our teams and we need to start training properly. Ash replied. Isn't that what you told Serena to do anyway? Well, yeah. But. Misty ummed. See. And I bet there's some great bug Pokémon to catch in there. Ash cheered. BB bugs. Misty nervously exclaimed. You aren't scared of a little forest, are you? Majesty. Ash teased. And no, it's not the forest itself, but. Misty stuttered. Well Misty, if you don't want to go in the forest then I guess this is where we part ways. Ash smirked. Sure, they were on good terms, but Ash and Misty learnt they got on like cats and dogs. Come on guys, we're wasting sunlight. Ash commented as he turned to face the exit. Due to the morning's adventures, it was late afternoon, it was clear they would camp out. Pikachu spoke up from Ash's shoulder. I'm ready. Pikachu shouted out. Serena was a little hesitant. She isn't a fan of camping out, she is fine with all the Pokémon, but what if it starts raining or something attacks in the night, what will they do? Seeing the look on Serena's face, Ash gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry Serena. We made a promise that we will face all our trials together. Me, Pikachu and Fennekin all have your back. Ash explained, with a sympathetic tone. He also offered his hand towards her. This was always his way of saying, trust me. We are in this together. Looking at the open gesture, Serena knows that she will be safe, no matter what happens. With that, she gladly accepted Ash's hand, causing her to blush, although Ash didn't notice it. Okay Ash, I'm ready to go. Serena replied in a sweet tone. With that the two trainers and Pikachu started making their way into the forest. What to do? What to do? What to do? Misty panicked. She really didn't want to go into the creepy bug-infested forest. But they still owed her a bike. Ash and Serena were almost out of sight. GG Gerard, wait for me. Misty took off after them. The group has been walking through Vidiian Forest for about an hour. To Ash's disappointment, he hasn't seen a single Pokémon he could add to his team. He also discovered why Misty was so hesitant about entering the forest. Turns out, she has a fear of bugs. With the slightest movement, she lets out an ear-piercing screech. Aerk. Misty screeched as a leaf fell from a tree. A couple of Pidgeys flew away from the loud noise. Hey, it could have been one of those big scary bug types. Like a caterpie. But it wasn't. Ash had since let go off Serena's hand, she was scared anymore and he didn't feel a need to do it, much to Serena's disappointment. Although both 10-year-olds were tired of the loud noise. Hey. I think Misty just learned hyper voice. Ash whispered, which caused Serena to giggle and Pikachu snicker. And it was super effective. Pikachu added. That one hit Ash and he let out a loud laugh. What's so funny? Misty asked as she stormed over to the group. Nothing. Both Ash and Serena replied in unison, with a sweat drop. Right. Misty replied, clearly skeptical, but she is willing to let it go. This time. Well, I for one, say we take a break. Misty suggested, although the tone in her voice made it sound like a demand. My feet are killing me. With that, Misty took her bag off and dropped it on the floor, before she sat down with it. I say we run for it. Pikachu suggested. Which caused Ash to lightly chuckle. I think we should take a break. Ash replied. If only to stop her screeches. Serena giggled and Pikachu sighed, but both agreed. With that, Pikachu jumped onto the floor, while Ash and Serena followed Misty's lead and sat down, taking their bags off. After another screech, Ash realized something, while Misty was around. He wouldn't catch any Pokémon in the forest. Then he grabbed his water container, to discover it was empty. That gave him a perfect idea. Hey guys. I'm out of water. I saw a stream little bit back, so I'm going to fill it up. Ash explained as he stood up. He looked at Pikachu and Serena, the former had found a nice branch to snooze on, while Serena was rubbing her foot. Guess they're staying put. Hey Ash. I'm out of water too, can you refill my container please? Serena asked as she handed over her water container. Sure Serena. Ash smiled as he took the pink container. Can you keep an eye on Pikachu, while I'm gone? Sure. Serena returned the smile. I think I'll brush Fennekin while we're here. Serena pulled out her Pokeball, and released her fire starter. Ash smiled as she also got out the brush, before setting off. Ash was walking around the forest, backtracking. Sure, he was sad Pikachu wasn't with him, he can't battle anyone he comes across, but at least he can get a breather from Misty. Until they entered the forest, she seemed okay, but now she is just annoying with all the screeches. Ash continued walking, closing in on the stream. He sat down and began filling the 2 containers. Help! Help! Ash heard a scared voice shout out. He stood up, setting both containers down on the floor, before looking around. Help! Help! With that, Ash looked towards a tree to see a little bug stuck on a branch. Although the branch was breaking, Ash knew if he waited, then the branch would fall and the little bug would be squished. Ash, being Ash, jumped into action and climbed the tree. As he got to the branch, he reached out and gently grabbed the little bug. He placed it on his shoulder and climbed down again. During the whole event, the little bug was too scared to even move. And was on the verge of tears. Once back on solid ground, Ash held the bug in his and just rubbed its back, until it settled down. Hey there. Ash spoke as he placed the bug on the ground, and sat down next to it. I'm Ash. Hi. The little bug replied, nervously. Thank you. 4. Saving me. The little bug was so quiet, it was nearly inaudible. No problem. Ash shrugged the thanks off. He did appreciate it, but he didn't do it for thanks. After all, I couldn't just leave you, could I? This brought tears to the little bug's eyes. Hey, what's the matter? Ash asked, concerned because he's crying. You're not hurt, are you? The little bug continued to let the tears fall, and tackled Ash in the stomach, but rather than hurting Ash, it barely hit him, and snuggled into his stomach. Ash had used his hand to support the little bug. It took a couple of minutes but the little bug finally stopped. Ash was about to say something, when the little bug's stomach rumbled. Guess you're hungry. Right? Ash asked as he walked over to his bag. The little bug was too nervous to answer. He already saved the little guy, he isn't going to feed him too, is he? The little bug's question was answered when he pulled out a can of Pokémon food. Ash opened it, and sprinkled a few pellets onto his hand. Walking back to the silent bug, who was just staring at him, Ash sat down, and offered the hand with the food. Go on. Eat up. Ash instructed. Hesitantly, the little bug crawled up to Ash's hand, and looked at Ash one more time. Go on, I'm not gonna bite. Ash gave the little guy a reassuring smile, and the bug slowly ate one of the pellets. It didn't taste of much, probably because it is just plain Pokémon food, but the little bug hasn't eaten in days, and even when he has, it's only a couple of leaves, at most, so he isn't complaining. After the first pellet was gone, the little bug picked up some speed and just got to work, eating even faster. Feeling the bug eating so fast, tickled Ash's hand, causing him to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Slow down, buddy. Ash laughed. It isn't going anywhere. The little bug didn't stop until it was all gone. Before he could say his thanks, Ash had lifted him up to eye level. Thank you, Ash. The little bug nervously. Don't sweat it. Ash replied with his typical toothy grin. I know. Why don't you come with me? At Ash's suggestion, the little bug looked shocked. Many trainers have passed through here, but they passed him up, claiming he was too weak, but Ash, not only saved him, and feed him, but also wants him to join his team. He would be crazy to pass this up. In the past, he did have a few friends, but they all evolved and left for the mating season. Sure, probably make it there, as it goes on for a few months, but first he needs to evolve, and if anyone could get him to do that, it's Ash. But does he really want to be his trainer? Are you sure? I mean. The little bug replied, stuttering. Of course I'm sure, with how fast you ate that food, I bet you'll be a great partner. Ash cut him off. I would be crazy to not catch you. That again, brought tears to the little bug again, who again snuggled into Ash's chest. He, I guess that's a yes. Ash laughed as he brought out a spare Pokeball and taped it against the sensor on his head. A red light engulfed the bug type and he was sucked into the Pokeball, which immediately dinged, showing the little guy put up no resistance. With that, Ash pressed the button, and released his new capture. Hey, Ash. The bug spoke. Yes, buddy. Ash replied with a friendly smile. How can you understand me? The bug asked. I don't know how. But I can understand all Pokémon. Ash answered honestly. This shocked the little bug. He has only heard of people understanding Pokémon from legend, and he knows Ash did save him, but he couldn't really be. No. You don't mind if I scan you, do ya? Scan. The bug asked, scared. Don't worry, my Pokédex won't hurt you. Ash reassured. It only gives me some information on you. Oh, okay. The bug nervously replied. Ash smiled and pulled out his Pokédex. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. When in danger, it will release a horrible stink for protection. Type, bug. Ability, shield dust. Hidden ability, run away. Note, hidden ability is unlocked. Male. Nature, quiet. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, tackle, string shot, bug bite. Okay, Caterpie, I've just got to finish getting water, then we can head back and I'll introduce you to my friends. Ash explained. Caterpie nodded in understanding. Why don't you wait in your Pokeball, and we surprise them? Okay, Ash. Caterpie replied, happy. He has always been a little shy, hence his quiet nature, but he has made a friend with Ash, and he said that Caterpie will meet more friends. This is enough to make the worm Pokémon happy. With that, Ash returned Caterpie to his Pokeball, and placed it on his belt. Ash went back to the containers, making sure both were filled. He picked his stuff up and made his way back to the group, with a new friend in tow. While Ash was off, collecting water, Misty was sat, massaging her acing feet, while Serena sat, brushing Fennekin's fur, while Pikachu was snoozing. He was tired from the journey, as he spent his time on Ash's shoulder, but he was resting his ears, which are throbbing in pain after Misty's assault on them. After a while of silence, Serena decided to speak before it gets awkward. Hey Misty. Serena spoke, breaking the silence. This caused the orange-haired girl to look at her. At the Battle Chateau, how come you didn't need a recommendation to get in? Misty's sweat dropped. The truth is, everyone needs a recommendation, but there are exceptions, such as gym leaders, frontier bosses, and other important people, but Misty doesn't want to reveal that little secret, at least not yet. Oh. It's because I've. Misty nervously replied. Been to one before, so they already know me. Serena wasn't convinced by that speedy explanation, but decided to leave it. After all, it was none of her business, and she didn't want to start another argument. Okay. Serena replied in a sweet tone and with a warm smile, although that had the opposite effect on her, as Misty could hear doubt in Serena's tone. Misty decided to just shrug it off. After all, she doesn't want another argument either, and she too tired to argue anyway. The silence resumed. After about a minute, Misty stood up. Serena. Misty spoke, causing the honey blonde girl to look at her. I'm going to do some training. Serena smiled and nodded. As Misty began to walk into a clearing with a pokeball in hand. Serena got thinking, after her horrible failure at the battle chateau, she should really start taking training seriously. Hey Misty. Serena shouted out as she stood up. This caused the orange-haired girl to turn around. Mind if I join you? Misty smiled. Seems like Serena is taking her advice seriously. I don't mind. Misty replied. Come on. With that, Misty continued her walk to the clearing, and Serena followed with Fennekin, shortly behind. As Ash came back to the camp, he saw the bags on the side off the road with Pikachu resting on the branch above them. A few meters away, he saw Misty and Serena in some intense training. Misty had her stereo out, who was trying to form a sphere of water and fire it at the rock, working on the move water pulse. While Serena was throwing small rocks in the air, and Fennekin was using them as a target for her ember, working on her accuracy. Ash smiled, and decided he should probably start training too. Hey Pikachu. Ash called up to his yellow partner. The mouse Pokémon looked down to his trainer. Come on down here, I have a friend for you to meet. Okay. Pikachu crankily replied. He was happy to make new friends, but not to be woken up. Keep your cap on. Ash sighed. Pikachu swiftly ran down the tree after some stretches and jumped onto Ash's shoulder. Ash picked up the bags, since Pikachu was look after them, and carried them over to the training ground off the main path. Hey guys. Ash shouted to the girls. I'm back. At the sound of his voice, both the trainers and Pokémon turned to face him. Hey Ash, we've just been training. Serena replied. Great. Ash smiled. I think I'll join ya. With that, Ash set the bag down and approached them. I also have a friend I want you to meet. Ash added as he unclipped Caterpie's Pokeball and enlarged it. Both girls raised an eyebrow. Serena was a little sad that Ash caught his first Pokémon without her, but she also knows if the opportunity came up, then Ash would take it. Misty was a little excited to see what Pokémon Ash caught, maybe a water type from the pond, or a flying type from nearby, or maybe even. Come on out and meet your new friends. Ash called as he pressed the button, releasing his new Pokémon. Caterpie. At the sound of his name, and the bug type appearing in front of them, Misty froze. Why on earth would he want a BB bug? Ah, he is a cutie. Serena beamed as she got on her knees to pick the little bug up. Caterpie, this is Serena. Ash introduced. Serena, this is Caterpie. Hello. Caterpie stuttered, and Ash translated. Hello to you too, Caterpie. Serena sent a warm smile, although she could tell he was nervous. I'm not going to bite. Don't worry Serena, Caterpie's a little shy. Ash reassured. What about me? Pikachu asked, a little ticked he hasn't been introduced yet. Sorry buddy. Ash apologized. Caterpie, this is my other Pokémon, Pikachu. Pikachu, this is Caterpie. As the two Pokémon got to know each other, Misty was still frozen. why did he catch that disgusting thing, is slimy, creepy, and just plain horrible. What is wrong with him? After the two Pokémon introduced themselves, Caterpie discovered that everyone so far is pretty friend, the orange-haired girl is probably friendly too. With that, he jumped on the floor and crawled over to Misty. As he appeared in front of the oldest trainer, the little bug was not expecting her reaction. "Ah-ha-ha!" Misty screamed. "Get away! Get away! Get away!" As Misty lashed out, she accidentally kicked the little bug away. Ash was able to catch his new Pokémon before he hit the ground. "Come on, Misty. You aren't scared of an itty-bitty Caterpie, are you?" Ash teased as he placed Caterpie on his shoulder, and scratched under his chin, to which the little bug responded positively. "Just keep that disgusting bug away from me," Misty shouted as she hid behind a tree. "You could at least be happy for me, you know." Ash commented with disgust and turned around. "I just caught my first Pokémon, and all you're doing is scream." "I'm happy you caught a Pokémon," Misty replied. "But why did you catch a bug of all things? I can't stand bugs." "Really?" Serena rolled her eyes. "With all your screaming, I would never have guessed." Serena was being very sarcastic. Then Serena saw the little bug was in tears. What did he ever do to her? "Don't listen to her, Caterpie." Serena got to eye level with the little bug, and rubbed his head. "I personally think you're adorable." Although Caterpie enjoyed the affectionate, he couldn't stop the tears, those things Misty called him, they stung. "Lovely," Misty muttered as she rolled her eyes. "Misty. What has Caterpie done to deserve this? This abuse?" Ash angrily asked. After being the punching bag of Gary and undermined by Drake for years, he knows the damage stuff like this can do, and he doesn't want anyone to go through it, much less his own Pokémon. Misty was angry. How dare he accuse her of Pokémon abuse? It's not her fault she has a fear of bugs. After the treatment she got from her sisters, why would she willingly inflict the same treatment on someone else? Why did he have to catch a bug of all things? "Well?" Serena asked, clearly annoyed and waiting for Misty's response. Misty's anger began to vanish. Maybe she was too hard on the little bug. After all, he never actually did anything to her. Of course she can't help her fear, but she could try to be a little nicer to it. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? As they waited for Misty's response, both 10-year-olds, the three Pokémon, all grew annoyed. Misty tried to say something, but she couldn't find her voice. "Come on, guys," Ash stated after getting tired of waiting. "We don't need insensitive bug haters on the team." Those words stung. Serena nodded and picked up Fennekin, followed by her bag. And got ready to leave. "Hey Ash. Can you put me back in my ball? Please?" Caterpie asked as he tried to stem the tears. Ash sighed. He knows it would be better if Caterpie stayed out, they could talk and make him feel better, but if Caterpie doesn't want to, then there is nothing they can do. "Okay, Caterpie," Ash replied with a sad smile. "I'll cheek up on you later." With that, Ash returned his little bug, before clipping the ball back on his belt. He went over and picked up his bag, while Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder. "Ready to go?" Ash asked, looking Serena, who smiled and nodded, and with that, the group headed off. "Hey, you can't leave me in this bug-infested forest." "What about my bike?" Misty shouted, as she ran after them. Serena rolled her eyes. Was she still going on about that bike? It has been about 40 minutes since the group went through their colorful debate, and they parted ways, even though Misty was still on their tail. When will she give it a rest? Serena ummed as she looked back to find the orange-haired girl still behind them. "I don't know." Ash replied, then raised his voice a little so Misty could hear. "And I don't really care, after all, she's only a bully." That stung. Misty has been bullied her whole life, by her sisters, and it feels horrible. Maybe she. No, she was too tough on Caterpie, and she needs to make things right. These kids may owe her a bike, but she could try to be a little nicer to them. Wait up! Misty shouted as she picked up the speed to catch up. Just keep walking. Ash mumbled and everyone just ignored Misty. Wait. Please. Misty pleaded one more time. Yes. Ash questioned with a sigh and turned to face her. I want to apologize. Misty stated, not in her aggressive tone like before, but a genuine one. I still have my fear, but you was right. I was too hard on Caterpie, so. I'm sorry. Ash let the words sink in and was silent for almost a minute. I'm not the one who deserves the apology. Ash replied sharply, she may have sounded genuine, but there is only one way to know for sure. With that, Ash pulled out Caterpie's Pokeball. If you're truly sorry, then you can apologize to Caterpie's face. Ash pressed the button and released Caterpie, who had since calmed down. He looked at Ash, to see what he needed. When Caterpie saw Misty, he turned around with tears in his eyes. Ash kneeled down, and picked the little bug up. Come on Caterpie. Ash encouraged. Just hear Misty out. I think it will help. Caterpie looked at Ash, this boy saved him, feed him and took him in, he can definitely trust Ash, and if Ash thinks this will help, then it's got to be worth a try. With that, Caterpie took a deep breath and turned to face Misty. Ash picked him up, so he was eye level with Misty. Misty took a deep breath, she could do this, after all, he never did anything to hurt her, so she should be fine. Right. Misty sighed heavily. Caterpie. I want to apologize. I'm sorry for those things I said. It's just that I have a fear of bug, but I shouldn't have taken it out on you, so. I'm sorry. Misty apologized, full-hearted. Caterpie went over Misty's words, it did actually make him feel better, if she was big enough to apologize then he could be big enough to forgive and forget. After about a minute, Caterpie faced Misty once more. Apology accepted. Caterpie nodded, and Ash translated. Now I want you to seal it, with a rub on his head. Ash commented. Misty looked at him with a, what do you mean, look. Normal people make a deal with a handshake, and Caterpie is missing one vital thing to do that. A hand. So you can seal and put this way with a rub on the head. With Ash's explanation, Misty's face darkened, it was one thing to apologize, but another to actually touch the bug. No, she could do this. Misty's face turned from scared to determined, she reached her hand out, and moved it towards the little bug. What seemed to be a year, but eventually Misty rubbed Caterpie's head, back and forth. Caterpie gave a happy chirp as Misty gave him the rub. Both Ash and Serena smiled at the scene. See Misty, isn't it better when we get along? Serena smiled. Yeah. Misty sighed happily as she finished the rub. From there they realized it was getting late, with the orange sky. The group found another clearing and set up camp. After a little training session, they made themselves some tea of sandwiches and fruit. It was times like this that they wished they had a cook in the group, someone who could fix a nice hot meal. Serena did ask Grace to teach her once, but instantly regretted it when Grace claimed she only wanted to know to impress Ash, despite whether or not it was true, it was embarrassing. The Pokémon also wasn't too fond of the food they have, other than Caterpie, he is just happy to eat something that isn't dried leaves. Hey guys. Ash turned to Pikachu and Fennekin who didn't look too happy while eating the Pokémon food. What's wrong? Caterpie quickly replied with nothing and continued to eat, he really didn't mind the plain flavor, it tasted better than just starving or a couple of leaves, plus he's too shy to really speak out. Pikachu, sweat dropped, he knows Ash won't mind that he doesn't like the flavor, but he doesn't want to sound selfish either. Fennekin sighed, guess she'll have to speak up. The problem, Ashton, is that this food is plain, no flavor, comprehende? Fennekin replied with sass. Ash sweat dropped, only his mother called him Ashton, and only when getting told off. Sorry guys. Ash apologized. It is all we have at the minute, but I promise when we get to Pewter City, we'll restock and let you choose the flavors. With Ash's friendly smile along with the explanation, Fennekin smiled. Very well. Fennekin replied. I'll hold you to that promise. She may have seen Ash's actions and know he is a kind and caring person, but she hasn't bonded with Ash like she has with Serena. With that, everyone returned to their tea. Once finished, the three trainers all stepped away to change into their bedwear and lay out their sleeping bags. Serena very slyly lay hers next to Ash's, and when questioned just stated, it was to scare of wild Pokémon in the night as a group is more likely to deter them, and Ash being as dense as he is, simply accepted it. It wasn't long before the three trainers were asleep, and unknowingly, Serena latched onto Ash's arm, snuggling up to Pokémon, however, stayed awake. Caterpie was sat on a tree stump, looking up to the moon. Pikachu jumped up and joined him. Hey Caterpie. Pikachu spoke. Why are you still up? Can't sleep. Caterpie answered as he stared at the moon. Too much on my mind. Like what? Pikachu asked. Oh, I've always been shy. That only got worse since my friends evolved and left to start their own families. I realized I couldn't evolve on my own, then I met Ash. Caterpie explained, never looking away from the moon. Yeah. Ash is a good guy. Pikachu replied, as he now stared at the moon. Before I met him, I didn't trust any human. Been hurt by too many of them. But he was willing to sacrifice himself, to protect me. Hours after we met. And before that, I was horrible to him, shocking him, laughing at him, and yet, he only cared that I was safe. Wow. Caterpie replied, shocked. I knew he was special. He met me, when I was on a branch that was about to fall, he climbed the tree and saved me without a second's hesitation. The two Pokémon fell silent again and just stared at the moon. You know. Caterpie spoke again. I never really considered being a trainer's Pokémon. I've only wanted to evolve, but after my friends left, I realized that isn't likely to happen. Don't worry Caterpie. Pikachu reassured. Ash will help you to evolve, I know he will. And then you can find a girlfriend and fly off together. Fennekin butted in as she jumped onto the stump. Caterpie blushed. Maybe, maybe not. Pikachu commented seeing the blush. Speaking of girlfriends and stuff. Caterpie replied as he turned towards Ash and Serena asleep. Are they? No. They're not together. Pikachu replied. Not because of a lack of trying on Serena's part. Fennekin added. He, yeah. Ash is kind of dense. Pikachu nervously laughed as he scratched behind his ear. With that, the three Pokémon bid each other a good night. Fennekin curled up on Serena's stomach. Caterpie crawled into Ash's sleeping bag and fell asleep him. Pikachu lay down on Ash's chest and slept in a ball shape, and everyone slept through the night. The next morning, Serena woke up first, and discovered she cuddled up to Ash in the night. Despite being ecstatic she got to spend a night like that, she quickly let go and stepped away to change, to avoid any embarrassment. Ash woke up to the sun shining in his eyes when he did, both his Pokémon woke up with him. Ash did some stretches before Pikachu jumped on his shoulder and went to his bag to fish out some fresh clothes. Caterpie went on a crawl to stretch his suction pads, when Ossesh! Caterpie cried. Heliop! Ash and Pikachu looked up to see a big bird Pokémon chasing Caterpie around. Normally, Ash would scan the new Pokémon with his Pokédex, but right now Caterpie is in trouble. Caterpie! Return! Ash shouted as he held up Caterpie's Pokeball. The red light engulfed Caterpie and returned him to safety. May not be the best plan, but it worked. The bird, Pidgeotto, was not amused that her breakfast was taken away. She turned to face Ash and Pikachu and got into a battle stance. A tough one. Ash smirked. Pikachu, you up for a battle? You bet. Pikachu cheered as he jumped off Ash's shoulder and got into a battle position. Last time he refused to battle a Pidgey and that almost resulted in all their deaths. He isn't going to make the same mistake twice. Ash vs Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto shot straight into the air. Now her opponent was in the field. She cried around Pikachu, like a predictor watching her prey. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Ash instructed, he has the type advantage. Pikachu got ready and fired a bolt of electricity towards Pidgeotto, but she easily dodged. Pidgeotto entered a dive bomb and shot straight down. Pikachu, try Thunder Shock again. Ash instructed, the closer she gets, the likelier it is to hit. Pikachu stood his ground and aimed another bolt of electricity. Pidgeotto continued downwards and redirected an inch above the ground. The electricity came flying at her, but rather than dodging, Pidgeotto slammed her wing into the ground, and flung a heap of sand at Pikachu, which nullified the electricity. Pikachu, dodge with quick attack. Ash panicked. Pikachu followed Ash's instruction and quickly ran away from the sand attack. Pidgeotto smirked, it would show that mouse a true quick attack. Pidgeotto shot off like a bullet and flew alongside Pikachu. What could Ash do? Thunder Shock would do a lot of damage, but it keeps missing and Pikachu can't run away forever. That's when he got an idea. Pikachu, jump on Pidgeotto's back. Ash shouted. Pikachu smirked. Before the bird Pokémon could react, Pikachu leaped from the ground and latched onto Pidgeotto's back. Ash smiled, his plan would work. Thunder Shock. Ash shouted. Full power. Pikachu smirked, this is going to be fun. With a loud battle cry, Pikachu unleashed a large electric attack direct onto Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto cried out in pain, before crash landing. Pikachu jumped off, a little winded, but not injured. Ash had Pidgeotto right where he wanted her. Pokeball, go. Ash shouted as he threw a spare Pokeball. It soared through the air and hit the bird Pokémon. She was sucked into the device. The ball shook back and forth multiple times. Come on. Come on. Ash desperately thought. After a few minutes, the ball stopped wiggling, and dinged, showing it was a successful capture. All right. Ash cheered as he ran and picked up his new Pokeball. I just caught a Pidgeotto. Ash struck a pose, holding the Pokeball out in one hand and flashing a V sign with the other. Pikachu jumped up, mimicking his V signs. Another one bites the dust. Pikachu joked as he struck his pose, along with Ash. With the battle over, Ash went to his bag and pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the Pokeball. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon. The evolved form of Pidgey. This Pokémon is full of vitality. It constantly flies around its large territory in search of prey. Type, normal/flying. Ability, keen eye. Hidden ability, big pecs. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, female. Nature, lonely. Note, the nature can change when this Pokémon evolves. Moves, tackle, quick attack, gust, wing attack, sand attack, agility, steel wing. Wow Ash, that was a great battle. Serena commented as she ran up behind him. Yeah Ash, that wasn't half bad. Misty added, who had also changed out of her bed wear. Geez guys, you're embarrassing me. Ash blushed as he nervously laughed and scratched the back of his head. With that, Ash got ready to introduce Pidgeotto to everyone. Ash held out the Pokeball and took a deep breath. He pressed the button and released Pidgeotto. The female bird Pokémon was breathing heavily with electricity still going throughout her body. She was paralyzed. Ash saw this and frowned, sure he was in a battle, but that didn't make him feel better. With that, he got out his medical kit and approached his new Pokémon. Silently he brought out a paralyze heal and sprayed her. Pidgeotto was shocked. She tried to eat his Pokémon, now he's healing her. Ash put the paralyze heal back in the kit, and took out a super potion and sprayed her. Why was he doing this? What did she do to deserve this nice treatment? There you go, Pidgeotto. Ash spoke, with a friendly smile. Feeling better? Yes. Thank you. Pidgeotto replied, shyly. You're welcome. Ash smiled. I'm Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu. Hiya. Pikachu chimed in from Ash's shoulder. Good day. Pidgeotto replied with her own smile. Then her stomach rumbled. Sorry. Don't sweat it. Ash smiled. But I was going to eat your Pokémon and... Pidgeotto hastily replied. And you were hungry. It's only natural that you'd look for food. But from now on, I'm your trainer, so if you get hungry, just tell me. Ash cut her off, before pulling out a bowl from his bag and filled it with Pokémon food. Pidgeotto was shocked, but accepted it. This kid is actually really nice. After she tried to eat one of his Pokémon, he healed her and feed her, without being asked, or complaining. Enjoy. Ash told her, and Pidgeotto dug in. I think I better get changed. With that, Ash released Caterpie. Pidgeotto apologized for trying to eat him. Ash poured out 2 more bowls of food for Caterpie and Pikachu, and all his Pokémon dug in. With them all eating, Ash grabbed his travel clothes and stepped away to change. Once Ash came back, he noticed the girls also feed their Pokémon, as well as themselves. To save time, Ash decided to just snack on some fruit while on the journey, and it wasn't long before all they were set off on their travels. It was a couple more hours. While traveling, the trainers just chatted. But stopped when they heard some voices. URG, are you sure we're going the right way, Jessie? A male voice hummed. The trio stopped. It couldn't be them again, not so soon. Of course I know the way, James. A female voice aggressively retorted. I just wanted to see the sights. Meowth. Just admit it, we're lost. A third voice butted in. Hey. There's some people, maybe they can give us directions. The male voice excited informed. The trio sweat dropped and tried to hide. They didn't want to deal with these guys again. Thank Arceus we found you here. James spoke as he approached the trio. We were wondering if you kind people would happen to know. James stopped when he saw who the people were. I mean. James corrected himself, as Jessie and Meowth caught up. Of course we found you here. The trio then got ready for their motto. Prepare for trouble. Jessie spoke. Make it double. James spoke. To protect the world from devastation. Jessie added. To unite all people within our nation. James added. To denounce the evils from truth and love. Jessie struck a dramatic pose. To extend our reach to the stars above. James struck a dramatic pose. Jessie. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Jessie made one final pose. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James made one final pose. Meowth. That's right. Meowth chimed in at the end. The group's sweat dropped. Did they do that every time? If you're lost. Serena spoke up. The exit is over there. We're not lost. Jessie angrily snapped. We here to take your Pokémon, for interrupting our mission back at Vidiian's Pokémon Center. Go Ekans. Go coughing. Misty grabbed a Pokeball, ready to battle. Not this time, Twerpet. Jessie shouted as he threw a net which caught Misty, trapping her. Alright Pikachu. Ash turned to his mouse Pokémon, but was cut off. Not this time, Sludge attack. James cut him off. Coughing unleashed a blob of toxic sludge which hit Pikachu's eyes, effectively blinding him. Okay, I can't use Pikachu. And Pidgeotto is too tired. That means Caterpie is my only option. Ash thought as he gripped his Pokeball. Ash isn't so naive to think he can easily beat two Pokémon with Caterpie at once, especially when they both have a type advantage. He turned to Serena, who was looking scared. Serena. Will you battle with me? Ash asked. Hey, are you sure? Ash? Serena stuttered. I'm sure. Serena. We can't just let these guys take our Pokémon. Ash replied. Remember. Don't give up until it's over. With the mention of their motto, Serena turned from scared to determined. They beat them once before, they can do it again. Serena also gripped her Pokeball. Fennekin, burn it up. Serena shouted, releasing her Fire Fox. Caterpie, I choose you. Ash shouted as he released his little bug. Team Rocket burst into laughter at the sight of the bug type. Ha ha ha, do you really think that little bug can touch us? Jessie laughed. That measly bug won't make a difference. James laughed. It's not even worth battling. Meowth added. Ash and Serena versus Team Rocket. We'll see about that. Ash retorted, no one makes fun of his Pokémon. Caterpie. String shot on Coughing. Caterpie ignored Team Rocket's comments and unleashed a string shot at Coughing. The string wrapped around the poison gas Pokémon. Now pull it into a tackle. Ash continued. Caterpie pulled Coughing toward him, then launched at the Pokémon, with a tackle attack. The impact, due to double momentum, caused more damage to Coughing, who went flying, crying in pain. The cry of pain caused Team Rocket's laughter to stop. Well, if you insist. Jessie growled. Ekans, go and get your dinner. The snake Pokémon leaped towards the little bug. Fennekin. Ember in the mouth. Serena shouted. Fennekin took aim and unleashed a barrage of fireball into Ekan's mouth. The snake Pokémon was brought to stop, then promptly ran around like a headless Torchic, trying to put his mouth out. GG. Coughing, tackle that measly bug. James growled. Show him who's stronger. Coughing flung itself with much more force. Ash knows Caterpie won't win a battle of power this time. Jump Caterpie. Ash panicked, it was the first thing that came to mind. Caterpie jumped and was directly above Coughing as the poison type lost all his momentum. That gave Ash an idea. Now Caterpie, tackle straight down. Ash instructed. Caterpie used all his force and shot straight down, hitting Coughing to the ground, causing more damage, and staying on it. Now Bug Bite. Caterpie had two Fang form and he bit down hard on Coughing, who again cried out in pain. Ekans, dig and get that stupid fox. Jessie shouted, James could deal with the bug and she would go after the Torpet. Ekans dived into the ground, out of sight. Fennekin, be careful. Serena warned. It could come out, anywhere. As Caterpie continued his bug bite attack, and not letting up, while James had floods of tears stream down his face, he was getting beaten by a bug. Fennekin nervously looked around waiting for Ekans to appear. Suddenly, the snake Pokémon sprang up under Fennekin, knocking the Fire Fox onto the ground. Wrap it, Ekans. Jessie instructed. Ekans didn't waste a second and wrapped itself around Fennekin. Don't let go, and use Poison Sting. Ekans faced its prey and opened its mouth, unleashing a load of poisonous needles from its mouth direct at Fennekin. Fennekin cried out in pain. Coughing fell on the floor and rolled in front of James with swirls in its eyes. Caterpie had knocked it out, and still stood strong. Ash looked at Fennekin, who was trapped. Caterpie. String shot Ekan's mouth. Ash instructed. Caterpie turned to the target who was completely ignoring the bug. Caterpie fired another string shot and it completely covered Eakin's mouth. "Thanks, Ash." Serena thanked, with a grateful smile. "No problem." Ash returned the smile. "Should we finish this battle?" "Fennekin, get out of there with a scratch attack." Serena smiled. Fennekin's claws extend, and then lashed out. The pain from the scratch as well as panicking from the string shot, caused Eakin's to loosen its grip, allowing Fennekin to escape. Before either Ash or Serena could call out another move, Fennekin began to heat up, before bursting into flames, then tackling Eakin's at a much faster speed. She learned Flame Charge. Eakin's went flying and landed in front of Jessie. The flames burnt the string shot, and Eakin's had swirls in its eyes. "Now you need to deal with me. Oath," Meowth declared as he extended his claws. "Have a taste of my Fury Swipes." Meowth lunged forward toward the two Pokémon, with his claws ready to attack. "String Shot!" Ash shouted. Caterpie unleashed one last string shot, and completely covered Meowth. "Now send him back with Tackle." Caterpie zoomed forward and tackled the immobile Meowth directly in the stomach, which sent him back to the rest of Team Rocket. During the battle, Misty was able to wiggle out of the net. Now all three trainers stood their ground, both Caterpie and Fennekin were ready to attack, while Misty gripped her own Pokeball. Team Rocket sweat dropped. They have no Pokémon, no weapons, and are exhausted from their previous encounter. There is only one suitable action to take. Run. With that, they returned Eakin's and coughing, before picking up Meowth and running away. Team Rocket's blasting off, again. They shouted as they ran off. After watching Team Rocket run away, everyone turned back to the Pokémon, when Caterpie grew white. After a few seconds, Caterpie was gone and a new Pokémon took his place. Ash pulled out his Pokédex, and scanned it. Metapod, the cocoon Pokémon. The evolved form of Caterpie. It has encased its body in a hard shell. This specimen reached this stage faster than any previously discovered Pokémon of this variety. Type, Bug. Ability, Shed Skin. Hidden ability, note, there is no hidden ability for this species. SEC, Male. Nature, Quiet, note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Harden, Iron Defense, moves are currently locked. Well done Metapod. Ash congratulated as he made his way over to him. You're one step closer to being a Butterfree. Ash picked his newly evolved Pokémon up and hugged him. Metapod was silent. He spent months training by himself, but he was too shy to even try to battle. He spends one day with Ash, and he saves his life, and helps him evolve. He owes Ash so much. What's up Metapod, not up to talking? Ash asked, although Metapod had tears in his eyes. He owes Ash so much, and he buried his head in Ash's chest. Don't cry Metapod. You were awesome. We all were. Yeah, you two aren't bad. Misty commented as she approached. If you remember to keep a cool head, especially when your Pokémon are in danger, you will make pretty good trainers. With everything over, they decided to continue their travels before they waste the whole day. Ash cleaned Pikachu's face. He took his now normal spot on Ash's shoulder. He sprayed a potion on Metapod and cheeked on Pidgeotto, and both were battle ready. Although, Fennekin was another story. An antidote was used to heal her poison she sustained from the multiple poison stings, and Serena used a couple of potions. Fennekin was still tired, and needed a rest. It would be a while before she could battle again. With that, they set off. After a while, Ash's stomach rumbled again. Like Serena said, it was an alarm clock to meal time. With that, they found a clearing, and sat down for lunch. Again, it was the plain Pokémon food, and just simple sandwiches for the trainers. Once they finished, they decided to do some training. Ash used his Pokédex to learn Pikachu could learn Iron Tail, and that would be handy against a rock-type gym, like in Pewter City. With that, He got Pidgeotto to teach Metapod and Pikachu to use their Steel-type energy, which she can do with Steel Wing. Metapod used this information and quickly learned the move Iron Defense. Pikachu was having a harder time as his tail hasn't been trained very much, so before he could learn Iron Tail, he needed to strengthen it. Serena cheeked up on Fennekin, who was still a little winded and not up for a battle. Serena took out the brush. Instead of training this time, she gave Fennekin a brush. Misty let out Stereo, and they practiced unlocking Water Pulse, and are getting close to doing this. Whilst they were training, a little orange bug wandered into the clearing. It saw Pidgeotto, practicing exceeding and descending without losing speed. The little bug was fine about leaving her be, until she got too close for comfort. The orange bug fired a poison sting out of fear. Pidgeotto took the attack, and turned around, angry. She didn't like sneak attacks. Pidgeotto didn't bother warning anyone, she could handle this pipsqueak on her own. She flapped her wings, creating a powerful gust and sending the little bug flying. It landed near Serena. Pidgeotto! Ash shouted. Pidgeotto stopped. She couldn't go lone wolf anymore. She has a team, she has a trainer. Pidgeotto gently landed near Ash, and looked at the ground. Sorry Ash. Pidgeotto apologized. Just tell me why. Ash asked. That little bug hit me with a poison sting. Pidgeotto replied. If he wanted a battle, I was more than happy to comply. Ash sighed. Weedle didn't look too aggressive type, he probably only attacked out of fear. From there, Ash went and talked to Pidgeotto about work together, and then left her and her ball to think things through. She wanted to work with Ash. If he could catch her, then he was a decent battler, but she just isn't used to working with people, she has always been a loner. Meanwhile, Serena picked the little Weedle up and healed him. She had a gentle touch and was really nice to the little bug. His parents just kicked him out. After a few weeks after a Weedle's hatched, they are made to leave their parents to learn how to battle, as part of their maturity. This little bug had just left his parents. Sure, he was supposed to go by himself, but maybe he should stay with this girl. He's never been too ambitious, and she seems really nice. Serena stood up from a tree stump she was sat on, and placed Weedle on the seat, while she went through her bag. A spare Pokeball rolled onto the stump and Weedle looked at it. He couldn't just ask. Could he? No, she's busy at the minute, might as well just get it done with. Weedle crawled forward and poked his stinger against the button. He was SCKED in, and it immediately dinged to show he had no resistance. Serena came out of her bag holding her water container. She looked around and couldn't see the little bug. Hey, where did Weedle go? Serena asked, to no one in particular. Fennekin barked to get Serena's attention, then pointed towards the Pokeball. Serena picked up the Pokeball and pressed the button releasing Weedle. Weedle? Serena questioned. Did you hit the Pokeball yourself? Weedle nodded in response. Alright then. Serena shrugged. I've caught a Weedle. From there she brought out her Pokédex. While the others approached, Ash had returned Metapod, and Misty did the same with Stereo. Weedle, the hairy bug Pokémon. Often found in forests, eating leaves. It has a sharp venomous stinger on its head. Type, bug. Ability, shield dust. Hidden ability, run away. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, male. Nature, docile. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, poison sting, string shot. Congrats Serena. Ash spoke. You've caught your first Pokémon. Serena blushed at Ash's praise. He, thank you. Ash. Serena thanked in a sweet tone. No prob. Ash was cut off. A boy with a samurai sword leaped out of a brush, cutting Ash off, and the sword was an inch from Serena's face. Greetings, young maid. The boy was cut off, by Ash tackling him to the ground. Who are you? Ash shouted. And why was you pointing that sword at Serena? Don't even think about hurting her. Serena blushed as she felt a rush of affection. Ash was protecting her, like a knight in shining armor. I'm not a thief. I just wanted to battle. The boy struggled with Ash on top of him. Then why do you have a sword? Ash asked, in a lower voice. It's to make a good entrance. The boy struggled. Ash, I think you can get off him. I don't think he's a threat. Serena interrupted, as much as she liked the fact that Ash protected her, it was a little far, if he just wanted a battle. Okay. Ash replied, he gave one last glare at the boy, although he was thinking along the same line. As he stood up he, accidentally, stood on the sword, snapping it in two, just to be safe. This annoyed the boy, but he knew if he complained, Ash was more physically able than himself, so he would beat him in battle, then complain. As I was saying, are you trainers from Pallet Town? The boy asked. Yeah, I'm Ash Ketchum, and I'm going to win the Indigo League. This is Serena Yvonne, and she is going to conquer the Battle Chateau. Ash replied, introducing both himself and Serena. Very well, my name is Samurai, and I challenge you to a battle. Samurai replied, pointing his finger at Ash. I accept, how about a 2-on-2 battle? Ash replied, with confidence. Samurai was a little nervous, he only has 2 Pokémon, but he can't turn it down and look like a coward to this kid that put him down, plus that Gary kid said that it was Ash who he would easily beat, so maybe he could battle both trainers from Pallet. Fine by me. Samurai replied, with confidence. Samurai, why does it matter if we're from Pallet Town or not? Serena asked, cutting into the atmosphere between the 2 trainers. I've already battled 2 trainers from Pallet, their Squirtle and Bulbasaur were amazing, and I was informed of the others. I knew I just had to battle the Pallet crew. Samurai replied. Oh, so you've already met Gary and Leaf? Serena replied. That was indeed their names. Fantastic trainers in their own right. Samurai replied. Hey, we haven't talked to any of them since we left Pallet, we should call them when we get to Pewter City. Serena suggested, turning to Ash. Yeah, well Leaf anyway. Drake is probably still on the road, and Gary will just be. Ash replied, and before continuing, putting on his Gary face. Hey Ashy boy, I'm the greatest in the universe, I've already caught every Pokémon and won 1 billion badges. Ash continued in his best Gary voice. Yeah. Serena laughed. Pikachu knew the Gary kid wasn't nice, as shown in his lab encounter, but as far as the history between Pikachu's trainer and this Gary kid, it clearly goes a lot deeper. Misty and Samurai both sweat dropped at this, they clearly don't get the joke. Can we get the battle started? Samurai asked, as Serena's laughs calmed down. Sure thing. Ash replied, throwing his fist in the air, and taking place on a makeshift battlefield. Samurai went to the other end. Ash gripped Metapod's Pokeball. He couldn't use Pidgeotto, she needed to calm down after the Weedle incident. Pikachu could battle, and it is a 2-on-2, but Metapod has just as much right, and the more he battles, the sooner he'll evolve. Samurai had also gripped his own Pokeball. Both trainers took the positions and threw their Pokeball. 2 Metapod appeared ready to battle. Ash vs Samurai, I'm sure I'll win Ash. Metapod told his trainer, since his latest victories and unlocking Iron Defense in training, Metapod has had a confidence boost. Great Metapod, just make sure to do your best. Ash replied with a thumbs up. My Metapod was freshly caught this morning, he will harden past the point of damage. Samurai arrogantly laughed, convinced he had victory. Wait, you caught it as a Metapod? Serena asked. Yes, is that a problem? Samurai asked, annoyed. Serena's sweat dropped, along with Ash, his Metapod, Pikachu and Misty. No reason. Serena replied, even she knows Wild Metapod only knows Harden and can't cause damage, unlike Ash's who still knows his moves from when he was a Caterpie. Fine then, you can have the first attack. Samurai arrogantly told Ash, still convinced. Metapod, Harden. Ash shouted, he figured he could humor Samurai for a bit. Metapod Harden. Samurai replied. Max out your defenses Metapod, Iron Defense. Ash shouted, and his Metapod seemed to turn silver, then his normal body seemed shiny. Ash knew he had this battle in the bag, so maxing out his defenses will help with the second Pokémon. Iron Defense. Samurai panicked, he thought Ash's Metapod was like his. Yeah, I raised my Metapod from a Caterpie, so he knows all types of moves. Ash replied with a smirk. Samurai started to panic. Okay Ash, my defense won't go any higher. Metapod informed his trainer. Okay Metapod, no attack with a tackle, then go into Bug Bite. Ash instructed. Metapod charged forward at the opposing Metapod, slamming it into a nearby tree, then whilst on top of it, unleashed a powerful Bug Bite. Samurai fell on his knees at this, with streams of tears coming down his face. How could this happen? Samurai mumbled to himself. After a while, Samurai's Metapod had swirls in its eyes. Okay Metapod, you've won this battle, get of the other Metapod. Ash instructed and Metapod bounced over to the battlefield again. Samurai returned his Metapod. Hey Ash, I have that wired feeling again. Metapod told his trainer, before glowing white. Hey Ash, is that? Serena asked, as she got her Pokédex ready. Yeah, Metapod's evolving. Ash replied, as he took out his Pokédex. The glowing stopped and in Metapod's place was a Butterfree. Congrats buddy, you're finally a Butterfree. Pikachu shouted, as the newly evolved Butterfree took to the air for the first time. Yeah Butterfree, congratulations, how do you feel about continuing this for your first battle as a Butterfree? Ash asked, as Butterfree stopped in front of Ash. Great. I owe this all to you Ash, and I promise I will stay by your side. Thank you. Butterfree replied. You don't need to thank me Butterfree, you did all the hard work. Ash replied with a thumbs up. Is Ash talking to his Butterfree? Samurai asked, as he held his second Pokeball. Yeah, we don't know how, but Ash can talk to Pokémon. Serena replied, as Butterfree took his position on the battlefield. Samurai was speechless, he believed what Gary told him, but he now knows he will have a harder fight on his hands. First, it's 2 against 1, and Butterfree has all those state boost from the previous battle. Ash and Serena scanned the new Butterfree. Butterfree, the butterfly Pokémon. The final evolved form of Caterpie. In battle, it flaps its wings at high speed to release highly toxic dust into the air. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Compound Eyes. Hidden ability, Tinted Lens. Note, hidden ability is unlocked. SEC, Male. Nature, Haste. Note, the nature is unlikely to change as it's a fully evolved form. Moves, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Iron Defense, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Confusion, Gust. Note, Harden was forgotten within evolution. Hey Butterfree, it's great you're not that shy anymore. Ash commented as he saw the nature had changed. Yeah, I actually feel a lot more energy, and I guess evolution on top of the confidence boost from winning was enough to overcome it. Butterfree happily replied. Yeah, and we will keep on getting stronger, together. Ash replied, throwing his fist in the air, mimicked by Pikachu and Butterfree. Serena couldn't help but giggle at the scene. To her, Ash's determination is one of his best traits. If you're done, I have a battle to win. Samurai arrogantly declared, despite his disadvantage, he is still confident. Ready when you are. Ash declared, as Butterfree returned to the battle position. Pinsir, crush them. Samurai shouted as he threw his Pokeball. A Pinsir appeared with an intimidating glare, although neither Ash or Butterfree showed signs of fear. Ash and Serena used their Pokédexes. Pinsir, the stag beetle Pokémon. If it fails to crush the victim in its pincers, it will swing it around and toss it hard. Ash vs Samurai, P2. Oh great, another bug Pokémon. Misty sarcastically muttered, either everyone ignored her, or they didn't hear her. Hey Butterfree, despite your defense boosts, we still need to be careful of those horns. Ash shouted and Butterfree nodded. Pinsir, finish this with one shot, Vice Grip. Samurai shouted. Before Butterfree or Ash could respond, Pinsir grabbed Butterfree in his horns, causing some damage despite the defense boosts. Ash panicked, until he noticed how close Pinsir was. Butterfree, stop struggling and use poison powder. Ash calmly instructed, he figured by struggling it was causing more damage. Butterfree heard Ash's directions, and stopped trying to break free. Samurai attempted to have Pinsir let go and dodge, but it was too close. As he let go, Butterfree released a purple powder and covered Pinsir in it. Oh no! Samurai cried, as he saw his star battler poisoned. Now knock it away with gust. Ash followed up. Butterfree began flapping his wings, unleashing a powerful wind, blowing the stag beetle back into the ground, causing it to cry in pain. Pinsir, you're stronger than this, fight back with Rock Tomb. Samurai shouted. Pinsir stood up, and plowed his horns into the ground, flinging a giant rock at Butterfree. Once finished, Pinsir fell onto one knee, suffering from the poison. Butterfree was struck by the rock Pinsir flung at him and was knocked further into the sky. Pinsir, repeat and use Rock Tomb. Samurai replied, and Pinsir used Rock Tomb again. Butterfree, stop it with confusion, and return to sender. Ash replied. Butterfree regained control of his flight. Due to his higher attitude, he had more time to react. His eyes grew blue and a light blue wave appeared around the Rock Tomb, stopping it just before it hit the butterfly Pokémon. Butterfree then released another wave of confusion and hurled the rock back at Pinsir. Quick Pinsir, dodge! Samurai shouted in fear. But due to the poison damage, he was in too much pain to move. The rock collided with Pinsir and a cloud of dust appeared. Once it settled, the rock was smashed and Pinsir was weakly standing. Alright Pinsir, now try your. Samurai cheered but was cut off when Pinsir once again took poison damage and fell backwards with swirls in his eyes. Pinsir, no! Samurai shouted as he ran over to his fallen stag beetle. Alright Butterfree, you won your first battle after you evolved. Ash shouted, as his bug Pokémon flew down to him, where Pikachu joined in with the celebrations. Serena soon came over to join them. Congratulations Ash, that was awesome. Serena cheered. Thanks Serena, but it was all down to Butterfree that we won. Ash replied with a thumbs up. Serena loved it, such high spirits, and he was giving all the credit to Butterfree. He was selfless and she loved it. You know, Butterfree is really cute, I wouldn't mind raising one myself. Serena commented. Butterfree was really happy with that compliment. Well, first we should find a caterpie for you to catch. Ash replied, with a toothy grin. Alas! You was able to best me in battle, Ash of Pallet Town. Samurai replied as he approached the celebrating group. Thanks for the awesome battle Samurai, it's thanks to your battle that Butterfree evolved. Ash extended his hand. Thank you, but compared to you, I am but a novice. Samurai replied. Don't put yourself down like that. Your Pinsir was really strong. If Butterfree didn't get all those defense boosts I'm not sure he would have survived that Rock Tomb. Ash replied. With that both trainers shook hands. Thank you Ash, I shall stay and train here, then, one day we should do battle again. Samurai replied, as they broke the handshake. Right, and I'll keep training and when this battle arrives, I'll win again. Ash replied, with a confident smirk. Well, I should be off. Best of luck on your travels. Samurai replied, with that he bowed and walked off. Ash also returned Butterfree and thanked it for a great battle, then the group continued their journey through Vidiian Forest. Chapter 7, Family Reunion. Night time. The trio are stood on top of a hill looking over a dimly light-up city, Pewter City. It has been about 2 weeks since the group had their encounter with Samurai. In that time, they spent each day the same. After breakfast they'd travel until noon, there they would stop for a quick lunch then spend the afternoon training. Their training sessions have been very successful. For Ash, Pidgeotto has opened up a little and is by far his most experienced Pokémon as she has spent years training by herself and prided herself on being the best bird in the forest. Butterfree is no longer the shy little bug he was when he was a little caterpie. Pikachu has almost mastered Iron Tail and has become like Ash's brother in everything but blood. Serena's training session was also very successful. Fennekin has become quite the battler and is gaining some serious firepower. Weedle has done some occasional training, although he isn't the most enthusiastic Pokémon, although he has created a strong-ish bond with Serena. Misty's training session has also been very successful. Her Staryu has MSTR the move Water Pulse, and when they found a body of water, she would also train Goldeen, who is working on unlocking her hidden ability, Lightning Rod. We're finally here, Pewter City. Ash happily declared. And our first gym battle. Great! Pikachu cheered from his shoulder, as he sparked his cheeks. Serena. URG. Can't you just rest for 5 minutes? Misty ummed in an annoyed tone. Guys, calm down. Serena stepped between them. She was tired as well, and was just playing peacemaker. Look. Here's some rocks, let's rest here. The group walked over to several large rocks. They were surprisingly smooth, and they each took a seat. I can't wait to sleep in a nice warm bed. Misty commented with her eyes closed. Ash's stomach growled. And I can't wait to eat something other than sandwiches. Ash replied as he closed his eyes. Is food the only thing on your mind, Ash Ketchum? Misty asked with a deadpan expression. That, and Pokémon battles. Serena thought with an inward giggle. It's not my fault. Ash ummed. My stomach and I was on rocky ground since he hasn't had anything but sandwiches in weeks. Serena giggled again. Sure, it sounded silly, but that was just how her Ash is, and she finds is cute. Serena blushed. Did she just think of Ash as her Ash? When did she start doing that? Sure, she has dibs and will personally SCRT any girl who tries to take him to the OR region, but when did she think of him as hers? Well, they have been getting closer ever since traveling together, spending all day, every day together, eating, traveling, training together. As weird as it was at first, Serena likes the sound of it, her Ash. She realized she was bright red, and while lost in her thoughts, Ash and Misty were just staring at her. Misty was smirking, knowing Serena is having another Ash fantasy, while Ash looked with confusion and concern. Hey Serena. You alright? Ash asked, concern evident in his voice. Your face is all red. Do you have a fever? Ash stood in front of her and placed the back of his hand against her forehead. The blush just intensified her blush, but it changed from one about her crush to one of pure embarrassment. I'm fine, Ash. Serena replied in a panicked tone. Ash shrugged his shoulders and accepted it, sitting back down on one of the rocks. Anyway, Ash. Do you think you're ready for your gym battle? Yeah. Pikachu, Butterfree and Pidgeotto have all been training really hard, we can definitely win that badge. Ash replied with enthusiasm. You betcha. Pikachu added with equally enthusiasm, in the few weeks these two have been together, they have grown quite close. Serena smiled, she loved how Ash could easily connect with any Pokémon. Looking at them now, it's hard to believe it's the same Pikachu that shocked Ash when they first met. I wouldn't get too confident if I was you, Ash. Misty butted in. I heard Pewter's gym specializes in rock types, none of your 3 Pokémon stand a good chance based on type. Type match isn't everything, Majesty. Ash retorted, how dare she put his team down like that. All I'm saying is, if you ask me really nice then I might let you borrow some of my water Pokémon. Misty replied with annoyance. Thanks, but no thanks. Ash replied, he saw Misty harden a glare and decided it's best to explain. Sorry Misty, but if I use your Pokémon, then it wouldn't be my badge. Pikachu, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, and I have all been training hard, and using your stereo wouldn't only undermine all our hard work, but also would make it at least half your badge. I believe in all my Pokémon, and our strength. I do appreciate the other, but I just wouldn't sit right. Misty nodded in understanding. That's a great mind, said Ash. So who are you going to use? Misty asked. What do you mean? Ash asked, clearly confused. A gym battle isn't like a normal battle, you are only allowed to use a set number of Pokémon. Misty explained. I believe your battle will be a 2-on-2, as it is for your first badge. If someone needs to sit out. Ash tapped his figure on his chin, deep in thought. There isn't any of his team with a type advantage, so no easy first choice. Butterfree has been really hard-working since evolving and been almost as enthusiastic about the gym battle as Ash. Pidgeotto has been a complete powerhouse, any battle she's been in she has won with complete obedience and efficiency, and in training, she has helped out both Pikachu and Butterfree. She taught Pikachu to MSTR Iron Tail, and she helped Butterfree unlock Iron Defense, and been helping him with his flight maneuvers. Then there's Pikachu, he is Ash's starter, and best buddy, plus he's worked so hard on Iron Tail, it's not fair to leave any of them out. Pikachu saw his trainer's conflict ion and decided to add his own thoughts. Ash. I'll sit out. Ash looked at Pikachu with surprise. Pikachu. Are you sure? Ash asked. Yeah. My best attack won't do anything to them, at least the others have evolution, and all their moves will at least do something. Pikachu reasoned. Okay Pikachu. If you're sure. Ash replied as he scratched behind his ear. But I promise you'll be up next time. I'll hold you to that. Pikachu smirked, then the two fist bumped. That settles it, tomorrow, me Butterfree and Pidgeotto will take on the Pewter City's gym leader. Ash announced. You'll do great Ash. Serena smiled. And I'll cheer you on all the way. Thanks Serena. With you cheering, there's no way I can lose. Ash smiled with a thumbs up, Serena blushed. So. You're challenging Brock, are you? A new voice spoke. A man appeared behind Ash, almost out of nowhere. He was sat, Indian style on a larger rock behind the group. Had he heard them the whole time? Well, he was silent and without looking up, is out of sight, so it's no surprise he went unnoticed. Why yeah. Why? Ash nervously replied, he didn't know why, but this guy was giving him bad vibes, looking at both Serena and Misty, they seemed to be thinking the same. No reason. The man replied. I just know Brock's really strong. I don't think you stand a chance. How would you know? Serena butted in, how dare he put her Ash down like that? Just trust me. My name's Flint, by the way. The man replied as he jumped down from the rock. And these are my rocks you're on, by the way. Your rocks? Misty questioned. Yes, I run a rock selling service. Flint replied. With the looks he was getting from the three trainers, his sweat dropped. A man has to make a living somehow. Right. Ash stretched out. Anyway, I don't care how strong Brock is, me and my Pokémon have been training really hard. I came here for a boulder badge, and that's what I'm leaving with. Serena smiled and blushed, she loves Ash's determination. Humph. If this is how you feel, then I guess I could show you the way. Flint offered. Ash smiled and was about to accept, but Flint continued. But the gym is closed now, so I can show you the way to the Pokémon Center now, then to the gym tomorrow. Ash shrugged his shoulders. Okay, let's go. Ash stood up and Pikachu jumped on his shoulder. The two girls stood up too. Serena moved behind Ash, she didn't trust this man. And it gave her an excuse to be closer to Ash. Misty didn't need any protection, he tries anything, and she will happily introduce her mallet to his face. By the way, that'll be a 5 Poké each, for resting on my rocks. Flint explained, as he held out his hand. The trainers and Pikachu's sweat dropped, but handed the money over. With that, they all set off. When they arrived at the Pokémon Center, they bid goodnight to Flint, who left back towards the hill. The group ate their first proper meal in weeks. Ash ate 5 portions. Afterwards, they got a room and after changing into their nightwear, fell into a long sleep. It felt good to have a bed rather than the ground. The next morning, the group woke up, got ready and ate breakfast. They learned that the gym was opened at 11 a.m., so Ash decided to spend the morning for a little more training. Serena and Misty stayed inside and chatted, while he did that. Once outside he went onto the battlefield and let out of Butterfree and Pidgeotto. Pikachu also jumped down and joined them. Okay guys. The gym battle is today. Ash spoke and the 3 cheered. But it's a 2-on-2, meaning one of you will need to sit out. Both of the flying type looked concerned. And Pikachu has volunteered to sit out, so I'm counting on you too, Butterfree and Pidgeotto. Ash finished. Butterfree happily zoomed around happily while Pidgeotto let out a small smile and nodded. Are cool a Pidgeotto. A new voice spoke from behind Ash. Ash turned around to find a boy, a couple years older than Ash. He has a plain dark red cap, black eyes, a blue jacket with white lining, navy gray trousers, and black trainers. The boy had his Pokédex out, scanning Pidgeotto. Sorry. But you are? Ash nervously asked. He didn't mind this boy checking out his Pokémon with his Pokédex, but it would be nice if he was introduced first. The boy fell over with embarrassment. He, sorry about that. The boy nervously laughed. My name's Callum Zadiver from Aquacord Town. Ash looked confused. Aquacord Town? Ash questioned. Never heard of it. Ash shrugged his shoulders and Callum smiled. I'm not surprised, it's from the Kalos region. Callum explained. Ash smiled explaining his confusion. Ash wondered if Serena and Callum know each other, they are both from Kalos after all. Then again, Ash doesn't know every single person from Kanto, so they probably don't. So Callum, are you here for a gym battle? Ash asked, excited about maybe getting a new rival. Already had it. Callum smirked as he pulled out his badge case. There were 3 badges in it. One was a pink heart shape, one is a multicolored circle and the final one is a gray rough-edged rock circle. Oh wow, you've already got 3 badges. Ash awed in amazement. Yeah. I've been in Kanto for a couple of months now. Callum smiled. I'm actually heading to Pallet Town next. Really? That's where I'm from. Ash smiled, then he realized he never actually introduced himself. Sorry. I'm Ash Ketchum. Nice to meet ya. Callum replied. How about you? Got any badges? No. I'm going for my first badge today. Ash replied. And these are the Pokémon you're using? Callum asked. Ash thought Callum was putting them down, and frowned. Seeing Ash's frown, Callum's sweat dropped and decided to explain. I didn't mean anything bad, honest. It's just that none of these Pokémon have the best matchup. Type matchup isn't everything. Ash retorted. We've been training really hard, and we will win it together. Pikachu, Butterfree and Pidgeotto all cheered behind Ash. Callum smiled, it was like looking in a mirror. I know, my first badge was against a bug-type leader and my grass starter didn't have the best matchup either. Callum explained. It was a tough battle, but we pulled through in the end. So why did you come to Kanto? Ash asked. Well, I competed in the Kalos League a couple of years ago, but lost in the top 64. Callum explained. I then was struggling about what to do next and just helped out the professor who started my journey. Then I learned the Indigo League was staring again, and was reminded of family in Kanto, so I decided to give another league a chance, but doing it from scratch with only my starter. Cool. Ash replied with a smile. Actually, one of my friends I'm traveling with is from Kalos. Why don't you come and meet them? Are you sure? Callum asked. Yeah. Then you can watch my gym battle. Ash excitedly replied. That is, if you want to. Callum smiled. I'd love to watch your battle. Callum replied. But why? You're an experienced trainer, right? Ash smiled, and Callum nodded in response. So it would be great if you could watch it, give me any pointers. Sure. I know in the past stuff like that has helped me, so I'd be happy to do the same. Callum replied. Great. Ash cheered. Butterfree, Pidgeotto. Return. I'll get you checked out before our battle. Ash returned his 2 flying types and Pikachu jumped on Ash's shoulder. Ready to go? Ash asked, as he faced Callum. Yeah. But isn't Pikachu going in his Pokeball? Callum asked. No. Pikachu made it very clear he doesn't like his Pokeball. So he just hangs out on my shoulder. Ash smiled. Right, buddy. Ash turned to face Pikachu. Right, Ash. Pikachu replied, and the two high-fived, before turning around and walking into the Pokémon Center. Callum smiled at the interaction between Pokémon and trainer. It was clear they both care for each other very much. If only he was like that when starting out, he might have actually stood a chance at the Kalos League. The 2 trainers and Pikachu walked up to the desk where Nurse Joy is stationed. Nurse Joy, can you check over my Pokémon before our gym battle, please? Ash requested. Since he met her last night, he wasn't surprised she is so similar to the Nurse Joy from Vidiian City. I'd be happy to. Nurse Joy happily replied. Ash placed his 2 Pokeballs in the tray she presented and Pikachu jumped down next to them. Nurse Joy dinged the bell and a Chansey came and took them away for the examination. The checkup shouldn't take very long. Nurse Joy informed them. I'll bring them over once it's done. Okay. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Ash happily replied before looking around, and spotting his 2 traveling companions sat in a booth. The 2 boys made their way over. Ash led the way with Callum following shortly behind. Hey Ash. Misty greeted the raven-haired boy. They approached from behind the side Serena was sat on, so she didn't immediately spot them. That was a short training session. Ash quickly frowned at Misty's teasing. Yeah, well. I didn't want to wear them out before the gym battle, so they are having a quick check-up. Ash explained. By the way, this is Callum. Callum, this is Misty and Sarah. Ash was cut off. Hey cuz, long time no see. Callum cut Ash off, as Serena turned to face the boy behind Ash. It was her cousin from Kalos. Ash and Callum had sat down in the booth. Ash sat next to Serena and Callum sat next to Misty. After some explaining and general chatting, Nurse Joy brought Ash's Pokémon over. In that time, Callum and Serena caught up on old time. Misty seemed very interested to get to know Callum better, and Ash and Callum talked about different Pokémon. They even went outside where they each introduced all the Pokémon. Callum's current team is Chestnut, Drodrio, Ninetales, Starmie, Eevee, Voltorb. They continued this chat until Flint showed up. With that, they all set off towards the gym. Hey Flint, do you know anything about the gym leader? Ash asked. Other than he specializes in rock types. Yeah. His name is Brock, and really strong. Flint praised. But he doesn't want to actually be a gym leader. How come? Serena asked with intrigue. Flint sighed. His good-for-nothing father, he left his family to become a trainer. Brock's mother left soon after, leaving Brock to look after his 9 siblings and run the family gym. Flint explained. He doesn't even like battling, he would rather be a Pokémon breeder. That's horrible. Misty declared. Yeah. Callum agreed as he looked down. I kinda feel bad about battling him, yesterday. Everyone also looked down. Flint saw this and sweat dropped. Don't worry. Brock is a good sport, and he would want you to take this battle seriously. Flint added, and Ash nodded in understanding. Although deep down, he is hurting. Ash nodded in understanding, while Callum looked perplexed. Hey Flint. How do you know so much anyway? Callum asked and the rest of the group looked towards Flint, wanting answers. Flint. Sweat dropped. I heard. Stories. Flint nervously replied. The group nodded, although skeptical they decided they could accept that answer, after all it's none of their business. The group continued their walk for another 5 minutes, before they appeared in front of a building. Here it is. Flint announced. Pewter City Gym. Right. Misty replied with a sweat drop. At least we know he takes his type seriously. Serena added, also with a sweat drop. The group waited about a minute, unable to come up with words to describe the building design. Well, let's not just stand around. Ash spoke up. There's a gym badge in there, waiting for me. With that, the raven-haired boy marched up to the front door. He is ready for his gym battle. Chapter 8, Ash vs. Brock, Battle of the Boulder Badge. As the group of 4 walked into the gym, they were surprised to find all the lights were off. I wonder what's going on. Serena spoke, a little scared. Maybe the power's out. I don't know. Ash replied. But I don't think anyone else is here. Callum lightly chuckled to himself. This caused Misty to raise an eyebrow. What's so funny, Callum? Misty asked with intrigue. Before he could answer, a light turned on at the back of the room. It lit up. A teenage boy is sat Indian style on a rock. Ash, Serena and Misty all found it a little eerie how similar he looked to Flint when they met yesterday. He has dark brown almost black hair which stuck out in every direction, he has dark tan skin, squinty eyes, a dark green vest over a bright orange shirt, mud brown trousers and jet black trainers. Hello. Are you Brock? The gym leader? Ash stuttered, this kid is really intimidating, despite only being a few years older, 16. I am. Brock replied in an echoing voice. Well, I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. Ash announced, although he couldn't get the same echoing effect. And I'm here, for a gym battle. Brock raised an eyebrow as he glanced to Pikachu. Is that your Pikachu? Brock asked. Yes. It is. Ash replied. It's still in its cutest stage. Brock spoke, although it didn't sound like a compliment. What do you mean? Ash asked, with a hint of anger. It means it can't win. Brock smirked as he stood up. For your information, Pikachu could take on any of you Pokémon. But he volunteered to stand back since it's a 2-on-2 battle. Ash angrily replied. Right. Pikachu added, just as angry, it even sparked his cheeks. Well, as the gym leader I must accept all challenges. Brock put on a neutral face. Be warned, I do not lose easily. We can handle anything you throw at us. Ash declared. Before we start, will this be your first badge? Brock asked. Yes. Ash replied, also putting on neutral face. Very well, the Pokémon I shall use will be the ones I've raised myself then, and not the gym Pokémon. Brock spoke. I must ask your friends to go up the staircase, as to not get in the way of the battle. Ash turned to face his friends. Both Callum and Misty wished him good luck before exceeding the staircase, and watching from over the rails. Serena stared at Ash for a few moments. Good luck, Ash, I know you'll do great. Serena told him in a sweet tone. Thanks, Serena, I'm sure I will win. Ash smiled with a thumbs up. Serena blushed, and turned to make her way up the stairs. Hey Misty. Callum spoke as he saw the two 10-year-old talk. Are they together? Misty questioned. No. But Serena does have a crush. Callum smiled and nodded. Ash seemed like a good kid, and he certainly treats him Pokémon better than he did when Callum first started. Just because she left before he could confess, doesn't mean he won't support his little cuz attempts. As Serena reached the balcony that Misty and Callum were on, she got a bright idea, and brought out Weedle. What are you doing, Serena? Callum questioned as both Callum and Misty raised an eyebrow as to why Serena let out her docile bug. During training, Weedle has never really been motivated. Serena smiled. Obviously he did it, but he hasn't pushed himself. I thought, watching a gym battle, might motivate him to start taking it seriously. Callum nodded in understanding. It made sense. He took a quick glance at Misty, who was now curled up in a ball, shaking like a Pokémon just used earthquake. Callum looked concerned, while Serena and Weedle sighed. Weedle crawled up his trainer, and looked out over the battlefield once on her shoulder, and Serena watched the battlefield too, mainly Ash as he took his place in the trainer's box. The field. Serena whispered lovingly as she looked down again. Callum's sweat dropped. Is she always like that? Callum asked Misty, who recovered from her bug panic attack, but was keeping her distance. You have no idea. Misty rolled her eyes, using the same line Serena did before. Callum took the hint and just returned to the battle. Let the battle resume. Forrest declared. Ash vs Brock, P3. Alright Pidgeotto, build up momentum with quick attack. Ash instructed. Pidgeotto nodded and shot off like a bullet. Now attack with that momentum through a steel wing. Pidgeotto appeared behind Geodude and slammed her metal wing into Geodude's back. Geodude went flying into the wall. All the damage he took from Butterfree and Pidgeotto combined finally caught up and he couldn't continue. Geodude fell onto the ground, out of the creator left in the wall with swirls in his eyes. Geodude is unable to battle. Forrest declared. Good job, Geodude. Brock told his rock Pokémon as he returned him. Then he looked at the Pokeball with a sad smile. You've made me proud. Please send out your next Pokémon. Forrest requested. Brock put his Pokeball away and pulled out another one. Onyx. Go. Brock shouted as he released his second Pokémon. His second Pokémon appeared and Ash took out his Pokédex. Onyx, the rock snake Pokémon. As it grows, the stone portions of its body harden to become similar to a diamond, but colored black. Now it's 2 vs 1, so Ash has the advantage. Serena stated as she looked at the battlefield. She turned to face Callum and Misty, whose face told a different story. Right? Not really. Callum replied, with a sad smile. Ash may have more Pokémon, but both of his Pokémon have taken damage, while Brock's Onyx is fresh. Misty explained. Not to mention, a gym leader would save their ace until the end. So this battle will be much more harder. Seeing his cousin's frown, Callum decided to comment. Don't worry cuz. Ash can still win, he just needs to play his cards right. Callum reassured. Serena flashed him a grateful smile before looking back to the battlefield. Begin. Forrest declared. Ash vs Brock, P4. Onyx, blind the bird with sandstorm. Brock instructed. Onyx let out a battle cry and swept his tail along the ground, sending a raging sandstorm towards Pidgeotto. Counter with gust. Ash shouted. Pidgeotto flapped her wings as hard as she could and created a powerful gust of wind. The gust and sandstorm collided and fought against each other. It turned into a battle of wills, but since Pidgeotto was still flapping her wings whilst Onyx was only watching, due to the nature of the two attacks, Pidgeotto came out on top. Quick Pidgeotto, disappear with agility. Ash instructed. Pidgeotto let out her own battle cry before flying off at a high speed. Screech. Brock ordered. Dodge it. Ash shouted. Onyx opened his mouth and let out an ear-piercing screech directed towards Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto skillfully dodged the screech as she flew around, like a fighter jet. Now get in close, and hit his horn with Steel Wing. Pidgeotto's wings were coated in steel before redirecting towards Onyx. Use Rock Throw Onyx as a barrier and dodge. Brock replied. As Pidgeotto closed in, Onyx slammed his tail on the ground, a ton of rocks went flying towards Pidgeotto. Dodge! Ash panicked. Pidgeotto had to cancel her Steel Wing but was able to dodge all the rocks. As you can see, Ash, my Onyx is in a league of his own. Brock stated with a smirk on his face and his arms crossed. You might as well give up. No way. Me and Pidgeotto are just getting started. Ash declared. We don't give up until it's over. With Ash's determined statement, Pidgeotto roared with equal determination. Serena blushed and glazed at Ash in some sort of trance, lovingly. Callum saw his younger cousin and sweat dropped. Misty simply rolled her eyes. Brock smiled. This battle was actually a lot of fun. This Ash boy clearly loves his Pokémon and is holding up well. Most trainers with his lineup would be struggling, and probably followed his suggestion of giving up. He is actually a kind person, but he gives the tough act to separate the really trainers from the wannabes. Alright Pidgeotto, aim for the horn and use Aerial Ace. Ash commanded as he threw his fist in the air. Pidgeotto did a speedy loop in the air and her wing slammed into Onyx's horn. Brock didn't even try to dodge as Aerial Ace never misses. Before Pidgeotto flew away, Ash called out the next attack. Steel Wing, back to back. Pidgeotto smirked as both her wings became coated in steel. She may have been the best bird in the forest, but since joining Ash, she has been challenged in a whole new way. After all, she is always trying to improve. She would rather be a little fish in a big pond rather than a big fish in a small pond. She hasn't had this much fun in a battle for a long time. Pidgeotto rapidly slammed her wings onto Onyx's horn, causing him to cry out in pain. Onyx, relax. You know what to do. Brock instructed. Onyx grunted, but didn't try to stop Pidgeotto in any way. Brock smirked, but Ash was smiling at the turn of events and wasn't paying attention to Brock. The assault continued for about a minute. Onyx. Unleash your rage. A tick mark appeared on Onyx's forehead. He let out a roar. It wasn't one of pain, but one of strength. Onyx slammed his tail against Pidgeotto, causing major damage as she slammed into the ground. Come on Pidgeotto. I know you can still battle. Ash encouraged as his bird Pokémon tried to push herself up. Now bind. Brock shouted. Onyx flung his tail at Pidgeotto. She was too injured to try and dodge. Onyx wrapped his tail around Pidgeotto, and lifted her up, with a tight grip. Pidgeotto. Can you escape? Ash asked. Pidgeotto was struggling. She couldn't focus to use Steel Wing and tried to slam her wing and beak against the rock snake Pokémon, to no avail. No. Ash. It's too tight. Pidgeotto gasped. Ash looked in horror. Pidgeotto was getting hurt. Pidgeotto, return. Ash held up her Pokeball, but the red light hit Onyx's tail and blocked her being returned. He had to stop it. Brock, stop. Pidgeotto's had enough. Alright Onyx, let her go. Brock replied calmly. Onyx loosened his grip and lay Pidgeotto on the ground. Pidgeotto has been disqualified and thus unable to battle. Forest announced. Sorry. Ash. Pidgeotto weakly apologized, as she tried to push herself up. Don't apologize. You did your best. Ash replied as he walked over to his bird Pokémon. I'm sorry about pushing you so far. Ash picked Pidgeotto up and cradled her like a baby. It's fine. Pidgeotto weakly replied, she also weakly smiled. Well, take a good rest, you deserve it. Ash gave one last sympathetic smile before returning Pidgeotto. He then placed the Pokeball on his belt and returned to his trainer's box. That was a good call, Ash. Most trainers would have continued until Pidgeotto couldn't stand. Brock praised. But do you really think your injured Butterfree can handle Onyx? Ash took out Butterfree's Pokeball and stared at it sadly. Oh no. Ash can still win, right? Serena asked as she stared sadly at Ash, who was looking like he was fighting an internal battle. It'll be hard. Onyx has proven to be a tough Pokémon, and has a type advantage. Misty explained, truthfully. This upset Serena. Ash has worked so hard, and what for? But that doesn't he shouldn't try. Ash has proven he can think outside the box, and that is an important skill for someone going in at a disadvantage. Callum reassured. Serena gave her cousin a weak smile before returning to the battlefield. Ash had released Butterfree and seemed to be talking with him. Okay Butterfree. It's just you and me now. Ash told his hasty bug type. Are you up to another battle? Butterfree looked at Onyx and then back to Ash. He knew how strong Pidgeotto was, and if that thing could be hurt, his chances weren't much better. But this is for Ash, the boy who saved him from certain death, then took the time, care and effort to help him evolve. Ash has done everything and more for Butterfree, so the least he could do is fight on. After, they don't give up until it's over. Yeah, let's show tall, hard and ugly a thing or two. Butterfree replied with determination. It's not nice to call other Pokémon names, you know. Ash scolded slightly, although he was smiling since he was still in this battle. I was talking about the trainer. Butterfree smirked before getting in a battle stance. Ash. Sweat dropped. Begin. Forest declared. Ash vs Brock, PV. Onyx, Rock Throw. Brock shouted. Onyx roared and slammed his tail onto the ground, sending loads of rocks flying towards Butterfree. Ash isn't naive, he knows Pidgeotto is faster or was barely able to dodge, but he still has a few tricks. Protect yourself with confusion Butterfree. Ash instructed. Butterfree's eyes grew blue as the rocks got dangerously close. Butterfree sent out a wave of psychic energy and it surrounded the rocks, which stopped them in the air. After a few seconds, the Butterfree's eyes turned back to normal and the blue psychic energy disappeared, the rocks fell to the ground. Smart move Ash. Brock praised. But your luck is running out. Onyx bind. Onyx roared and flung his tail at Butterfree. Dodge it. Ash shouted. Butterfree flew out of the way, but Onyx continued to try and bind Butterfree. Ash panicked, he knew Butterfree couldn't continue this. Then a light bulb went off. But it is risky. Butterfree. I have a plan. But I need you to trust me. Ash shouted. This caused everyone to look at Ash. Do you trust me? Yes. Butterfree replied after a moment's hesitation. Alright, stop and let him bind you. Ash instructed, with a serious glare. Butterfree followed his instructions and came to a complete stop. Onyx also followed Brock's instructions and held Butterfree in a bind. What's your plan? Giving up? Brock asked with a confident smirk. Ash returned with his own smirk. No. Getting the two of you to let your guard down. Ash replied confidently, taking everyone by surprise. Poison powder Butterfree. Butterfree didn't even bother struggling and released a purple poisonous powder over Onyx. Onyx tried to let go, but was too slow, and was poisoned. Ash's smirk turned to a happy smile as he's got the upper hand. Butterfree. Let's end this. Ash declared and Butterfree nodded. With that, Ash turned his hat backwards. Brock started to panic as Onyx took poison damage. Tackle Onyx. Brock shouted. Onyx threw himself at Butterfree. Butterfree could hardly hold back Geodude, so Ash couldn't try a match of power. Stop him with confusion. Ash instructed. Butterfree's eyes grew blue again, and the wave of psychic energy Butterfree sent out, surrounded Onyx and brought him to a complete stop. Ash smirked as Onyx took more poison damage and struggled but failed to break free. Ash, what should I do with him? Butterfree asked. He is still tired from his encounter with Geodude, and can't hold him much longer. Ash smiled. Bye-bye. Ash mocked as he waved to Onyx. Butterfree took the hint and sent Onyx hurtling in the opposite direction, slamming into the wall. Butterfree's eyes returned to normal. Come on, buddy. Can you still fight? Brock pleaded. Onyx slowly made his way out of the crater he was in, and slow made his way back to the battlefield. Brock smiled, thinking the battle is still going, until Onyx took more poison damage. The rock snake Pokémon fell with swirls in his eyes, he wouldn't get back up. Onyx is unable to battle. Forrest hesitantly declared as he raised his flag to signal Ash as the victor. Since both of Brock's Pokémon have been defeated, the winner of this match is Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Everyone was silent. Shocked, except Brock, who sighed, followed by returning and thanking his Onyx. After about a minute, Ash had a giant smile grow on his face. All right. Ash cheered. Butterfree, you was amazing out there. Ash ran out to the field and was tackled to the ground by Butterfree, who hugged his trainer in celebration. Ash, Pikachu and Butterfree all cheered. It wasn't long until Serena, Misty, and Callum walked, or in Serena's case, ran, down the stairs. Ash, you was amazing out there. Serena excited exclaimed, with a giant smile on her voice. Ash was finally able to get up from Butterfree's tackle. It was Butterfree and Pidgeotto Serena. All I did was call out attacks. Ash corrected. No, Ash. Callum butted in. To win a gym battle. Any battle, the trainer and Pokémon needs to be able to work together. That final move with Butterfree, if Butterfree didn't trust you, then it wouldn't have worked. And all the different tactics you used, they were your idea. Yes, it may be the Pokémon on the front line. But it's the trainer who is directing them. Ash looked in amazement, he never considered to be an equal part in the battle. He's right, Ash. Brock spoke from behind the raven-haired boy. Ash turned around, and saw Brock approaching, while he pulled out a gray rough-edged circle badge, similar to one that Callum showed him yesterday. As the winner of this match, I present you with an official Pokémon League Boulder badge. Ash took the badge in his hand and stared at it. All right. Ash jumped up with excitement. We just won. A Boulder badge. Ash flashed a V signs. Pikachu jumped up to Ash's side and flashed the same V sign with his own cheers, and Butterfree followed their actions. Serena smiled, she would have to practice her own victory pose. He looks so amazing, it's hard to believe he's only been a trainer for just over 2 weeks, they worked like a well-oiled machine. Callum also smiled, watching the trainer and his Pokémon made him happy, sure his battle style was still rough around the edges, but that will come with experience, and creating a bond with his Pokémon is half the battle, which Ash has clearly already won. Misty rolled her eyes, it looked so childish. Although she also smiled, she is happy for Ash. He just had a pretty good battle, won his first badge out of 8, all he has to do is win 7 more. Oh no, he's going to have to visit, that GYM. What will she do when they travel that way? Brock smiled sadly. He may have been too hard on this kid. If Ash wanted to, he could possibly make a great Pokémon breeder, if he wanted to. He clearly has the heart for it. Hey Ash. Brock spoke, causing the celebration to stop. Yeah. Ash questioned as he turned to face the pewter gym leader. First, I want to apologize. I may have been too hard on you and your Pokémon. Brock apologized. Don't worry about it, Brock. Ash smiled while shrugging it off. If I'm honest, all it did was motivate me to battle harder. Brock smiled. He truly was an amazing trainer. Secondly, I want to request something. Brock stated. Sure. Anything? Ash smiled. Brock sighed before continuing. The truth is, I don't want to be a gym leader, I want to be the world's best breeder. Brock explained, while Ash nodded in understanding. But I have to look after my siblings, so I have to stay here. Brock. I'm sore. Ash tried to apologize when Brock put his hand up. Don't apologize, you've done nothing wrong. Brock reassured. But I would like for you to contact me if you come across any new breeding techniques on your journey. Ash was about to say something, when the gym door opened. Flint walked in. Flint, what are you doing here? The group, minus Brock, asked, but Flint ignored them and stood in front of Brock. Without a word, the oldest male pulled on his beard, revealing it was fake, and pulled off his hat. With those items gone, Flint looked like an older Brock. Son. I'm sorry for. Flint was cut off by a mean right hook delivered by Brock. Flint fell to the ground holding his hurt left cheek. It looked like Brock was going in for another blow, but Callum and Misty jumped in and restrained him. Brock still struggled. Brock. Let him speak. Ash spoke up, surprising everyone. Why? Brock asked as he stopped struggling but clearly angry. Because lashing out won't solve any problems. Ash replied, fully serious. Trust me. I know a thing or two about bad dads. Brock gave a hard stare to Ash, but the raven-haired boy didn't back down. It's because of my dad. That my twin brother hates me. Ash explained, hesitantly. This got a surprised look from everyone, even Serena. She would have never guessed the twins' relationship was that sour. Seeing the silence, Ash decided to explain. My dad has never shown any interest in my brother. Don't know why. But his acceptance is all Drake ever wanted. Ash explained. Seeing as I was all he focused on, when around, made me the target for Drake's anger. I can't blame him really. But last time, my dad decided to show up, I lashed out. Serena looked down, she remembered the incident a few weeks ago. Flashback start. Ash had run into a nearby forest, his father had returned after another year away. Like always, Drake had floated around him, trying to impress his father with how well he's planned out his own Kanto journey. But their father, he ignored Drake's efforts to try and grab his attention and went into Ash's room, to find the younger twin who was trying to avoid his father at all costs. Ash was trying and failing to get his father to leave him alone. After minutes of yelling at his father to leave him alone, Ash finally snapped and pushed his father away, before kicking his knee and running away. As he ran through Pallet Town, into the forest, Serena saw him. After waiting a few hours, Delia, her husband and a few other adults went on a search. Leaf had came over to Serena's for a sleepover, but Grace was also helping out with the search. After Serena explained to Leaf what she saw, the two girls set off to find him. Ash was hiding out in a cave close by Pallet Town. The two girls found him and tried to convince him to return, although he point-blank refused until his so-called father left. Like always, his father wouldn't stay longer than a couple days. In that time span, the adults continued search while Leaf and Serena would visit him and bring him snacks to keep him going. Like Ash promised, once his father left, Ash happily returned, although he wasn't happy about the events, and lashing out didn't help. Flashback end. After Ash had explained the story to everyone, although directed at Brock, the Pewter City gym leader had finally calmed down. Even Flint was shocked by Ash's story, sure he wouldn't win any Father of the Year award, but showing favoritism to one child over another is something no parent should do. Brock. I'm sorry. Flint apologized. Because of me, you had to grow up, too fast. I left you. Left all of you and held you back from your dream. But I want to make it up to you. To all of you. Brock just stared with his mouth open. Brock. I know what I did was unforgivable. But I have to try, so I want you to go on a journey. I will stay here, do the job I should have been doing all this time, and you can follow your dream. Flint offered. Brock thought it over, he never thought this day would come. He expected to see all his siblings off on their journeys, and be stuck not able to do the same. Now his father is here and trying, he can at least do the same. I forgive you. Brock finally spoke after a couple minutes of silence. But Brock, Flint panicked until he looked surprised. Wait, what? Just because I forgave you, doesn't mean the others will. Brock stated. I know, Brock. And I will do everything in my power to make it up to them as well. Flint promised. Before that, I should tell you some things. Brock stated with a hard glare. I understand. Flint braced himself for a tough scolding, but he'd deserve it. He was confused when Brock handed him a notepad and pen. Brock went on to list a number of responsibility, tips, recipes, schedules and anything else he could think which was related to either running the gym or looking after his siblings. Every sweat dropped that one teenager could do so much, let alone remember it all off the top of his head. Flint was struggling to write it all down as Brock listed it off. After Brock reintroduced Flint to his siblings, Brock packed up and went to the Pokémon Center which Ash and his group had already left towards to heal Butterfree and Pidgeotto. Lucky the gym had its own state-of-the-art healing machine, so the gym leader wouldn't need to abandon the gym during its open hours. Once he arrived at the center, the group was waving Callum off, who was heading towards Vidiian Forest, to make it to Pallet Town. Serena offered to call her mum and let her know of Callum's planned visit, but he told her not to as he wanted to surprise his Aunt Grace. Ash, Pikachu, Serena and Misty were packed up and started walking east towards the city exit leading to Empty Moon as Brock ran up behind them. Hey guys. Wait a minute. Brock breathed as he closed in. This caused the group to stop and turn to look at him. Thank Arceus I caught you. Why? Did we leave something at the gym? Ash asked, being oblivious. Misty rolled her eyes, and Serena blushed as she giggled a little. No. Nothing like that. Brock reassured. I just wanted to know if I could travel with you guys. At Brock's requested, Ash turned to face his two female traveling companions. Misty shrugged her shoulders showing she really didn't care either way. Ash and looked at each other, and Serena nodded with a friendly smile. Sure Brock. The more the merrier. Ash chimed cheerfully as he turned to greet his new traveling companion. Ash was extremely happy since he was no longer the only male human, that is. Great. Brock happily replied. So where are we heading? With this brought up, Ash looked back towards the two girls and all three just looked lost, they never really considered it. Ash decided to answer as he turned back to Brock. Don't know Brock. Guess wherever has the closest gym. Ash shrugged his shoulders. And a battle chateau too, my Pokémon have been training really hard, and I feel ready to challenge one again. Serena added with a friendly smile. Well. Brock spoke, pulling out a map of Kanto. How about Cerulean City? It's got a gym which specializes in water types and its own battle chateau. Brock suggested, as he pointed it out on the map. Plus it's just through Empty Moon, so we could make it in about a week. Ash and Serena looked at each other, smiled and nodded. Sure Brock. Cerulean City, where I'll get my second badge. Ash declared with determination, which Pikachu mimicked. And where I'll compete in another Battle Chateau tournament. Serena added. With that the group happily set off on their journey once again. Except Misty, who seemed to be lagging behind. As they set off, Brock was getting to know more about his new traveling companions, although the orange-haired water Pokémon MSTR in training was too nervous about the planned destination. Why did they have two Chos there? Chapter 9, Mayhem at Empty Moon. It has been 4 days since Brock joined the group and he got on with, well, everyone like a house on fire. The group learned he was an amazing chief, and took it upon himself to cook every meal whilst on the road. Brock also took it upon himself to study everyone's Pokémon, and by the end of the second day, he had deduced what type of food each of them liked, except Pikachu, although it would be hard for anyone to guess the little mouse's obsession with ketchup. Brock also created a batch of Pokémon food for each individual Pokémon in the group. Butterfree likes his sweet, Pidgeotto likes hers bitter, Fennekin likes hers spicy. The list went on. Brock instantly became very popular with the Pokémon thanks to his cooking ability. Brock was also surprised by some of the things he learned from his new traveling companions. First, there was Ash. He was impressed by this young trainer from their gym battle, but more so when he learned about his ability to speak with Pokémon. He instantly requested lessons in Pokese. And was disappointed when Ash pointed out he just simply couldn't teach him, as he really doesn't know how he does it, but promised to translate for him whenever he needs it. Secondly, there was Serena. She seemed to be a nice girl, he wouldn't try to hit on her, mainly because of the age difference. Although he was extremely jealous to learn she has a crush on Ash, not because he fancied Serena, but more so because he has always dreamed about finding his soulmate, and to learn a kid, 6 years younger than him, has a girl in the palm of her hands, and the greatest density to accompany it. Well, it was upsetting to say the least. Thirdly, and finally, there was Misty. First, he learned about their first encounter, and after the third bickering fight between Ash and Misty, Brock felt like he was just at home. The fighting siblings, the cooking for everyone, the trying to help his little sister with dating advice, except now, he can truly focus on his dream to become the world's best Pokémon breeder. It was just gone midday. The group was sat in a Pokémon Center about half a mile from the entrance to Empty Moon. They have mostly finished eating, except Ash who was finishing off his fourth bowl. The group saw the first of many instances of Brock's flirtatious side when they entered the Pokémon Center and saw him attempt to phew Nurse Joy, which resulted in Ash, Pikachu and Serena sweat dropping and Misty getting annoyed and dragging him off. Okay guys. We can either wait here until tomorrow and have a full day to explore Empty Moon. Brock explained. Or we can set off today, but we will be pressed for time. I think. Serena nervously tried to speak up, she wasn't too fond of the idea of going into a dark creepy cave. It sounds like going now and getting it over with, sounds best to her. I say we head off right away. Ash spoke up. The sooner we leave the sooner we get to Cerulean City and my second gym badge. Hey, I know. Misty butted in. Why don't we just skip Empty Moon and Cerulean City altogether and head south to Vermilion instead? Why would we do that? Ash asked, both confused and irritated. Misty has been against going to Cerulean since Brock joined up. Cerulean City, it's full of nasty bugs and creepy ghosts. Misty lied. Vermilion has its own gym, and is by the beach and I don't think Cerulean has ever been home to many ghost or bug-type Pokémon. Brock stopped her as he read a guild book. Yeah, and the Cerulean has a gym too, not to mention a battle chateau for Serena to compete in. Ash added. Besides, I heard Cerulean is a water specialist gym, I would have though you'd jump at the chance to go. Serena jumped in. You do want to become a water Pokémon MSTR, right? Misty's sweat dropped, she didn't want to reveal her really reason. Seeing as Misty didn't respond. Guess that settles it. Ash cheerfully replied with a smile. Empty Moon, here we come. Ash jumped cheerfully. Pikachu looked up from the bottle of ketchup he was finishing off. He wasn't exactly ready to say goodbye to this source bottle of goodness. Once Ash convinced Pikachu to finish his meal, the group packed up and set off towards Empty Moon. It was around 1:45 as the group could see the entrance to Empty Moon. There it is. Ash shouted excited as they closed in, and he ran off. Serena giggled, and blushed, but ran after him. Hey Ash! Wait up! Brock shouted as he tried to catch up. Misty sighed, what was the big rush to get to Cerulean City anyway, but nevertheless she ran after them too. As Ash and Pikachu closed in, they noticed a strange sight. Inside the cave, it was light. Ash and Pikachu came closer and closer when an ear-piercing noise stopped them in their tracks, followed by a bunch of blue bats swarming around them. Ash! Look out! Serena shouted in fear. Although her voice could be heard over the supersonic waves from the bats. Serena brought out her Pokédex. Zubat, the bat Pokémon. Forms colonies in perpetually dark places. Uses ultrasonic waves to identify and approach targets. Ash covered his ears and fell on his knees. It looked like he was screaming out in pain, but again, couldn't be heard over the supersonic. Getting desperate, Ash opened his eyes to find some way out, then he saw Pikachu, covering his ears with electric sparks flicking out of his checks. Ash got a very bad idea, one that would hurt. Pikachu! Let it rip! Ash shouted as he braced himself. Pikachu may or may not have heard the command, but he couldn't bear the supersonic any longer. St-tutup! Pikachu cried as he finally let out an electric shock. It caught all the Zubat in the blast, along with Ash. After a few seconds, Pikachu finally stopped, and fell on the ground, exhausted. Night-night. Pikachu spoke before closing his eyes. Ash was trying to recover from the shock, with static through his body and his body stiff all over. Pikachu! Your power is even more shocking than last time. Ash painfully joked as he fell next to Pikachu. Serena ran up to Ash and Pikachu, to check they're okay. She can't really scold him for being reckless as there was no way of tell off the ambush. While she put Ash in her recovery position, she could see Brock moving out the corner of her eye. He threw a Pokeball and it looked like he sked a Pokemon in rather than send one out. Her suspicions were confirmed when she heard the Pokeball ding, showing a successful catch. As she stayed put, trying to help both Ash and Pikachu, she watched as Brock walked over and picked the Pokeball up. Instead of doing a pose like what Ash and Serena did when they caught their Pokemon, he simply smiled and calmly released the Pokemon, which was one of the Zubat. He introduced himself to the little bat with a friendly smile, then took out a medical kit, healing the little bat with a potion and paralyze heal. Turns out he was paralyzed from Pikachu's electric attack. After his new Pokemon was healed, Brock came over to Serena to help with Ash and Pikachu. Congrats Brock. Serena smiled as Brock sat down and checked over the two exhausted males. Yeah Brock, congratulations on your catch. Misty smiled as she slowly approached. But why did you decide to catch a Zubat? Her tone wasn't judgmental like when Caterpie or Weedle were caught but more curious. Simple really. I read an article that claimed to get a Zubat to its final evolved form, Crobat, takes a great breeder. Brock explained. I figured it would be a great way to test my progress. It took about 10 minutes, but Ash and Pikachu recovered, although weren't as energetic as before. With everything set, they decided head into the cave. As they set off, a little Pikeball Pokemon, which appeared to be holding some sort of microphone watched from a brush. It smiled happily as he walked after them, finally an audience to perform too. As the group were walking through the cave, they learned that the normally dark cave had light because of man-made lanterns set on the walls. This was bad as it disturbed the Pokémon who lived in the cave. The Zubats were going mad as they rely on the dark to cover themselves while hunting prey with supersonic. The flames in the lanterns also made the narrow cave paths quite hot, which in turn dried out Pokémon like Paras and Geodude. Granted, it did make the group's job of finding their way through easier, but it isn't worth the suffering of the Pokémon. This is horrible. Whoever put these lanterns up or caused great pain to the Pokémon that live here. Brock raged. He hated seeing the wild Pokémon in pain. He was currently working with Misty's stereo to hydrate a group of Paras. I know what you mean. Whoever put these up are pure evil. Serena hissed. She may not be too big of a fan of wandering around a dark condensed cave, but she would rather do that than see the Pokémon suffer. I say we take down all these lanterns, to help the Pokémon. Ash declared with determination. Right with ya, Ash. Pikachu declared with equal determination. Oh. And just how do you propose we do that? Misty asked with her hands on her hips. She wants to help them too, but if they stop to take down each one, they could get injured or the people that put them up could find them. That. Ash started enthusiastically like he has a plan. Is a good question. While Ash nervously laughed and leaned against a wall, trying to come up with a plan, Pikachu saw what looked like metal wire connecting the lanterns, and gained an evil smirk. Misty's right, Ash. If we try anything, we could get burned by the lanterns, or might alert the people who set them. Brock reasoned as he saw the hydrated Paras cower in a small hole in the wall. Maybe. Ash sadly sighed. But we can't just leave them up, for the Pokémon to suffer. Pikachu heard the conversation but didn't pay it much mind. He hated Pokémon's suffering, he did at the hands of his last trainer, and wants to help. As the colorful debate went back and forth, Serena was silent trying to think of a plan, while it seemed to be Brock and Misty versus Ash. Pikachu happily climbed up Ash's body onto his head, where he could reach one of the wires. Hey guys! What's Pikachu doing? Serena asked with confusion, and every turned to the electric type as he reached for the wire. Before anyone could speak, Pikachu touched the wire and sent a powerful electric shock through it, with mini sparks coming off his cheeks. Opsy! Pikachu spoke sarcastically as the electricity ran through the wire on the wall, destroying all the lanterns, one after another. Ash smiled. Sure, the lanterns are still on the wall, but they can't be relit thanks to the damage. Well, that's the lanterns dealt with. And I'm sure if we continue through this cave, we will find whoever put them up. Ash reasoned as he turned to face deeper in the cave. Hey Ash, are you sure that's a good idea? Serena asked nervous. It's one thing to help Pokémon in need, but another to take on bad people deliberately. I'm with Serena, Ash. Brock spoke up. This could be dangerous. Maybe it is dangerous, but we can't just stand around and do nothing. Who knows how else they'll hurt the Pokémon here. Ash snapped, everyone silent for a moment until Ash added. Besides, we need to go through the cave anyway to make our way to Cerulean. With that, both Brock and Serena sighed. Alright Ash, I know I can't stop you, but I won't let you do this alone. Serena smiled as she joined Ash's side. Thanks Serena, you're the best. Ash praised with his signature thumbs up and toothy grin. This caused Serena to blush and nervously laugh. Lucky it's dark, so no one could see her red cheeks. Okay Ash, I'm not a fan of this idea, but if we move now, maybe we'll have the element of surprise. Brock spoke. As he joined Ash's side. Misty sighed, great, she can either stay here by herself, or follow them. Fine. Misty commented, clearly not happy. I suppose I could help you too. Great, now all we need to do is follow the lanterns and we'll find out who's behind this. Ash chimed happily, it was so simple. What could go wrong? And just how do you suppose we follow them? Misty asked, annoyed. In case you haven't noticed, it's hard to see past our noses without any light. Ash grunted, he hated to admit it, but Misty did have a point. We can handle this. Serena piped up as she grabbed a pokeball. Fennekin, come out and use flash. Serena released her little fire fox, who up on landing with a happy bark, light up her body like fire, giving them a decent light source. With that, the group set off down the cave path ready to avenge the wild Pokémon who have been hurt. After what felt like an eternity, the group could hear voices ahead of them, and it sounded familiar to Ash, Serena and Misty. Team Rocket. Ash hissed under his breath. Pikachu also growled threatening. The three stupid tears again. Ash wanted to chuckle at Pikachu's nickname for them, but this is serious, they must be the ones who put up the lanterns. What's a Team Rocket? Brock asked, being the only who hasn't met them yet. They're Pokémon thieves, the ones who attacked Vidiian's Pokémon Center. Serena explained, angrily, she hated them too. You mean the ones who put my lovely Nurse Joy in danger? Brock exclaimed, angry. Every in the group's sweat dropped, so much for the element of surprise. Hey! Did you guys hear that? James asked stupidly. No. I've got the ability soundproof. Jessie sarcastically replied. You know. Soundproof doesn't mean the Pokémon's deaf. Meowth replied, trying to sound intelligent. No. Well, you will be deaf if you don't shut up and investigate that noise. Jessie raged, first the light they set up blow, now these idotes are standing around instead of doing work. Scared for his life, Meowth quickly shut up and turned to walk to the source of the noise. As he walked around the corner, Meowth spotted the group as they trying to silence Brock by covering his mouth. Guys! It's the twerps with the Pikachu. Meowth raised the alarm, and the group sweat dropped. Jessie and James all ran to aid Meowth. They have bag on their backs with are filled with these weird-looking rocks. They frowned when they saw their opponents. Prepare for trouble. Jessie spoke. Make it double. James spoke. To protect the world from devastation. Jessie added. To unite all people within our nation. James added. To denounce the evils from truth and love. Jessie struck a dramatic pose. To extend our reach to the stars above. James struck a dramatic pose. Jessie. James. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. Jessie made one final pose. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James made one final pose. Meowth. That's right. Meowth chimed in at the end. While the others were used to the performance. Brock wasn't and had a massive sweat drop. Guys, what was that about? Brock asked, in a hushed voice. Ash sighed. Before Serena could reply. Honestly. We have no idea. Serena explained, as she shook her head. Hey. We are talking. Jessie raged. Ekans, teach them a lesson. Jessie's Pokeball opened up and her poison snake Pokémon appeared. Coughing, join the fray. James released his poison type. Team Rocket vs the group, P. I. Alright Fennekin, you ready? Serena asked her little fire fox. Fennekin was a little winded from using flash but could fight. Fennekin turned to face Serena and nodded, but Team Rocket took advantage of this. Rapid Ekans. Jessie spat. Ekans sprang into action and wrapped itself around Fennekin. Fennekin escaped with. Serena tried to counter but was cut off. No. James cut her off. Coughing sludge attack. Coughing floated over to the two Pokémon and spat a blob of toxic sludge into Fennekin, who cried out in pain. Now slam it. Jessie hissed with a hint of glee. Ekans lift Fennekin into the air before unwrapping its hold over Fennekin and slamming her into the ground. Fennekin struggled to stand up, as everyone else watched in horror. Coughing, finish it with Euro Ball. As James ordered his attack, Coughing began spinning, followed by charging at Fennekin. It connected and sent Fennekin flying at a wall, but Serena jumped in the way, to cousin her starter's throw. Serena! Ash shouted in fear. Then he narrowed his eyes. No one hurts his friends like that. There was a hint of blue in his pupils. The look he shot at Team Rocket was enough to send shivers down their spines. Butterfree, help me out. Butterfree appeared, and his eyes also glowed blue for a brief moment before stopping, almost like he tried a confusion attack, although no one saw it. Hey Ash. I feel stronger. Butterfree explained, sounding scared. Where was this power boost coming from? Good. Ash smirked, although it didn't feel like it was Ash speaking. Geodude, help us out. Brock shouted as he released his rock type. Butterfree decided he could worry about this power boost another time. Now he had a battle. Team Rocket vs the group, P2. Ha, you really think you little runts can stop us? James laughed, evilly. Confusion. Ash shouted in a booming voice. Misty was busy cheeking on Serena and even she looked over since it didn't sound like Ash. Wrap Ekans around Coughing. Ash thought. Butterfree seemed to hear that thought and followed the instructions. Once Coughing was wrapped up in a nice little bow, Brock saw his chance. Tackle it. Brock's Geodude followed the instructions and threw itself at the two struggling poison types, and the force of the tackle sent them flying at Team Rocket. When the two poison types collided with Jesse and James, a bunch of rocks in the bags of their backs fell out. Oh no, we need to get our fossils back. Meowth panicked, but Ash wouldn't give them the chance. Gust, Ash shouted. And send them flying. Butterfree nodded and began flapping his wings with incredible power. It was such a strong gust, that Pidgeotto would be proud, albeit a little jealous. The powerful gust picked up Team Rocket and sent them flying through a hole in the ceiling. And 3 more rocks also fell back, but the more shocking thing was Ash. He fainted. After what seemed like hours, Ash came to. They were outside Empty Moon, Cerulean's side. Ash was lying in his sleeping bag with a wet cloth on his forehead. He had to blink a few times, but his vision returned soon, and he found Pikachu, Butterfree, and Pidgeotto all surrounding him. As she lowly sat up, he had to grab his head as he has a pounding headache. Ash is awake. Pikachu and Butterfree screamed in joy and Pidgeotto simply smiled. Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder and rubbed his cheek against Ash. Butterfree tackled Ash in his stomach and sobbed something, but Ash couldn't make it out. Pidgeotto glided onto Ash's other shoulder and asked if he was fine, just to make sure. With the Pokémon's outburst, it alerted the other trainers. As soon as she saw Ash awake, Serena charged and tackled Ash into a massive hug. After she failed to protect Fennekin, Ash protected both of them and Serena got a massive rush of affection towards him. The affection was so strong, she almost felt ready to confess. Serena blushed crimson red with that, keyword almost, so not quite there. Brooke also came over at a much slower and organized pace. Hey Ash. Brock greeted with a friendly smile. How you feeling? Been better. Ash grunted and both Serena and Ash's Pokémon let go. What happened, anyway? Everyone looked gone out. What do you mean? Brock asked, showing concern. Last thing I remember, we were walking through Empty Moon. Ash explained. Then I woke up here. Brock shook his head. Memory loss isn't uncommon when someone faints. Brock took it up on himself, and explained the Team Rocket events to Ash. He also explained how the 3 rocks that fell from Team Rocket were fossils, and they took them as Brock read an article about scientists on Cinnabar Island who's created a machine which can restore fossils, and will do for any trainers that bring the fossils to them. Since there were 3 fossils, Misty volunteered to sit out as she didn't want one, potentially. Ash, Serena and Brock all chose their fossil. After a bit, Misty returned from a mini-venture to find firewood. Brock cooked another good meal, but throughout the whole night, Serena seemed a little clingy to Ash. Although Ash neither had the energy or heart to stop her. Chapter 10, Raging Waters. After the previous day's adventure in Empty Moon, they decided to camp just outside the cave, and rested a day to make sure Ash was 100% fine. Despite complaining about the wait, Ash was secretly grateful his friends cared enough to hold off on the journey one more day, for his benefit. After Misty countless requested to go to Vermilion in Cerulean, Brock showed everyone the guild book, which showed it was home to one of Jim's, like Misty said, and they all agreed to go, much to Misty's delight. After Cerulean, which was the point that Misty face-palmed before heading out on her own. This caused mixed reactions. Butterfree and Kakuna were both happy since she hadn't really welcomed them in. Brock and his team was confused but decided it wasn't his business, although he has never seen someone so determined to avoid an entire city. Serena was actually sad. Sure, they didn't always see eye to eye, but they had grown close in their travels. Fennekin and Pidgeotto were indifferent. They pretty much only interacted with their trainers and the other Pokémon on the team. They have nothing against Misty, but they haven't bonded either. And finally, Ash and Pikachu didn't show that they cared, by just ignoring it, even though a small part in each of them was sad she left. With them taking a resting day, Ash was determined to not waste his time, since he has a gym battle coming up, as well as he wanted to distract himself from Misty's departure, so he started training with Pikachu, Butterfree, and Pidgeotto. After learning the Vermilion gym was electric type, Ash checked his Pokédex to see the best way to prepare. Pikachu and Pidgeotto have been training hard for the Cerulean gym, but if there's one thing he's learned, it's plan ahead. Checking the moves his 3 Pokémon can learn, through his Pokédex, Ash set Pikachu to learn the move Dig, as his Lightning Rod hidden ability puts him at the greatest advantage against electric types. Sure, he'll probably catch some more Pokémon before then, but there's no harm done in preparing in case he doesn't. While Pikachu did that, Ash tried out Butterfree Gust again considering he was told about how powerful it had become in the Team Rocket battle, but was disappointed to see it wasn't that much better, if at all, from the last training session. While Butterfree and Ash tried to figure things out, Pidgeotto was perfecting her new move Aerial Ace. After his victory in Pewter's gym, Butterfree volunteered to sit out Cerulean's gym. Pikachu was already guaranteed a spot, mainly because he missed out last time, but also because it is a water-type gym, giving him the best advantage. When deciding between Butterfree and Pidgeotto, Butterfree decided to let Pidgeotto have a go because she felt like she failed in Pewter's gym. This is because she only took out Geodude after Butterfree weakened it, then Butterfree had to save her from Onix. Butterfree was amazed with his performance in the Pewter gym, but after seeing how down the female bird was, he knew if Ash sat her out in favor of himself, then that could crush her confidence. Knowing what little confidence is like, back before he evolved, he couldn't put someone else through that. While Ash was training, Brock used his time to both groom his Onix and Geodude, with this weird technique of sprinkling sand into the brush and then brushing his 2 rock types, and also bonding with his new Zubat, who was very calm around everyone, even when Pikachu dug up under Brock's foot whilst training. When not with his Pokémon, Brock also prepared all the meals for the day. Serena saw Brock's cooking skill and considered requesting lessons. She did ask her mum to teach her, but couldn't go through with it, as Gray spent the time teasing Serena that she only wanted to learn to impress Ash. Despite how true it was, Serena found it embarrassing. She isn't that obvious. Is she? Well, she shouldn't be thinking about such things now. She has a Battle Chateau challenge to prepare for. Serena spent her day training with Fennekin and Kakuna. Kakuna was working on his firing rate for Poison Sting, and in turn his training also sped up the speed in which his harden took place. Maybe once they're done in Cerulean, Butterfree could help Kakuna MSTR Iron Defense. It may not be a locked move in Kakuna's arsenal, but it is still possible. Fennekin's training was more about hitting targets while on the move. Serena set empty poke food cans in various areas and Fennekin was picked up speed with flame charge before firing embers to hit the targets. Although there was one major difference between the two trainers. Serena was observing her two Pokémon and giving them pointers. When not doing this, she sat on a chair and found a nice spot, where she could observe Fennekin and Kakuna without trouble, plus she could observe Ash whilst he was training. Ash, on the other hand, was training with his Pokémon. When with Pikachu, Ash running across the field, waiting for Pikachu to use Dig on him, and tried to dodge with a duck and roll. When with Butterfree, the bug Pokémon was creating a powerful gust and Ash ran against it, training both their endurance. Finally, to help Pidgeotto with the accuracy of Aerial Ace, he put a target on his back, and ran for Pidgeotto to hit him. Sure, it scared Serena, her Ash could get hurt by taking all these Pokémon attacks but she couldn't stop watching him. It was amazing how he has built up strong bonds with all his Pokémon. Then again, by training alongside them and showing he isn't afraid about their attacks hurting, must say he trusts them 100%, and in return they are showing the same trust. He truly is amazing. A blush appeared on the blonde trainer's face as her sight became more focused on Ash. All the training he's doing must be good for him as well. Serena's blush only intensified as she began an Ashantisy about Ash gaining some muscle and sweeping her off her feet. Having fun? Brock's voice snapped Serena out of her trance. She turned to the source to see the oldest traveling companion searching through his bag looking for something. Air, HRR. What are you? Serena stuttered but was cut off. Save it. Brock cut her off. It's pretty obvious you was watching Ash. Eep. Serena yelped, she had been caught staring. Don't worry. Your little Ashy didn't notice, but just sitting there isn't going to get you anywhere either. Brock explained as he pulled a small notebook which had Brock's breeding tips written on it, and the aspiring breeder stood. Serena's blush faded as though the shock had also passed. Now she was nodding at Brock's words, she knows she'll have to confess. Eventually. I know. Serena repeated, showing she understands Brock is right. But. Brock egged on. But. I don't want to ruin our friendship. He's kind, nice, sweet, and incredibly dense. Serena explained. I've noticed. Brock nodded as he stroked his chin in his hand, seeming deep in thought. And I don't want to do it before he's ready and have an awkward tension. Serena explained. So? Brock questioned. So? I guess I'll wait until he's ready to know. Serena replied, with a sad sigh. And when will that be? Brock asked. I don't know. Serena shrugged her shoulders. And you're willing to wait? Brock asked, skeptical as he raised an eyebrow. Most people would give up at some point. Oh Brock, let me tell you a story. Serena went on to explain both their meeting and the support Ash gave Serena when confronting Grace about her dream. Needless to say, he wasn't skeptically about Serena willing to wait. And after he's done that, and more. I will wait until I'm 50 or older. Brock smiled happy at this. Serena was sort of like one of his sisters, and he is happy she found someone like Ash. But his brotherly nature kicked in, and decided to help his little sis. Don't worry, Serena. I'm sure Ash's density will break. Brock reassured her, which caused Serena to smile warmly. And I'll help you with it. The tone of Brock's voice changed and Serena didn't like the sound of it. Why? Serena nervously asked. What are you going to do? Don't worry about the details. Brock tried to reassure, but failed miserably. Just leave it to the love doctor. With that, Brock flashed her what seemed to be a confident smirk and walked away. The honey blonde girl stood up to try and stop the Pokémon breeder, but couldn't. The words stuck in her throat, her head fell into her hands. Oh no! She muttered under her breath. Her limited experience with the Pokémon breeder taught her 3 things. He is an amazing breeder. An even more amazing cook. And will flirt with any and every female that has a heartbeat, to no avail, provided they are old enough. Needless to say, Serena wasn't looking forward to the love doctor interfering with her crush. Serena has no idea how long she was like that, but she was snapped back to reality when a yellow Pokémon, with what looked like a brown vest suddenly appeared in her arms, with its arms wrapped around her neck, and it nuzzled its head under her chin, before promptly falling asleep. If that didn't confuse Serena enough, a familiar voice soon followed. "Hey! Abra! Wait for me." A female voice requested. Serena turned to face the source of the voice, to see a brunette running towards her. It was Leaf. It has been a couple of hours since Misty left the group. She was currently walking through Cerulean City, keeping her head down. All she has to do is make it to the south of the city and she camp out on Route 5, waiting for them to finish up here. It should take a week at most. She was not interested in visiting that so-called family. She clenched her fist just at the memory of them. Misty's negative thoughts were broke when a news channel showed the latest gym info. Misty, as well as a small crowd gathered round. It is official, Saffron City's official Pokémon League gym has swapped over from the fighting dojo to Sabrina's Psychic Palace. The news reporter spoke as she stood outside the two buildings. Now for all those trainers who won a badge at the fighting dojo before the changeover, they will need to recompete against Sabrina for her badge, as the Hitmon badge is no longer acceptable for the Indigo League or any other. Misty shrugged her shoulders. She didn't really care as she isn't competing in the Indigo League and she isn't a gym leader. Yet. She went to continue when the crowd started talking. "Hey, I heard the PLA are sending someone to inspect the Cerulean City gym." One male spoke. This stopped Misty in her tracks. "Really?" A female inquired. "Yeah." The first male replied. Apparently the leaders have been battling with a Pokémon who won't even listen to them. This caused Misty to completely change her mind. She can't let the PLA close the Cerulean gym, she needs to keep it open so she can inherit her father's legacy. With that Misty dashed off towards said gym. Forget what she said before, she can't leave something like this up to her three dimwit sisters. Back with the group, Leaf had been catching up with Serena while Serena cared for the sleeping Pokémon on her. Leaf was able to add all the group's Pokémon to her Pokédex. She was able to both Caterpie and Metapod from Vidiian Forest, so scanning Ash's Butterfree meant she complete her the entire evolution line. Although Ash was too busy with his training to notice she arrived. Serena introduced Leaf to Brock, and Leaf was happy to learn some of his breeding tips for her current team, which was Ivysaur, Sandshrew, Nidorino, Nindorian, Spearow, and Seal. Obviously she had other Pokémon waiting at the lab, but these are the ones on hand. Leaf did plan on catching the Abra, but it seemed attached to Serena and agreed she'd leave it be, although after scanning it with her Pokédex. After learning that Ash and Serena have been traveling together, Leaf could resist a little tease about Serena being one step closer to her dream, which earned a chuckle from Brock and a blush from Serena. Turns out, Leaf was only here as she has been exploring the outskirts of Cerulean City trying to fill her Pokédex. When she tried to catch this Abra, it had teleported away and she had chased it all the way here. "Hey Leaf. When did you get here?" Ash asked as he approached, taking off his jacket and whipping his forehead from the heavy training session. Pikachu was resting on Ash's shoulder, completely tired. Whilst Butterfree and Pidgeotto were fly by his side clearly tired as well. "Nice of you to notice. Bro." Leaf mocked sarcastically. She was able to scan both Pidgeotto and Butterfree whilst they were training and he didn't notice her. Leaf gave a quick glance at Serena now that Ash's jacket was off and over his shoulder. She was staring at him with her typical Ash trance glaze, with a completely red face and what appeared to be steam coming off it. Leaf simply rolled her eyes. Guess her best friend's crush has only grown on their travels, but she isn't against them being together, it just make good teasing material. He, sorry about that. Ash nervously replied as he rubbed under his nose. Guess we was too busy training. Oh, so you didn't even notice me. Leaf disappointingly mumbled as her head tilted to the ground but stared at Ash with big Growlithe eyes. I mean. No. We were. Just. Ash stuttered nervously. Pikachu, do something, was Ash's last thought as Leaf seemed to skip up to him, with a smirk on her face. She has him cornered, this won't be pretty. You seem a little flustered, bro. What's the matter? Leaf asked sweetly, but Ash knows the tone, and it sends shivers down his spine. Serena giggles at the scene. This is typical of Leaf. If only she could be so open with him. Well, she doesn't want to be a sister like Leaf, she wants to be more. Brock, on the other hand, was watching disbelief. He heard that they were like siblings, and they really were. In his short time with the group, never has Ash acted like this. Ash was trying to think of the correct response. Hearing his loyal partner Pikachu snickering as he lay down next to a collapsed Butterfree and Pidgeotto didn't help. He needs a distraction. Then a little pink ball-like Pokémon appeared from behind a brush carrying what looks like a microphone. Finally. The Pokémon happily cried. It saw this group when they entered Empty Moon. Now it's caught up, she can preform. Hey look, a Pokémon. Ash pointed out as the pink puffball approached them. Nice try, mister. But. Leaf smirked, but was cut off, when she heard the Pokémon speak. You get to hear me perform. The Pokémon declared as it waited for its audience to gather around. Leaf instantly turned around to see the new Pokémon. At first sight, she had stars in her eyes, and ran up to this new arrival. Oh wow. She squealed happily. A Jigglypuff. You are just so cute. The others gathered around. Both Brock and Ash took interest but didn't go overboard like Leaf. Serena wanted to join Leaf, but she still had a sleeping Abra on her, and didn't want to disturb the psychic type. Leaf pulled out her Pokédex and Ash followed. Jigglypuff, the balloon Pokémon. When its huge eyes light up, it sings a mysteriously soothing melody that lulls its enemies to sleep. It can inflate and deflate its body, allowing it to battle in the air. Now it has its audience around. Jigglypuff is ready. She does a light cough to prepare, and then holds her microphone in a tight grip. With herself ready and the audience waiting, Jigglypuff begins her song. Lullaby. Lullaby. Go to sleep, little. After the beginning, Jigglypuff opens her eyes and is brought to stop her song. She expected them to be happy, tapping along, but no. These idiots have just fallen asleep. Did she say take the song literally? No. Jigglypuff is angry. They want to fall asleep. Well, she'll teach them. Jigglypuff puffs her cheeks in anger and takes her microphone and removes the top, to reveal a marker pen. With her mind made up, she begins scribbling all over the people and Pokémon's faces, even the ones who were already asleep, like Abra, Pikachu, Butterfree and Pidgeotto. That will teach them. Misty stood outside her parents' gym. Since the incident, when she was 4, her 3 older sisters ran this place, although none of them really have any idea how to battle. It was these, plus their constant bullying, which caused her to leave home, although she vowed to return when she could take over as gym leader, to follow her father's legacy. Flashback start. Misty was 4 years old. She was home with her sisters, and playing with a tentacle which recently hatched in the gym. Her parents weren't there. They had gone on a 2-week cruise to celebrate their anniversary. Misty was being looked after by Daisy, 19, Lily, 17, and Violet, 15, her 3 sisters. It was a normal day. For a 4-year-old, Misty was quite forward, and always loved playing with her daddy's water Pokémon, and they were all water type. He was known as a water type expert. Hell, he had even received a letter of recommendation to become an Elite 4 member. He was scheduled a battle against his only competition, an ice type specialist called Lorelei. But the normal day ended when there was a knock on the door. The 3 oldest sisters answered it, and Misty peeped around the door. She couldn't hear what was being said, but it was obvious that it was bad. At the door she could see 2 men, dressed in green army outfits. After about 2 minutes, Violet ran up the stair, sobbing. This was nothing new to Misty. Violet had recently had a fight with the guy she called her boyfriend, and she acted in the same way, but it can't that again. Can it? Lily was the next to move. Unlike last time, where she simply sighed and followed Violet, at a slow walk. It looked like Lily was in pain, with water in her eyes. She was trying her best not to cry, but was failing. I'll go and talk tea to her. That was all she said before following Violet upstairs. Daisy said bye to the two men and closed the door. Her reaction was the most shocking. She curled up into a ball and sobbed into her knees. Now the 4-year-old knows something's up. Misty isn't sure how long Daisy was sobbing, but Misty was shocked. Her oldest and strongest sister just broke down. Daisy only stopped when Misty sneezed, revealing herself to Daisy. The oldest sister looked up to see the youngest sister and dried her eyes, forcing a friendly smile. Daisy stood up and picked Misty up in her arms. "Hey there, Mist." Daisy spoke in soothing, friendly tone. "Why don't we go to the Krusty Cloister for some food?" That suggest made Misty forget about what she just witnessed. She is 4 and the Krusty Cloister is her favorite eatery in the whole wide world. Krusty Cloister, Krusty Cloister. Misty happily exclaimed with an innocent child-happy smile. It was enough to turn Daisy's forced smile more genuine. Misty still remembered that day. Despite the men's arrival and her sister's weird behavior, Daisy took Misty out, and it was one of her best days. Like Daisy said, they went to Krusty Cloister, and Misty got everything she asked for, even the ice cream for dessert. She didn't even get told off when the ice cream was turned into just a mess instead of eating it, although it was a little weird that Daisy didn't eat anything. After that, Daisy took her around Cerulean's aquarium. Even though it's closed now, it was the place to see all the different water types native to Kanto. Then to top it off, Daisy and Misty spent the rest of the day at the fun fair, and Daisy let Misty go on anything she wanted, within reason. For the 4-year-old Misty, it was one of the best days she could remember. As for Misty's two sisters who weren't with them, Lily and Violet were absolutely devastated by the news. They knew it would have had to happen at some point, but to lose both their parent before they turned 20, it was tough. To get through it, these two sisters agreed to do a few things. First, they would stick together, now their parents weren't there. Second, they would follow their passion of performing and their father's love of water Pokémon and to construct the perfect Pokémon water ballet in his memory, because now they only have each other. Flashback end. Misty sighed. Despite how that day turned out, what followed wasn't pretty. Her 3 sisters reluctantly took care of Misty, although they were always more bothered with their performances, and when Misty started to take an interest in training the Pokémon, Lily and Violet did all they could to deter her. Daisy never really bullied her, but she also didn't stop it or punish the other 2 sisters, meaning she clearly supported them. Misty also learned the truth, that both her parents were killed on the cruise ship when it was caught in a whirlpool somewhere out at sea. It was at that point she decided what she would do: dedicate her life to water Pokémon, like her late father, and take over the gym, when she turns off age. She did vowed she would only return when she was a water Pokémon MSTR, about 3.5 months ago, but she can't let her sisters lose the gym before she has the chance to inherit it. With her mind made up, Misty made her way into the gym. In the gym, Misty walked herself through the corridors. She could see some of the gym's water Pokémon swimming around in the tanks. A Gyarados, a Blastoise, a Dugong, a Cloyster, a Poliwrath, a Lapras and a Starmie. All her father's ace team. Even though their level is on par with that of Elite Four Pokémon, they all had the highest amount of respect for their trainer, and after his passing, honored his memory by battling alongside the 4 sisters when needed. Walking through the gym, Misty came across 2 big doors which leads into the main battlefield. She takes a deep breath. Despite the frosted glass, she can make out 4 figures, 3 of whom are her sisters. Daisy is the tallest, with blonde hair and green eyes. Lily is around the same height as Violet and has dark pink hair and blue eyes. Finally was Violet, who had blue hair and brown eyes. But who was that fourth person? Wanting to find out, Misty released that deep breath, and her look grew serious and determined. Maybe Ash has rubbed off on her. With her mind focused, she pushed the doors open and entered the meeting. Once she entered the battlefield room, she discovered the fourth person was Nurse Joy, although she had an unusual brown overcoat, so Misty couldn't be sure if she had her normal nurse outfit on. "Excuse me, miss, but the gym is closed right now." Nurse Joy spoke, as the three sisters turned to see who's here. "We are having trouble with one of the Pokémon." Misty saw Lily and Violet gain confident smirks that she had returned, but ignored them and looked out to the battlefield where a new Pokémon, for the gym at least, was swimming around with an unpleasant face. It was a Tentacruel. "Misty. What are you doing here?" Daisy asked with genuine curiosity. Sure, she performed with Lily and Violet, but Misty never showed any interest in it, but she didn't technically bully her youngest sister like the other two, although she didn't stop it either. "I heard the gym was having some problems. I decided to return before you three could ruin my career before it starts," Misty declared with a hint of venom. Lily and Violet didn't take that remark too kindly. "I take it Tentacruel is the Pokémon you're having trouble with?" None of the sisters answered, so Nurse Joy stepped. "Yes. But sorry, you are." "Me? I'm Misty Waterflower, the fourth sensational sister and future gym leader of the Cerulean Gym," Misty declared with pride. Lily and Violet scowled. "There are only 3 sensational sisters," Lily corrected, in an irritated tone. "And 1 runt," Violet added, and Misty looked down. She came to save her father's gym, which they put in danger, and now they are starting on her again. Nurse Joy saw this and frowned. No one should act like this, much less a gym leader. It was bad enough that Hulk over in Vermilion Gym, calling everyone baby. "Stop it," Nurse Joy intervened. "A gym leader's job is to encourage and support. None of you have solved your issue. Why not let Misty try?" The 3 sisters were shocked. Nurse Joy was supporting the girl they were forced to raise over them, too. Gym leaders. "Okay, Misty. If you think you can control Tentacruel, then be my guest." Daisy stepped forward. She secretly supported her littlest sister. Meanwhile, Lily and Violet inwardly smirked, believing Misty would just embarrass herself. Misty mentally prepared herself and kneed down by the pool side. She got a good look at the Pokémon, when something stood out, a scratch on one of Tentacle's red blobs. She hasn't seen the tentacle she used to play with, which hatched from an egg here, and that tentacle had a scratch on one of his red blobs since part of her egg cracked and scared her. Could Tentacle evolve? As both of their eyes met, Misty could see her old friend behind them, although Tentacruel seemed to glare. With her suspicions confirmed, Misty stood up and turned to her sisters. "Giving up already, Mist?" Lily asked in a mocking tone. "I actually thought you'd try something first," Violet added. "Actually, I believe Tentacruel has evolved from the tentacle I used to play with," Misty retorted. "If that's true, then I know just what I need to do." With that, Misty rushed up the stair, which was like in a place for a large audience to sit. Misty ran into a ladies' toilet. Lily and Violet weren't happy. If Misty was right, then they may be the ones shown up. Daisy did her own inward smirk. Misty was going to make her point. Nurse Joy watched with interest before writing something in a notebook. It wasn't long before Misty came out in a white and blue, one-piece swim suit and a white coat over her. Misty walked up to the pool, completely ignoring everyone. Once at the poolside, she threw her bag and coat to the side before jumping in. Tentacruel noticed this and frowned. This was the girl who left her, and then she was forced into those stupid performances. As Misty got close, Tentacruel prepared a poison jab, but Misty was deterred. Tentacruel wanted to attack this girl, for abandoning the jellyfish Pokémon. But as she looked into Misty's eyes, Tentacruel couldn't force her attack. All she could see was the happy-go-lucky child that she grew up with. Tentacruel hated Misty for leaving, but she also remembered all the good times and was torn. Decided to just avoid her, Tentacruel powered down her poison jab, and dived deeper into the pool. Nurse Joy watched with interest and wrote another thing down. Lily and Violet were shocked. No fair, how come when we approached it? We were attacked. Lily whined. This is like, total not fair. Violet pouted, while Daisy smiled proudly at her youngest sister. As Tentacruel sat at the bottom corner of the pool, Misty frowned for a brief second. This was not going to be easy. But then her frown turned to a determined glare. It didn't matter whether it was easy, what mattered was that she could help Tentacruel. With that Misty dived as well. Using all her strength, Misty swam down to the water poison type. Tentacruel was conflicted. She hated Misty for leaving her with these idiots. Misty promised they will always be together. Even when passing trainers would comment on her scar, Misty defended her. They were best friends. But Misty left her, no explanation, no option to go with her, not even a goodbye. Why did she leave? Misty's struggles paid off and she soon reached the conflicted jellyfish Pokémon. Seeing the Pokémon's distress, Misty calmed her down like she did when they were kids. She hugged Tentacruel, like her life depended on it. Tentacruel's internal battle continued. What about all the times Misty stood up for her, whether against other Pokémon of trainers challenging the gym, who mocked her birthmark? What about all the times they played, swam, or trained together? Sure, she evolved when that brunette used her in a gym battle, but it was only because of Misty's training. But after that evolution, the trio tried to get her to perform. She hated doing those shows, that's why she's acting up. As Tentacruel's mind fights back and forth, Misty was starting to lose her grip as Tentacruel struggled. In one false swipe, Tentacruel's tentacle slapped Misty around the cheek. It was on accident and wasn't like a typical move which involves those tentacles, as it wasn't filled with poison like Poison Jab, and it didn't wrap around her like Constrict. Despite it not being a normal battle move, it hurt Misty, and was enough to knock her off Tentacruel. Due to it striking Misty's cheek, it also caused the girl to open her mouth and unintentionally take a deep breath. Except she's still underwater. On the surface, the four females gasped as they saw Misty get stiked. As then noticed she started to tread water, they panicked. Daisy was the first to respond as she prepared to jump in. Wait. Nurse Joy stopped her. Daisy looked at the nurse, not happy, her sister was drowning. Nurse Joy simply pointed back to the scene and what they saw was surprising. Feeling her tentacle hit Misty, stopped Tentacruel's internal battle and she looked to see Misty, who was attempting to breath, but due to the location, was causing her to drown, whilst attempted to tread water. Tentacruel's hatred vanished as she stared at the girl she grew up with. Her best friend. With her mind made up, Tentacruel rushed to the rescue and swam to Misty at a fast speed. It only took a few seconds before the two females surfaced and Misty coughed as she tried to catch her breath. Unheard by most, all three of Misty's sisters sighed in relief. After her coughing sessions, Misty could only respond in one way. Tentacruel. You saved me. Misty teared up in a weak frail voice, followed by wrapping her arms around the jellyfish Pokémon. Tentacruel replied, as she also wrapped her tentacle around the orange-haired girl. Misty may have left, but their love never died. Tentacruel. I'm sorry I left. I wanted to prove myself and prepare to take the gym when I'm old enough. Misty cried. I begged them to let me take you. But you was officially the gym Pokémon. I was only allowed to take Staryu. Because Dad registered it as my starter. Before he passed. Misty had completely broke down, and even Tentacruel had tears. It was simultaneously a heartwarming and heartbreaking scene. Tentacruel. Tentacruel replied, remorseful. Really? You forgive me? Misty replied, hopeful. Tentacruel nodded. Oh, thank you, Tentacruel. I promise. I won't leave you again. Everyone watching the scene became watery-eyed. After a while both Misty and Tentacruel pulled themselves together. Hey Tentacruel. Could you answer me one thing? Misty asked as the two swam back to the group, and everyone was in earshot. Tentacruel happily nodded. How come you've been lashing out? Tentacruel. Tenta. Cruel. Tentacruel replied as she pointed with her tentacle to Misty's three sisters, then to the high dive board. Misty's sweat dropped, understanding Pokémon is easier with Ash as a translator. No, she can figure this out. Her sisters. And the dive board. That means. Suddenly a light bulb went off. You mean to tell me that those three tried to make you perform in one of those silly shows? And that you can respect them when they clown around like that in front of hundreds of people? Misty asked as she smirked. Tentacruel smirked as well when she nodded to show Misty was right. Misty climbed back to the floor and Tentacruel followed and stood behind her, with Daisy passing a towel for Misty to dry herself off. I think I've seen enough. Nurse Joy announced as she stepped forward. What do you mean? All four sisters asked, clearly not knowing what's going on. What I mean is, I'm not just your friendly Pokémon Center nurse, but I am also a licensed PLA inspector. And I came to investigate reports about this gym. Nurse Joy declared, shocking everyone. And after what I've seen, I am going to make some changes. Like what? Daisy asked, scared. After a few moments of silence. First of all, the official trainer of Tentacruel will be swapped over to Misty. It is clear she is the only one who has bonded with the poor Pokémon. Nurse Joy explained, which caused Misty and Tentacruel to high-five. Or high-tentacle, in Tentacruel's case. Lily and Violet were shocked, maybe they were too hard on their little sister. Daisy was happy, her littlest sister was proving herself as a worth successor to the gym. In terms of the gym itself, I am still to make my final decision. What do you mean? Misty asked, scared. Firstly, these two have shown me that they are not capable of performing like responsible gym leaders, with their teasing, snickering and unprofessional behavior as a whole. Nurse Joy snapped, as she directed towards Lily and Violet. That shut the two up. As for you two, Daisy has the capability, but she isn't 100% deviated like she should be. Misty, on the other hand, will make a fine gym leader with her attitude, but I haven't witnessed your battle capability. Being able to battle is one thing, but battle like a gym leader is another. I would love to see your capability firsthand, but I don't have forever and you are still too young to be a full-time leader. Nurse Joy concluded. Wait. A challenger is coming here tomorrow, for his second badge. Let me battle him and I will prove I can battle like a gym leader should. Misty pleaded. Yeah, and I will keep the gym running like a gym leader should, until Misty is old enough and can take over. Daisy added. Nurse Joy thought it over, she could deferentially give it a try, especially if she tests how bendy the rules are. Looking into their pleading eyes, was enough to push her over. Okay. I will let you take on that challenger tomorrow, provided they agree. Nurse Joy replied. I will watch your battle and by the end I'll inform you of my decision of whether or not the sensational sisters can remain as the gym leaders. With that Nurse Joy left. Slowly, the group was coming around. Serena still had Abra in her arms. Brock was groggy. As Ash and Leaf got up, they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You should see your face. Both Ash and Leaf laughed. They stopped when they heard each other. Every found some sort of reflection, whether Serena and her pocket mirror, Brock and his cooking utensils or Ash and Leaf who looked in a nearby pond. Everyone had scribbles over their faces. They quickly whipped them off, and then realized the Pokémon were like it too. After cleaning all the Pokémon, they came to the conclusion it must have been Jigglypuff and it left. Once everything was packed, all the Pokémon returned. They were almost ready to set off. "Hey Abra. What are you going to do?" Serena asked the Pokémon who was awake but still holding on to her. He looked at her with a blank expression. "Why don't you come with us?" At that request, Abra stared directly at Serena. Completely still, completely silent. After 2.5 minutes Serena was going to say something, when Abra nodded and snuggled into her, closing his eyes. He fell back asleep. Serena smiled and pulled out a Pokeball, tapping against Abra's forehead. The sleeping Pokémon was seked inside and it dinged straight away. "All right. I caught an Abra." Serena cheered as she struck a pose. She then used her Pokédex to scan her new catch. Abra, the Psy Pokémon. Using its ability to read minds, it will identify impending danger and teleport to safety. It sleeps for 18 hours a day. It employs telekinesis whilst sleeping. Type, Psychic. Ability, Inner Focus. Hidden ability, Magic Guard. Note, hidden ability is locked. SEC, Male. Nature, Relaxed. Note, the nature can change when the Pokémon evolves. Moves, Teleport, Hidden Power. After finishing listening to the Pokédex, Serena clipped the new Pokeball to her belt and put her Pokédex away. Pikachu climbed onto Ash Should and Leaf was surprised to see it had opened up after what happened at the lab. "Wow, how did Pikachu come to trust you, Ash?" Leaf asked, genuinely curious. Ash nervously laughed as he, Serena and Pikachu's sweat dropped. "You see." Ash went on to tell the story of the Spearow on the first day. When done, Leaf had a good laugh at their expense while Brock scolded Ash for his recklessness. They group set off, and Leaf decided to stay with them for a bit. After all, she could register the Pokémon from the gym leader and the trainers at the Battle Chateau. With Serena's new Pokémon, and Leaf in tow. After cleaning themselves up, the group set off to Cerulean City. Ash, Pikachu and Leaf were in the lead, having a race, while Brock and Serena brought up the rear at a much more leisurely pace. As the city came into view, Ash had one thought. "This is it. My second gym badge is right down there. Waiting for me." Ash thought with determination. "Hey guys. Come look at this." Brock called out as he stared at a sign. Ash came over and decided to read it aloud. "Trainer tips, Gary was here. Ash is a loser." Ash's voice became angrier as he read it. "I'll show you Gary." With that declaration, Ash stormed off towards the city and his second gym badge. Everyone else, Pikachu included, had massive sweat drops.